351. After Zhong Kui left the post house, the old Taoist took him into an old acacia tree. The old Taoist suddenly turned around and appeared in front of Qin Pingan's courtyard in a single step. Qin Pingan, who was still in a daze, quickly bowed and cupped his fists. Junior Qin Pingan greets old immortal master. Zhong Kui's narration of his death was light, but when he mentioned the Taoist of Tranquil Mountain, he did not hide his closeness. The old Taoist gestured with his hand, "No need to be so polite." Qin Pingan straightened his back and asked, "Old immortal master, why have you come back?" The old Taoist looked at Qin Pingan and nodded. "If you can be tied up, then you are a true hero. No wonder Huang Ting and Zhong Kui look at you in a different light." Qin Pingan didn't understand, but he didn't ask. The old Taoist was in a good mood and asked with a smile, "You call yourself a swordsman, where is your sword?" The old Taoist of Tranquil Mountain turned a blind eye to the Flying Sword 1 and Flying Sword 15 that appeared from the blade's strengthening gourd. Qin Pingan said honestly, "I used to practice fist techniques and just started practicing swordsmanship. Therefore, when I practice swordsmanship, I only hold the sword in the air and visualize it in my mind." The old Taoist muttered to himself, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have competed with others in divination. Not only did I lose, I also missed the chance to see your situation in the lotus flower paradise." The old Taoist was tall and wore a hibiscus crown that symbolized one of the 3 branches of Taoism. His robe was white and his hair and beard were white. He looked like an immortal. Qin Pingan did not know how to answer, so he did not speak. Facing an old immortal with sharp eyes, there was no need to pretend to be smart. Any disguise would be like an old woman putting on rouge or a child wearing an official's robe. He would only make a fool of himself. The old Taoist suddenly asked, "I can lend you a sword. 60 years or 100 years we can negotiate. You can exchange it with magic weapons or pay the guyu." Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Thank you, old immortal, for your kind intentions, but I actually already have a sword." Qin Pingan blushed a little. "Besides, I don't have any guyu money on me." The old Taoist didn't insist. The reason why he wanted to lend the sword to this young man was because he admired the promise between him and Zhong Kui. There was also a deeper layer of selfishness and kindness in it. However, after saying those words, he already regretted it. It was better not to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. The chaos in the Fushir sect worried the old Taoist priest. As for why he had returned to the small courtyard, it was because he had noticed the unusual movements in Qin Pingan's heart lake. It seemed that Zhong Kui's death had greatly affected this person's state of mind. But when he looked at it carefully, he relaxed. For cultivators, it was taboo to have a mind like a small boat drifting with the current. As for those whose state of mind was as messy as willow catkins, in the eyes of the old Taoist, they were not worthy to talk about taboo. They should not cultivate Tao at all. After cultivating Tao, they were lucky enough to climb to a higher realm. Everything they did was for personal gain, snatching opportunities, fighting for magic weapons, seizing spiritual qi, and leaving the mountain to roam the world. Apart from showing off and bullying others, what good could they do? However, no matter how much the old Taoist disliked those qi cultivators who cultivated their strength but not their mind, he could only guard the peaceful mountain and keep the sect's reputation intact. Qin Pingan asked shamelessly, "Old immortal, do you have a mountain guarding formation?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "The peaceful mountain has 2 mountain guarding formations. The center of the formation is the bright moon mirror, which can illuminate all demons and evil in the world, making it impossible for them to hide. The distance depends on the cultivation of the person holding the mirror. Once the mirror shines on you, you can temporarily drop your realm. After that, it will be the 4 sword formation's turn. 4 ancient swords, imitations of the 4 great immortal swords from ancient times, are half-immortal weapons. After forming the sword formation, it is equivalent to an immortal weapon. Can travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. If that old beast had not refined one of them, I would have killed it long ago. It would be fine even if it ran for thousands of miles. Now it has escaped death, but the realm of immortals is still around. The old beast has just entered the 12th realm and his realm is not stable. Moreover, he is suppressed by the rules of this world. Now that his natal item has been destroyed and his true body has been pierced with several holes, injuring his primordial spirit, it is not worth mentioning." When the old Taoist mentioned the old ape with the sword on his back, he was full of murderous intent. his majestic spiritual energy seemed to materialize, forming a white mist that lingered in the surroundings like thin streams of water. The old Taoist calmed his mind and the strange phenomenon disappeared. This was actually one of the side effects of the drop-in realm. The trouble is that the old beast suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared along the broken ancient dragon vein. It was most likely a premeditated escape route. The old Taoist pointed to the top of his head. Earlier I fought with that old bastard and then I beat back a big boss from the underworld. Of course, a certain scholarly sage who was in charge of overseeing the canopy above the bronze leaf continent naturally saw it and landed on our peaceful mountain. When he learned of Zhou Xian's death, he flew into a rage and personally went after that white ape. Who would have thought that the old bastard would still hide him? Now let's see if Huang Ting, who has some karma with it, can find some clues. As long as we find it, even if Huang Ting dies in battle, one of the 72 sages in the Confucian temple will be able to kill it with a single strike. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but he hesitated. The old Taoist smiled and said, "This is the worst-case scenario. Huang Ting has always been lucky, and her temperament has been sharpened at the lotus flower-blessed land. With the protection of the two ancient swords, she might have a chance to break through to the next realm by chasing after the white ape." Qin Pingon nodded. The old Taoist wore a mocking smile. "After I dragged her out of the lotus flower-blessed land, I thought she would complain to me for a long time, but she didn't complain at all. She even mentioned you many times along the way, saying that she must find you at the Dragon's Spring of Dali." The old Taoist waved his sleeves. "That's strange. I'm not a talkative person. What I said tonight is equivalent to decades of saliva." Back to the topic, the defensive formation of our peaceful mountain has a long history. It's capable of both offense and defense, comparable to many of the superior sects and orthodox sects in the Central Plains. It's not appropriate for me to teach you the way to refine and operate the formation, as it involves the fortune of the mountains and rivers of the peaceful mountain. However, I have my own defensive formation that I obtained from an ancient immortal's cave abode. It's extremely powerful, so I can sell it to you. However, it's a waste of money. It's expensive to build, and it's a waste of the fortune of the mountains and rivers to maintain the formation. I was planning to give it to Huang Ting as her dowry if she wants to establish her own sect in the Bronze Leaf continent, or if she marries someone and becomes their partner. That way I'll have to fork out half of my coffin." Qin Pingon swallowed his saliva. It had nothing to do with Huang Ting's dowry or the coffin. He was shocked by the old Taoist's words, "A waste of money." Noticing Qin Pingon's hesitation, the old Taoist laughed heartily and joked, "Good plan, good plan. I like it." Before Qin Pingon could figure out the crux of the matter, the old Taoist had already dropped the topic of the defensive formation and reminded him softly, "Qin Pingon, although I don't know what treasure you have with you that can conceal the secrets of the heavens and prevent others from divining your position and fortune, you must cherish such an item. It's truly an item that can only be encountered by chance. There's only one such item in the entire peaceful mountain, and it was left behind by our founding ancestor." Qin Pingon recalled that inconspicuous oil paper umbrella and nodded heavily. He looked at Qin Pingon. The old Taoist was very pleased. Female crown Huang Ting and gentleman Zhou Xian were both young men that the old Taoist could count on one hand. And now Qin Pingon was added to the mix. The old Taoist felt that whether it was the Bronze Leaf continent in the southeast or the vast Howren world, it was better to have one more young man like him. The world was in chaos again. There were still pillars of support. In order to prevent Zhou Xian's ghost from being taken to the Yellow Springs Road by the Mansion of the Dead, the old Taoist had dropped a realm. He knew very well that he would never have the chance to make up for his biggest regret in this lifetime. After the founding ancestor of Peaceful Mountain successfully ascended to the immortal realm, he was given the title of Lord of Heaven by his Taoist orthodoxy. The biggest regret of the old Taoist was that in history, whether it was the Howren world of the Confucian school or the Qingming world of the Taoist school, as long as a Taoist ascended from a perfected cultivator to a heavenly lord, no matter which of the three sects they belonged to, they would be able to invite the sect master to come and hand over a Taoist robe, a Taoist crown and a token. However, Lord of Heaven was the newest heavenly lord of the Howren world, yet he didn't get to see the grand sect master leave the Baek Okekyung building and come to the Howren world. The old heavenly lord didn't dare to speculate, but the people of Peaceful Mountain had been thinking about it. For this reason, the sect master of Peaceful Mountain even went to the northernmost academy of the Taoist school to ask if the Confucian saint who had a statue in the Confucian temple had caused trouble for their sect master. The mountain master of the academy was also a straightforward person. He didn't want to beat around the bush with the sect master of Peaceful Mountain, so he asked with a smile. The other two sect masters might have the same treatment, but with the relationship between the grand sect master of your Taoist school and the Confucian school, who would stop him if he wanted to come to the Howren world? After getting the answer, the old heavenly lord was even more depressed. After thinking about it, he could only think that his realm was high enough, but his grand path was still small, so the grand sect master was purposely beating him up. Before the battle at Peaceful Mountain, the old heavenly lord had thought that if he ascended to the ascendant realm, he would be able to meet the grand sect master. But now it was completely an extravagant hope. There was no more regret. It was inevitable. When the old Taoist was about to leave, Qin Pingon said, "Thank you, old Taoist master." The old Taoist asked with a smile, "Why are you thanking me? Are you talking about Zhou Xian's fallen realm?" The old heavenly lord shook his head. "There's no need. Peaceful Mountain owes him." Qin Pingon said in a deep voice, "Thank you, old Taoist master and Peaceful Mountain. You want me to know that the immortals on the mountain also have a chivalrous heart that treats the human world kindly." The old Taoist was in a good mood. "Well, I didn't expect you to be almost the same as Zhou Xian. You're very good at flattering people." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Those are my sincere words." The old Taoist looked at the young man with a smile. "Sincere flattery. That's what makes people feel good." The old Taoist left in the wind. His little head was leaning against the window, staring at the courtyard in a daze. It was strange that no one in the courier hostel noticed the appearance of Zhou Xian and the old heavenly lord. Only Pei Qian, perhaps by accident, was looking at Qin Pingon in the courtyard in the middle of the night. Qin Pingon looked back at Pei Qian. "Go to sleep." It would have been better if he hadn't said it. As soon as Qin Pingon gave the order, Pei Qian went to get a stool, climbed up the windowsill nimbly, jumped down and landed steadily. Qin Pingon asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Pei Qian said fawningly, "I can't sleep, so I'll talk to you for a while." Qin Pingon waved his hand and said that he wanted to practice the fist stance so he could stay if he wanted. Pei Qian felt sleepy after watching for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He said something to Qin Pingon, then took a deep breath and sprinted toward the windowsill. He jumped high, probably trying to press his hands on the windowsill and then use his legs to push himself up. He thought that he would look cool if he jumped up. In the end, his chin hit the windowsill. He fell backward. Qin Pingon turned his head, unable to look straight at him. Pei Qian sat on the ground and covered his mouth with his hand. He turned his head away, his eyes hazy with tears. Qin Pingon walked over, squatted down and gently took her hand away. He looked at it and asked with a smile, "Are you still trying to act heroic?" Tears fell from the little girl's tanned face. Qin Pingon had to stop smiling and helped her stand up. "There's a little girl about the same age as you. She's also impatient, but she can endure pain better than you. If it were her, she would definitely smile at me and maybe even comfort me not to worry." Qin Pingon added, "But everyone has their own temperament. You don't have to learn from her." The two sat at the stone table. Pei Qian only dared to open his mouth slightly and asked vaguely, "What's her name?" Qin Pingon said, "Her name is Li Baoping. She likes to wear red cotton-padded jackets and calls me little martial uncle." Pei Qian asked again in a low voice, "You like her a lot?" Qin Pingon nodded. Who in the world doesn't like Li Baoping's little martial uncle? He was right. Pei Qian was silent. Qin Pingon asked, "How was it when you saw me practicing my stance?" Pei Qian's face was blank. It wasn't an act. He didn't know why he was asking this. Qin Pingon was also puzzled. "You didn't think of secretly learning?" Pei Qian retorted, "Why would I imitate you and walk around?" She stood up in high spirits, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She pretended to draw her sword and poked around with her 2 fingers. She jumped a few times and even did a set of martial arts. After showing off for a while, she said, "Of course I want to learn the most powerful moves." Qin Pingon didn't think it was funny at all. Instead, his expression was serious. On the main street of Lotus Flower Paradise, Lu Fong was riding on his sword. Qin Pingon's school dragon. and the drum-beating god form that forced Zhou Xian to retreat. It was mixed with some scattered moves of the devil dinging. It wasn't exactly similar. But someone once said if you practice the fist but don't practice the true meaning, you will be laughed at by ghosts and gods. But if you practice the fist and put aside all the moves in one step and practice the true meaning? In Qin Pingan's impression, there was only one person who could do it. Sure enough. Qin Pingan asked a question. What did you see when you stared at Taoist Master Xiao during the day? Pei Qian didn't dare to answer. Qin Pingan said, as long as you don't lie, it doesn't matter what you say. Pei Qian looked around and said softly, I think that Xiao doesn't have good intentions. He's not a good person. Qin Pingan asked a second question. Did you see the old Taoist master tonight? Pei Qian nodded vigorously. Qin Pingan felt helpless. That was the Grand Master of Mount Peace who used the abbot's heaven and earth. Qin Pingan asked again. If you become successful in martial arts in the future and you think someone bullied you, what would you do? Tell me the truth. Pei Qian hesitated. Beat him half to death with one punch? Seeing that Qin Pingan was about to get angry, Pei Qian decided to give up. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said angrily, beat him to death with one punch. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, what if you're wrong? Pei Qian said confidently, I'm by your side every day. How could I make a mistake? Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a straight face, but you'll go out and travel by yourself one day. Pei Qian said resolutely, I won't. Why should I go out alone? There are so many bad guys out there. What if I can't beat them? Also, if I don't bring enough money and starve every day, you'll beat me and scold me if you find out I'm going to steal or rob. What can I do? Right? So I'd better not go out. Qin Pingan asked, what if one day you become so good at martial arts that you're even better than me? Pei Qian frowned and thought about it carefully. She shook her head desperately. I'm lazy. I like to sleep and I'm afraid of pain. It's not like you don't know. There are blisters on the soles of my feet when I walk. When they burst, I cried until my throat was hoarse. When you fight with someone at the inn, you won't cry even if your bones are visible. I can't. When I look down at my arms, I might faint from fright. Sigh, if there's a peerless martial art that can be learned in one night without suffering, then it'll be great. Qin Pingan held back his laughter. You also know that you're lazy, unmotivated, and timid? Pei Qian drooped her head, dejected. Qin Pingan asked, why aren't you saying anything? Pei Qian felt wronged. My chin hurts. Qin Pingan smiled and turned around. He leaned against the stone table and looked at the night sky. Pei Qian imitated him, but she was small, so she could only lean the back of her head against the stone table. Qin Pingan said softly, after the new year you'll be 11, so you have to read more books and learn more principles. There was still a long way to go. It was more tiring than practicing a million punches. But it was good. It was rare for Qin Pingan to talk to Pei Qian. When I was in my hometown I was a little older than you and I never read books. Mr. Qi told me that principles are in books but life is outside of them. Qin Pingan finally murmured, I hope that everyone in the world can meet a Mr. Qi when they're young. Pei Qian was still a little girl who only liked to listen to what she liked. For example, Qin Pingan said that she would be 11 next year. In this world, only Qin Pingan would remember these things. She was 10 this year and 11 next year. The old Taoist of Peace Mountain suddenly stopped and took out the locust wood. Zhong Kuei's ghost appeared and floated down. Above the sea of clouds, Zhong Kuei saw a familiar person standing not far away. It was the Hill Master of the Dafu Academy, his teacher. The Hill Master of the Academy just looked at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei asked in a low voice, Teacher? The Hill Master seemed to not dare to believe the bad news. Even now he couldn't believe what he saw. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't have gone to the roaming green mansion back then, and he shouldn't have let this disciple whom he liked the most go to the peaceful mountain. He should have stayed in the inn in the border town and kept an eye on the nine-tailed fox that had hidden itself. Although the nine-tailed fox was a big demon in the 12th state, her identity was too special and her seniority was too high. Therefore her real name had long been exposed. As long as Zhong Kuei knew the real names of all the ancient big demons in the world, he would have the power to protect himself. No one thought that the sword-bearing white ape of Peace Mountain was the culprit of the escape of the demons in Well Prison. Zhong Kuei couldn't stand the current atmosphere and said loudly, Teacher, it's my duty. Scholars either use their knowledge to educate the common people and support the country, or they use their righteousness to get rid of evil and defend the Tao. The Hill Master was furious. Do I need you to talk to me about these principles? Zhong Kuei kept quiet out of fear. The old Heavenly Lord sighed. If the Academy asks, we, Peace Mountain, will not shirk. The Hill Master didn't treat the old Taoist the same way he treated Zhong Kuei. He said respectfully, my elder brother is angry but he won't ask for punishment. What's wrong with Peace Mountain? When did the Heavenly Lord blame Zhong Kuei for not being able to protect Peace Mountain? Why couldn't he protect that earth immortal? Zhong Kuei added softly, Teacher, the old Taoist is called Liang Su. The Hill Master was about to get angry again. Zhong Kuei shut up immediately. The old Taoist sighed. After this disaster, the Tongyi continent might be a little better, but the Sa continent and the Fuyao continent will be in chaos. The appearance of treasures in the three continents was indeed a demon's plan. The old man whispered, the Academy must protect that youth from the Fuyao sect. If he can see through this. He didn't continue. The Hill Master nodded. Of course. I've already discussed it with the Fuyao sect. That youth will enter the Great Fu Academy to study under an alias. As for whether he will become a Confucian disciple in the future, it's all up to him. The old Taoist smiled. If Ji Hai's disciple in seclusion goes to be a virtuous man, won't the Fuyao sect fight you to the death? The Hill Master sighed when he mentioned the Fuyao sect and the great cultivator Ji Hai. Ji Hai frankly said that he should accept the youth as his disciple and give him that weapon. But when he saw the youth, he couldn't calm down. His cultivation will be hindered and he won't be able to enter the immortal realm for the rest of his life. How will he go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and kill the other 12th realm demons? The old Taoist looked regretful. The Tongyi continent's only immortal Tao companions of the upper 5 realms. They are a rare match made in heaven. It's a pity that Ji Hai's breakthrough will be very difficult. The more stubborn he is, the harder it will be to get rid of his inner demon. The Hill Master smiled bitterly. Some things can be persuaded but some are not. The old Taoist sighed. The difficulty of cultivation was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was just that a long time ago it was said that ascending to the heavens wasn't difficult but cultivating was. Central Plains, at the peak of one of the most majestic mountains. A golden armored deity was holding onto a sword with both hands. His face was covered with a mask, making it impossible to see his face. He stood beside a stone tablet on the peak of the mountain, and an old Confucian scholar was sitting cross-legged on top of the stone tablet. The old man pinched his fingers in his sleeves and slapped his thigh. Great. The golden armored deity's lips twitched. The old man was proud of himself and asked, How is my disciple in seclusion? The golden armored deity, who had been pestered by the old man for a whole month, said impatiently, Good, good, good. Is that good enough? The shabby old man pointed at the deity, who was almost as tall as the huge stone tablet, and laughed. I like your unconvinced attitude the most. Then the old man started to talk about his past achievements. Back then, when I quarreled with others and they lost, they all behaved like you. I felt good. The golden armored deity was one of the 5 righteous deities of the Central Plains. He sneered. Who was the one who suggested letting a poor scholar like you enter the Confucian temple? Tell me, I'll go ask him if he's blind. This was an unsolved case recognized by the Confucians. The old scholar smiled slyly and said, Take a guess. No matter how good great god Zhou Xian's temper was, he would feel irritated if someone nagged him for a whole month. Moreover, this old man was someone who wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. How could there be anything good? He didn't stand on ceremony. Guess your grandpa. The old scholar raised his thumb and pointed at himself. Not my grandpa, it's the founder of our Confucian faction. I wish he was my grandpa. Sigh, what a pity. Great god Zhou Xian, who was known to be unruly, straightened his back and let go of the hilt of his sword. He cupped his fists and bowed to the heaven and earth, as an apology to the holy master. The old scholar continued, You should know that I am a very thin-skinned person. I always like to remind myself that I don't deserve a reward if I haven't done anything for it. But I am talented, I write well and I speak well. Hence, our holy teacher found me and tried to persuade me with kind words. I was very touched. Our holy teacher told me many things that I thought were ordinary. But there was one sentence that I felt touched the bottom of my heart. Since ancient times sages must be true heroes, but heroes may not be sages. When I heard that, I felt that our holy master understood me. Thus I made a small request to this founder. Great God Zhou Xian said in a deep voice, I don't want to hear it. Shut up. The old scholar lamented. Why can't you tell the good from the bad? Great God Zhou Xian sneered. If I could tell the good from the bad, would I let you go up the mountain? The old scholar rubbed his chin. He felt that he wasn't in the right in this matter. He immediately changed his words. That old bull of the Eastern Sea doesn't have a likable personality. But he's still a decent person. He's generous and doesn't embarrass himself. I know that he gave that kid a good thing. Even though it doesn't help his cultivation, there's nothing better than a coincidence in this world. Can help conceal the secrets of heaven. It's even better than Alliance's broken bamboo hat. Just based on this gift, I won't argue with him about the dirty things he did in the lotus flower-blessed land. Great God Zhou Xian said sarcastically, even if you want to arm wrestle with him, can you? The old scholar said earnestly, we scholars still have to compete with others in terms of reasoning. Fighting, killing and piercing through the sky isn't considered true ability. For the first time, Great God Zhou Xian didn't refute. The old scholar held his hands in his sleeves. The astral wind on the peak of Zhou Xian raged. Even Great God Zhou Xian's golden armor had ripples of talisman. But the old scholar's sleeves and hair didn't flutter at all. The old scholar said softly, it's hard for a saint to die, but it's hard for a gentleman to live. Among the 100 schools of thought, only we Confucians don't pay attention to Taoist protectors. The academies are the greatest Taoist protectors of the world's scholars. In the vast world, the 3 major academies and 72 academies all have such gentlemen who died before they became saints. I feel that these gentlemen who aren't smart enough are the backbone of our world. At this point, the old scholar was suddenly at a loss for words. He turned his head and shouted, Blockhead, think of an explanation. Great God Zhou Xian said indifferently, indomitable spirit. The old scholar slapped his thigh again. Good. Great God Zhou Xian said coldly, you've never been a proper Confucian gentleman. The old scholar was silent. In the Confucian temple, a sage walked out from his clay statue. His altar was extremely high and his statue was very close to the supreme sage. He was even holding the hand of a young man who followed him to the vast world from another world. After bringing the young man over the threshold, the sage turned around and glanced at the empty statue. He smiled at the young man and said, if you have the chance in the future, you can compete with someone. 352. The last sentence at the end of the chapter is a comment from a reader in the circle. It is really well written. After the old Lord of Heaven and Zhong Kuei left, nothing happened that night. Pei Qian, who was fighting to keep his eyes open, carried Qin Pingon to the windowsill and let him go back to sleep. Qin Pingon stayed alone in the courtyard. He didn't practice his stances or swordsmanship. He sat at the stone table and thought about his future plans. Occasionally he would be absent-minded and look up at the night sky. He heard from Zhong Kuei that among the saints of the Confucian temple, except for some who went to explore new territories and find new paradises, the rest of the saints would stay in the sky above the vast continents, lakes and seas, overlooking the mortal world. In their eyes, the great cultivators of the mortal world, whether they were on the mountain or below the mountain, were like fireflies floating in the summer night. The strength of the light depended on the level of the immortals on the land. Therefore, in the Battle of Mount Taiping he fought with all his might with the white ape. He no longer concealed his aura. In the eyes of the sages above the Tongye continent, they were like 2 balls of light that suddenly exploded. Therefore, the sages came down to prevent the great cultivators with supernatural powers from being unreasonable or fighting out of personal anger. If they were to lose their scruples, they would destroy the mountains and rivers and cause suffering to the common people. Most of the time, Qin Pingon closed his eyes and rested, silently reciting the immortal formula on the jade slip of the azure Turing mansion. After reading it 100 times, the meaning would be revealed. All the methods in the world could not be separated from the origin. At dawn, Qin Pingon opened his eyes and heard the footsteps of the old General Yao Zhen outside the courtyard. He stopped at the entrance of the courtyard as if he was hesitating whether to knock or not. Qin Pingon got up to open the door. Yao Zhen smiled and said, "You are indeed a master of martial arts. You can distinguish people by listening to their footsteps. Qin Pingan asked, "Shall we take a walk in the garden of the post house to relax?" Yao Zhen walked side by side with Qin Pingan and said slowly, "The reason why I didn't follow you to visit the place where the ancient immortal ascended on the crane yesterday was that I received news that the secret envoy of the Mirage City was coming to the post house. Therefore I had to wait. We waited until the second watch in the evening before the VIP arrived. Guess who it is?" Since he was asking about Qin Pingan, he was definitely not a person from Mirage City that had nothing to do with him. Qin Pingan's eyes flashed as he replied, "Duke Shen Gao Shizhen." Yao Zhen gave him a thumbs up and nodded. "That's the High Duke. Those who came did not come with good intentions, and those with good intentions did not come." Since Duke Shen was appointed as a secret envoy to Riding Crane City before the Yao family's troops entered the Mirage City, it meant that in the emperor's heart, Duke Shen was more important than the future minister of war Yao Zhen. As for whether the Lu family's emperor had given him orders before Duke Shen left the capital, Qin Pingan had never seen the emperor, so he couldn't guess. Therefore, Duke Shen's secret entry into Riding Crane City's post house was no different from an enormous display of strength to the old general. It was not easy to live in the capital. Even if you were Yao Zhen, you were still an outsider from the border. Qin Pingan benefited a lot from the long trip to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, where he accompanied the old Taoist of Donghai to observe the Tao. Perhaps it was only until the moment he left the Lotus Flower Blessed Land that the last bit of dirt on his trousers was shaken off. Yao Zhen slowly said, "In the Great Spring Dynasty, there are a total of 10 dukes with different surnames. The Lu family has been established for 200 years, and after many ups and downs, only Duke Shen's mansion is left. The old Duke Shen Guogong's reputation was very good, and he was a fair person. Twice he took the risk of having the Duke Shen Guogong's horizontal inscribed board taken down, and separately he protected a group of high-ranking officials and a military general from the border. Therefore, in the imperial court, whether civil or military, everyone cherished the incense burning of these two Duke Shen Guogong. The current Duke Shen Guogong, Gao Shizhen, kept a low profile and did not like to be in the limelight too much. However, when he was young he had close contact with that secret residence. Looking back, this Duke Shen Guogong was not simple. That's why Gao Shi has the ability to do whatever he wants in the Mirage City." Qin Pingan suddenly interrupted, "Gao Shi is domineering and has annoyed all kinds of influential people. This may be a way for the Duke Shen's mansion to tarnish their reputation. The two generations of Duke Shen have each used their own ability to obtain benefits that the officials don't even dare to think about. If Gao Shi doesn't do anything, the Duke Shen's mansion may end up in the same situation as the Yao family's border army." Yao Zhen's expression was strange, and he once again gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up. "It's similar to my granddaughter's opinion." However, Yao Zhen patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. "However, this opinion was said by our Jinji when she was 14 years old." Qin Pingan laughed inwardly. "Why did you, old General Yao, want to compete with me?" But his mouth still echoed, "Miss Jinji has an orchid heart and a pure mind. She is an expert in all sorts of studies. Naturally, I am far from her." A smile bloomed on Yao Zhen's weathered face, and the haze in his heart was swept away. As for what Duke Shen and Gao Shizhen talked about when they arrived at the post house, Yao Zhen, as a subject of the Lu family, would naturally not reveal anything. However, if the Duke Shen and Mirage City wanted to deal with his little benefactor, Yao Zhen didn't mind dying again. In any case, his old life was returned to Qin Pingan, and the Yao family had profited. After all, the Yao family's cavalry could be considered to have completely escaped from this storm. This was the conclusion that his granddaughter had reached after sending Gao Shizhen out of the city last night and returning to the post house to talk with Yao Jinji. When Yao Zhen entered the capital, the Mirage City would have a grand ceremony to welcome him. The reputation of the Yao family's cavalry would be promoted by layers of officials and spread throughout the court. The garden of the post house was extremely famous. Under the efforts of scholars, poets, and demoted officials, it had the reputation of the beauty of the mountains and lakes, the elegance of the pavilions. The kings of the capital cannot compare. Under the shade of the trees, under a small bridge with flowing water, the two walked onto a wooden arch bridge. Qin Pingan's familiarity with the structure of the bridge was probably no less than an official from the Ministry of Works. Qin Pingan walked on the bridge, his footsteps sometimes light and sometimes heavy. He reached out his hand and lightly tapped on the railing. Yao Zhen only treated it as a hobby and didn't ask about it out of curiosity. The Yao family's troops would leave the day after tomorrow. Tonight there was a banquet hosted by the provincial governor. Tomorrow the governor would privately invite the old general Yao Zhen, so they could still play around in Crane City for 2 more days. Qin Pingon remained in the courtyard to cultivate. The speed of his advancement in the martial path had far exceeded his expectations when he left the inverted mountain. There was no need to rush and it couldn't be rushed. As for the matter of rebuilding the longevity bridge, there was a hint of urgency to it. In his 2 visualizations, one at the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land and the other at the Burial River, the golden bridge had successfully appeared in the floating river. Each time it was more stable than the last. This was especially the second time he had crossed the Burial River. Qin Pingon already had the confidence to cross it. However, as soon as he thought about the longevity bridge and the need to refine the 5 elements magic treasures as objects to guard his home, Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. With the incantations from the water goddess, Qin Pingon had to immediately begin his preparations. This meant that Qin Pingon would have to refine as many as 5 life-bound items. Otherwise, once the longevity bridge was built, it would be equivalent to a dead end. Unless he abandoned his martial cultivation, once the longevity bridge was built, the spiritual energy would flow in like seawater. The consequences would be unimaginable. However, if his chi dwelling possessed 5 lake-shaped immortal mansions, he would be able to accumulate the spiritual energy of the world. At the same time, it wouldn't affect his pure Xianxia too much as he patrolled the surroundings. Both sides would generally be able to mind their own business. This mysterious state was like a Qin Pingon who traveled the world with his fists, and a Qin Pingon who cultivated in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. While Qin Pingon was walking, he thought to himself, the water word seal that Mr. Qi gave me must be refined into a life-bound item. In this way it will be linked to my life. Even if it is broken like the mountain word seal, as long as I don't die, it will still faintly appear in my chi dwelling. Even if it no longer has any power, I will still have a memory. In this life, as long as I want to see it, I will be able to see it. Furthermore, Lady Water God's immortal Dharma art mentioned the matter of refining water the most. As for the ancient jade slip that can nourish the body and spirit, it is most likely related to the water element. However, I don't know its specific rank and background. I still have to ask Wei Pai. It's a pity that the golden robe isn't part of the 5 elements. Otherwise, its rank would be high enough and it would be suitable for refining. I wouldn't have to wear it all the time. The nascent soul stage Earth immortals would immediately see through it. So it's really a pity. When I was talking about the sequence of knowledge in the Bio Mansion, I had a feeling that the golden script gallbladder of the city god of Tsai Nation, Shinwen, could be refined into the gold element of the 5 elements. Moreover, studying is the same as the fist art and sword art. It is a lifelong effort. The earth element of the 5 elements that I entrusted to the Taoist child talked about the earth element of the 5 mountains of Dali. Now that the Dali Iron Cavalry is heading south, the flames of war are raging. Could it be that the Song clan can really take over half of the entire Aquarius continent? If that's the case, the earth element of the 5 mountains of the Dali dynasty is indeed valuable. It seems that the next time I return to Longquan, I will still have to trouble Wei Pai, who is already the god of the North Mountains of Dali. Qin Pingon, who was dressed in a white robe, forgot himself as he punched. It was exceptionally smooth. He was no longer a kiln worker's apprentice who was old-fashioned and crafty like a regular script. He was now like a master's unconventional writing. The essence of it was to be able to endure hardships and grasp the fortune. The 4 people in the picture all had their own quirks. Recently, Wei Xian had taken a liking to eating. Hanging on his waist were 2 small bags filled with food that he bought from various shops. Lu Baixiang liked all kinds of elegant things. He liked to hold a few chess pieces in his hands. When he took a walk, the chess pieces would rub against each other. His palms would produce a slight squeaking sound. Zhou Xian did not like to be restrained. For example, he felt that it was troublesome to wear boots and socks. He bought a pair of straw sandals from somewhere in Crane Riding City and changed into a light yellow hemp robe. Furthermore, no matter which town they stopped at, Zhou Xian would buy a few novels about supernatural beings and demons, or novels about scholars and beauties. Whenever he had free time, he would flip through the books to pass the time. Other than comprehending the sword every day, Sui Yu did not seem to have any other hobbies. This was his biggest quirk. When Qin Pingon finished practicing, he returned to the house. Today Zhou Xian was basking in the early winter sun in the courtyard, reading an erotic novel about a scholar and a beauty. The young man Yao Xianji came to visit to ask for guidance on fist techniques. Lu Baixiang was playing chess with Yao Jinji. After Sui Yu went to the small mountain, his aura changed slightly. He went into seclusion again, holding his sword horizontally across his knees. He would often pull his sword out of its sheath and then pull it back. Pei Qian was someone who was unwilling to stop playing chess. After watching Lu Baixiang and Yao Jinji play chess for a while, she felt bored and went back to her room to grab the mountain walking staff. Next to Wei Xian and Yao Xianji, she waved her signature crazy demon staff technique. Wei Xian had Yao Xianji practice a fist stance first. He looked at Pei Qian for a long time without saying anything. The little girl held the mountain staff in a disorderly manner. Sometimes she would accidentally hit herself. It was worthy of being called a tyrannical style that killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 men. Yao Jinji, who was practicing his stance, rolled his eyes. Wei Xian did not seem to think that the charcoal girl was childish. Pei Qian gasped for breath. She bent over and held the mountain staff with both hands. She asked, "Old Wei, how is my talent in martial arts? Is it 1 in 10,000? Tomorrow? Forget it. Next year, can I become a peerless expert like my father? Can I beat 10 of you with one hand?" Wei Xian did not answer her question. In the martial arts world, it is said that practicing the spear takes years. If you really want your staff technique to improve by leaps and bounds, I have 2 suggestions. The first is to go to the rape fields and use your staff like a dragon. After a long time you will have an invincible aura. The second is to poke a hornet's nest. When you are in danger you will have an aura that is not afraid of death. Pei Qian saw that Wei Xian was sincere. After thinking for a while she asked, "You're not lying to me?" Wei Xian said indifferently, "If you don't believe me then forget it." Lu Baixiang, who had his back to the courtyard, smiled. Zhou Xian, who was reading a book with his back bent, had just dipped his finger in his saliva and turned a page. However, the previous page was about the love between a man and a woman. It was too erotic, so he couldn't help but turn it back and admire it again. Pei Qian suddenly shook his head and sighed. With a pitiful gaze he said, "Old Wei, can't you see that what I practice is not staff techniques but swordsmanship?" Wei Xian pretended to be surprised, but there was no sincerity in it. Pei Qian flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Old Wei, if you continue to be so boring, the friendship between us will be gone." The corner of Wei Xian's mouth twitched. He seemed to be taking pleasure in Pei Qian's misfortune. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Pei Qian threw away the mountain walking staff and hurriedly covered his mouth. As expected, Qin Pingan's voice sounded, "Go back to your room and copy 500 words." Nowadays, in addition to memorizing books, Pei Qian was also asked to copy books by Qin Pingan. Every time Pei Qian clenched his teeth and copied books, he wished he could give himself 2 slaps. Why did he have to ask that flowery ghost from the Bayou Mansion for a pen and paper? In the end, Qin Pingan said that since he had his own pen he should start practicing calligraphy every day. It wasn't much, just 500 words. However, if any word was too sloppy or crooked, it wouldn't be included in the 500 and would have to be replaced. Pei Qian even had the thought of dying. How many days had it been since he had last lived a carefree life? Pei Qian puffed up his cheeks like a big meat bun. He picked up the mountain walking staff and obediently went back to his room to copy books. At this moment the courtyard was filled with joy and harmony. 100 miles away from Riding Crane City, within the jurisdiction of a small mountain temple, because the annual incense money was too much, the mountain god's residence was built like an immortal's residence. In these 2 days the residence was filled with guests, bringing light to the humble dwelling. The little mountain god personally served as a servant, serving tea and water, attentively serving those nobles. The first to arrive here was a genuine immortal from the mountain, accompanied by 2 young female cultivators who were as beautiful as fairies. The master of the Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanliang, was a famous nascent soul stage earth immortal. The Golden Peak Monastery was located in a beautiful place in the northern part of the Tongyi continent. With such a great background, not to mention this kind of mediocre mountain god temple, even the emperor of the Great Spring Dynasty might not necessarily be able to invite this old immortal master to come. At first, the mountain god was so scared that the golden body of the temple almost became unstable. However, after receiving the decree personally issued by Du Hanliang, he said that he was only borrowing this place to entertain a friend and that he would return the favor after the matter was settled. The mountain god immediately felt at ease. Old immortal Du would not play tricks on him. A small mountain god like him was not worthy. Soon after, an old official with an air of nobility and a few retainers came. They were all Qi refinement warriors who had achieved success in their cultivation. Then a young Taoist priest with a jade-like face quietly climbed the mountain, followed by a pair of master and disciple. The old man's realm was not high and he was seriously injured. The disciple was a tall young man with a simple and honest appearance. Finally, the immediate superior of the little mountain god appeared in the middle of the night. It was the Lord Xingwang of the provincial city's Xingwang Pavilion. His official position was similar to the provincial governor in the world of the living. He was in charge of all the Xingwang temples in a province. As for the civil and martial temples, they were an exception. They were directly under the ministry of rights of a country. The two temples and the Xingwang temple had never interfered with each other. As for who was higher in rank, who was more powerful, who was in charge of the affairs in an emergency, there were different situations in different places. The master of the Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanliang, the Great Spring Duke, Gao Shizhen, and the Lord Xingwang of Riding Crane City. In addition, there was Xiao Yuan Ran, who was both a disciple of the Golden Peak Temple and a consecrator of the Great Spring Lu clan. The winter day was warm and the scenery was pleasant. The four of them gathered at a viewing pavilion on the top of the mountain. The mountain god stood far away waiting for orders. At the pavilion they were chatting happily. After Duke Xin Gao Shizhen went down the mountain, he returned to the Great Springs capital, Mirage City. He was no longer depressed and gloomy like he was on the way. Lord Xingwang quietly returned to the tallest building in the city, the Xingwang Pavilion. He stared at the post house with a cold gaze and a mocking smile. Du Hanliang stayed on the mountain for one more day. Before he left, he summoned his disciple, Taoist Baozhen Yin Miaofeng, and his grand disciple Xiao Yuan Ran. The master and disciple were now in the Dragon Gate realm. Therefore they could not stay in Mirage City as first-class consecrators. Instead, they were stationed at the border to monitor the Yao family's cavalry for the Great Spring Lu clan. In addition to giving Xiao Yuan Ran an important treasure of the sect in advance, it could be considered as giving Xiao Yuan Ran the reward of entering the Golden Core realm in advance. The Earth Immortal Du Hanliang also told him a secret. Xiao Yuan Ran, who had a calm temperament, could not hide his joy. Yin Miaofeng was grinning from ear to ear. He stood up and thanked his master respectfully on behalf of his disciple. Du Hanliang praised Xiao Yuan Ran a few words and then flew to the north to return to the Golden Peak Temple. Before he left, he did not forget to give the mountain god a good quality spiritual weapon. The mountain god was naturally grateful. After old immortal Du flew away, he knelt on the top of the mountain and kowtowed, thanking him from afar. In fact, the mountain god's almost humble and flattering etiquette seemed exaggerated. In fact, it was no wonder that the mountain god had no strength of character. The spiritual weapon was not the most important thing. To be able to climb up the Golden Peak Temple and get to know a nascent soul realm Earth Immortal was the biggest blessing of the mountain god's small temple. From now on, how could the evaluation of Lord Xingwang in Riding Crane City be bad? The young Taoist Xiao Yuan Ran and his disciples stayed on the mountain to recuperate. The old Taoist Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuan Ran did not enter the city at the same time. They returned to the city's post house one after the other. In a quiet house on the mountain, the tall teenager who broke into the martial temple to borrow a knife had a complicated expression. He sat on the beautiful stool next to the sickbed. His hands were clenched into fists, as if he was thinking about a problem that he could not figure out. His master was lying on the bed, recuperating. Although his injuries were not light, it was already an extravagant hope for him to fight and slay demons. However, it was not difficult for him to walk on the ground. The old man's face was slightly pale, but his spirit was very good. His eyes were bright and he turned to look at his only disciple. It is difficult to accept a good disciple, but it is also difficult for the disciple to cultivate smoothly. It is not as simple as taking care of the children in the family. I have no children and you are my only disciple. Moreover, your talent is much better than mine. If I do not plan for your future as your master, I will not die in peace. The old man smiled and said, I've already explained the reason and the process to you. As for how Master knew about the Golden Peak Temple and why you met Spiritual Master Xiao just now, don't ask too much. From today onwards, just focus on cultivating diligently. Old Immortal Du personally helped you break the bottleneck, allowing you to enter the middle 5 realms. You must remember this kindness in your heart. To put it bluntly, the Golden Peak Temple is a big immortal's cave. Even if you sincerely want to repay the kindness, do they need it? However, you still have to have this intention. Otherwise, you will not be qualified to be a dog of the Golden Peak Temple. The tall teenager's eyes were moist. He lowered his head and said, I am useless. I have wronged you, Master. The old man sighed and stretched out his finger to point at the blockhead. You still haven't been enlightened. Forget it. If not, I wouldn't have only accepted you as my disciple. To be honest, even if I had seen Immortal Xiao Zhao's amazing aptitude earlier, I might not have dared to accept him as my disciple. Once he encounters the wind and clouds, how can I, a practitioner of the viewing sea realm, control him? The tall teenager was still competitive. Master, I also have some hope of entering the Dragon Gate realm at such a young age. The old man laughed and scolded, Idiot! Go out and cultivate. I have to be injured. I don't want to play the lute to a cow. Oh, the tall youth said, stood up and left. When the teenager walked to the door, the old cultivator comforted him softly. On the road of cultivation, some grievances are inevitable. I am afraid that you can only accumulate grievances for a lifetime. Therefore you must go higher and further than your master. You can let yourself suffer less grievances. The mountain temple and viewing pavilion here are not high. It is also not far from the Tongyi continent to the Great Quan dynasty. In this world, the gods are only at higher places. The tall teenager turned his head and nodded, I will remember. The old cultivator smiled. If it is possible, when your realm is high in the future, there will be a day when you can be on equal footing with someone like old Immortal Du at that time. Remember to treat the ordinary people at the foot of the mountain better. The teenager who had been unhappy all this time smiled brightly at this moment. He followed his heart and nodded vigorously. The old man laughed. You are really an idiot. The day before leaving for the Mirage City, someone came to visit Qin Pingan. It was a young Taoist wearing a Taoist robe and a hibiscus crown. He was travel-worn and was drinking a bowl of herbal tea in Qin Pingan's room. He said that he was the closest to the riding crane city. Fortunately, he received a decree from his ancestor to send something to Qin Pingan. The young Taoist from the Peace Mountain carefully took out a jade plate. After putting the jade plate on the table, he explained the origin of the jade plate to Qin Pingan. The young Taoist said bluntly, My ancestor asked me to tell you that young Master Qin does not need to worry that the Peace Mountain will do something to the jade plate and leak your whereabouts, which will be known by us. The restriction on the jade plate has been removed by my ancestor. Young Master Qin is just an object made of good material. Of course, it has a special meaning to outsiders. Therefore, I hope that before you leave the Tongyi continent, young Master Qin can be a little troublesome and hang it on your waist every day. Qin Pingan stood up and thanked him. The Taoist of the Peace Mountain quickly stood up and bowed back. Qin Pingan put away the jade plate and hung it on his waist, one on the left and one on the right of the blade's strengthening gourd. They sent the young Taoist who announced his name and walked into the post house to the gate. The Peace Mountain did this with good intentions. The jade plate on Qin Pingan's waist was a direct disciple of the Peace Mountain Ancestral Master Hall. The words, Peace Mountain cultivates me, and Ancestral Master Hall continues incense, were engraved on both sides. Even the golden core and nascent soul earth immortals of the Peace Mountain might not be able to hang it, because it had nothing to do with cultivation and age. In the entire Peace Mountain there were only 5 or 6 people who wore the jade plate. The oldest one was already 300 years old. He was in charge of the Taoist book collection in the Peace Mountain. He was only in the Dragon Gate realm. The youngest one was a 7 or 8-year-old Taoist child. He was very talented. But the most famous one was definitely the female Taoist Huang Ting, who went down the mountain alone with a sword. Therefore, from this moment on, Qin Pingan's protective talisman in the Tongyi continent was the entire Peace Mountain. And the ancestral master of the Peace Mountain, the old heavenly lord, had just performed an impressive immortal divine power. The golden body Dharma form appeared, holding the bright moon mirror and riding the immortal sword to kill the enemy from 10,000 miles away. At this moment, who would dare to provoke the Peace Mountain? Qin Pingon felt very emotional and walked back to the courtyard. He was wearing a white robe with a jade hairpin in his hair and a jade plate hanging on his waist. The official of the post house saw Qin Pingon on the way and thought that he was a scholar. The Yao family's team set off for the Mirage City in the early morning. The closer they were to the famous ferry in the Mirage City, the closer it was to the departure time of Qin Pingon and the Yao family's team. One evening, the Yao family stayed at the last post house for this trip. The post house was simple and unadorned. It was very different from the post house in the Riding Crane City that was surrounded by gardens. Walking along the official road outside the post house for more than 10 miles, there was a Zhaoping Peak. Although it was not high, it was like an unsheathed sword. It was very suitable for watching the sunrise and sunset. It was a famous place in the capital. High officials and nobles often stayed at the top of the mountain to watch the sunrise of the Eastern Sea and the Reflection Mountain. Weina's maid? Pi Yaozhen insisted on dragging Qin Pingon to the Zhaoping Peak. Other than San Yao, he did not allow any other cultivators to follow. In the end, only the old general San Yao, Qin Pingon and Pei Qian went to the Zhaoping Peak and stayed at one of the inns on the top of the mountain. Behind the inns was a cliff facing the east. It was the best place to enjoy the scenery of the 6 inns on the Zhaoping Peak. The group took the fine wine and supper from the inns and placed them on the table. They first admired the moon and then the sunrise. The young Yao Xianxia accompanied Pei Qian, who was holding the mountain walking staff, to fool around. The two of them were busy, comparing notes on martial arts. The young Yao Lingji walked alone to the railing of the cliff and gazed towards the south. She seemed a little sad. The old general vowed that he would stay up until sunrise. However, after drinking 2 pots of wine, he was drunk before he could make Qin Pingon drunk. Yao Jinji and Yao Lingji could only support their grandfather back to the inns. Pei Qian and Yao Xianji were in good spirits. They would definitely be able to wait until sunrise. Qin Pingon sat alone at the table. He took the mountain walking staff that Pei Qian had thrown to the side and drew circles on the ground beside his feet in boredom. A small circle, a big circle, an even bigger circle, and then an even bigger circle. Layer by layer, the circles wound around each other. Qin Pingon's mind was immersed in it. Yao Jinji was already standing behind Qin Pingon. After watching for a long time, she asked, "Why aren't you continuing to draw?" Qin Pingon put away the mountain walking staff and leaned against the stone table. He smiled and said, "I can only draw up to here." Yao Jinji sat down and poured herself a cup of wine. After entering the inns, she took off her veiled hat. As she drank, her face was wrinkled. It seemed that the wine was very difficult to swallow. After drinking, she glanced at the ground and said, "It is very difficult to continue drawing. I'm guessing that even a Confucian gentleman wouldn't be able to continue." Qin Pingon shook his head and didn't say anything. He only looked at the railing of the cliff. Yao Xianji and Pei Qian, one adult and one child, were sneakily discussing something. Yao Jinji smiled and asked, "You're not going to ask me if I really know what you're drawing or if I'm just pretending?" Qin Pingon said softly, "Miss Yao probably knows." Yao Jinji hesitated for a moment, but still poured herself a cup of wine. She drank it in one gulp. Her face was crimson and became more dazzling. She slowly said, "Between you and me, between the sects, between countries, between continents, between literary lineages, between the 3 sects, between hundreds of schools of knowledge. Between the world and the world, between the human race and the demon race. You, Qin Pingon, are thinking about the principles you know. How many circles can the word, principles, contain? Then you will go around the outermost circle until you determine the boundary of the next circle. Then you will cross it and continue to walk. Only in this way can you walk with a clear conscience. Although it will be very tiring to deal with people, your heart will not be tired at all. Therefore, as long as you use your fists and sword, you can go forward with indomitable will. Only you, Qin Pingon, are qualified to speak to the gentlemen of the academy in the inn and ask your conscience." Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the girl. He nodded and said, "Miss Yao, you're one of the smartest people I've ever met." This was the truth. If he didn't say, "one of the smartest," it would be boasting against his heart. After all, not to mention others, just his own disciple Cui Dongshan was not comparable to Yao Jinji now. Yao Jinji had probably drunk 2 cups of wine and was not very strong. In her words and expression, there was a different kind of flirtatious feeling. She stared at Qin Pingon and asked softly, In your eyes is there only intelligence? Qin Pingon was stunned and scratched his head. Miss Yao, I have a girl I like. Yao Jinji covered her mouth and smiled. He was not angry at all. Instead she asked, is she beautiful? All of a sudden, Qin Pingon was in high spirits and said without hesitation, all the beautiful mountains and beautiful rivers in the world added together are not as beautiful as her. Yao Jinji didn't seem to have any grudges. She smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. After sitting with Qin Pingon for half an hour and chatting about the local customs of Mirage City, she got up and left. After turning around, this beautiful girl walked to the inn, her eyes dark and gloomy. Qin Pingon didn't turn his head. He always put his elbows on the table and smiled at the distant moon. His eyes were gentle as if he was looking at a girl and couldn't tolerate any more beauty in the world. The girl he liked was both a cinnabar mole in his heart and a bright moonlight. 353. In the end, only Qin Pingon, Pei Qian and Yao Xinji saw the sunshine screen peak. Pei Qian's eyes were wide open. He leaned on the railing and stared at the sun. It was as if he had seen a huge piece of gold and wanted to put it in his pocket. Yao Xinji was stunned for a moment and didn't look much. After all, he had seen it countless times. The moon's surging river and the stars hanging over the plains in his hometown weren't inferior to this sunrise. This genius youth was a little surprised. Why didn't Pei Qian's eyes hurt after staring at the sun for so long? Qin Pingon lightly jumped and sat on the railing. Yao Xinji had wanted to do this for a long time, but last night his grandfather and sister were present, so he didn't dare to be rash. Later, Qin Pingon, who he admired the most, was sitting at the stone table, so he was embarrassed. Now that Qin Pingon took the lead, Yao Xinji hurriedly followed and accompanied Qin Pingon to look at the East Sea. It was as if their mental state had opened up and they were filled with longing and hope for their future life in Mirage City. When they went down the mountain, the old general's face was full of annoyance. He complained that Qin Pingon was not kind. Before sunrise, Qin Pingon didn't even greet him. He missed the magnificent scenery and walked so much up the mountain in vain. Qin Pingon ignored Yao Zhen. Yao Jinji said, "Grandfather, I made an exception and allowed you to drink last night. Are you still not satisfied?" The old general immediately stopped. Whether it was Yao Zhen or Yao Xinji, they were the closest to Qin Pingon. They knew that they would have to say goodbye to him soon. When they were about to leave, there were other worries in their hearts. It's just that the old and the young were both warriors and generals who were used to drinking the wind and sand of the battlefield. They were a little worried about parting, but they could just relax. In the future they would have the opportunity to meet again to drink wine. Imitating that young lady's pretentious act would be laughable. Finally, they arrived at the Peach Leaf Ferry outside Mirage City. The Yao family stopped the carriage. Qin Pingon was carrying the bamboo box. The saber-wielding girl, Yao Lingji, cupped her fists and thanked Qin Pingon. "Young Master Qin, I wish you a smooth journey to the north. I wish you the best of luck." Qin Pingon nodded with a smile and reminded her, "You can't be impatient when it comes to martial arts. The more talented you are, the more you can't just focus on breaking through to the next realm. Fist techniques are all about being able to retract and release freely. If you want your body to be light and your fist intent to be heavy, you have to have a good foundation. Dripping water can penetrate a stone, and the stone is a great enemy. This dripping water is the true meaning of your martial arts. Miss Lingji, as long as you can settle down, you will definitely be able to achieve great things." Yao Lingji snorted coldly, but there was a smile in his eyes as he said, "You're not much older than me, but you act like an old man." The girl shook her head and left. Yao Zhen didn't say much and only said, "Take care." The bamboo brush holder engraved with a sage's essay had been carefully put away by the old man. He had made up his mind to keep it as a family heirloom. Yesterday, Yao Xianji had shamelessly asked Qin Pingon for a copy of his calligraphy, treating it as the world's #1 treasure. Today the young man did not say much. He only said that he hoped that young Master Qin would come to Mirage City in the future. Yao Jinji, who was wearing a veil hat, unexpectedly said that he wanted to walk with Qin Pingon alone on the Peach Leaf Crossing. Yao Xianji whistled and was hit on the waist by Yao Lingji. The young man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Yao Jinji's eyes were sharp. He saw the jade token on Qin Pingon's waist. It was slightly different from before. It was flipped over. Before leaving Riding Crane City and arriving at the Peach Leaf Crossing, Qin Pingan's jade token only showed the side, ancestral hall continues incense. Today, it showed the 6 ancient words, Taiping Mountain cultivates me. Yao Jinji's thoughts moved slightly. He looked deeply at the young man who came from Beijing country to the capital of Great Spring. He said some polite words. There was nothing special about it, but it made people feel that her feelings were sincere. It was especially moving. However, Qin Pingan did not appreciate her kindness. Only the two of them knew the meaning behind it. In the end, Yao Jinji casually talked to Qin Pingan about the origin of the Zhi in the name of the Yao family. It turned out that there was a fortune teller who wandered the border in the early years. Unfortunately, he encountered a war and was saved by his grandfather Yao Zhen. Then he did a divination for the Yao family. In the divination he mentioned that among the ancestors of the Yao family, there was an extraordinary person. The Zhi character was that person's natal character. Moreover, it was naturally compatible with Yao Zhen's grandchildren. As long as everyone had the Zhi character, they could benefit from the glory of their ancestors. They could help to hide the wind and gather water. Maybe one of the juniors could rely on the protection of their ancestors and have an unimaginable future. Yao Zhen did not think too much about it. He just thought that it was a good idea. Therefore, he added the Zhi character to the names of Yao Jinji and the other children. In the Yao family there were more than 20 people. Everyone had the Zhi character. Yao Zhen was not biased. Among them, the 3 Yao family members by Yao Zhen's side were the most outstanding. After Qin Pingan heard this, he seemed to have understood something. Yao Jinji finally gave Qin Pingan a curtsy, graceful and charming. Qin Pingan cupped his fists in return. After hesitating for a moment, he said sincerely, Miss Jinji, in Mirage City, other than helping the old general to come up with plans and strategies and guarding against all kinds of villains, you also have to pay attention to your own safety. I'll say something offensive, but if in the future you encounter a hurdle that Miss Yao thinks you can't overcome, you might as well ask the old general and let him make the decision. You don't have to take everything to heart and bear it alone. For the first time, Yao Jinji took off her veil hat and smiled sweetly. However, she did not say anything. She just looked at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan cupped his fists in farewell again. Yao Jinji was a lady from a big family, but she also cupped her fists in the same manner as the people of Jianghu. Her pair of watery eyes were filled with a strange brilliance. She said in a clear voice, "The green mountain does not change, the green water flows forever." Qin Pingan could only follow and say, "We'll meet again someday." Yao Jinji had not drunk the wine, but her cheeks were already pink. In the distance, Zhou Xian said with a smile, "It's hard to bear the kindness of a beauty. Immerse eyes are the most attractive." Sui Yu stood with his sword on his back, ignoring them. Qin Pingan returned to his side. Pei Qian carried a bag and held a walking stick. For the rest of the journey, there were no more carriages to sit in. However, she was eager to try. What was there to be afraid of? Otherwise, wouldn't the calluses on the soles of her feet be in vain? Qin Pingan waved goodbye to the Yao family's group. Yao Xianji, who was riding a horse, raised her butt high and waved back at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan and his group continued to head north. He sighed softly, "It's a pity that it didn't snow heavily. Otherwise we could climb Zhaoping Peak again and see what kind of paradise Mirage City is." Pei Qian smiled and said, "Then shall we wait until it snows?" For the past 2 days she had been by Yao Jinji's side all day long. She kept calling her fairy sister, and tried her best to please the beautiful woman who didn't dare to show her face in her heart. After that, Yao Jinji indeed gave her a parting gift. It was placed in a small wooden box with many treasures. Inside it were a few pieces of antiques from the previous dynasty that she had painstakingly collected. There was also a simple wooden carved Ganoderma. Together with the others, there were more than 10 pieces scattered around. At first, Pei Qian wanted to swindle a few taels of silver. Qin Pingan wouldn't stop her. It wasn't heavy for her to carry it herself. However, Yao Jinji gave her such a big problem. Pei Qian didn't dare to make a decision on her own. It was Yao Jinji who held Pei Qian's hand and handed the box to Qin Pingan. He explained that the box was filled with rare but not expensive items and hoped that Qin Pingan wouldn't refuse. Qin Pingan wanted to refuse or just pick one of the items. However, Yao Jinji insisted. Qin Pingan could only accept it for Pei Qian and put it in the bamboo box. Pei Qian wasn't unhappy about this at all. Instead, she saw it as a matter of course. It was a big wooden box and heavy. If she put it in her bag and carried it to Tiankai Peak, wouldn't she be tired to death? At this moment she was encouraging Qin Pingon to go to Mirage City to wait for the snow to fall. At the same time she was happily thinking about how she might be able to get the real money that she coveted the most. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then why don't we leave you in Mirage City?" Pei Qian shook the bag and held the mountain walking stick tightly. She said righteously, "I suddenly feel that it's more important to hurry up." Qin Pingon said to the four people, "We didn't ask the Yao family for a war horse. We can only walk to Tiankai Peak's immortal ferry." Zhou Xian immediately smiled and said, "Walking more can strengthen your muscles and bones." There was a small boat with a black canopy in the Peach Leaf Crossing River. It was very far from the Yao family's team. The master of Golden Peak Monastery, Du Hanliang, slowly withdrew her jade-white palm and said to a young female cultivator beside her, "Go and tell Duke Shen not to provoke Qin Pingon. This person is a direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Taiping Mountain. If he is killed, not only will the Great Spring Dynasty suffer, even our Golden Peak Monastery will be destroyed." The female cultivator stood up and left. She left behind a female cultivator who continued to brew tea for the ancestral hall. She was a female cultivator after all, and her skin was whiter than snow. The nascent soul stage Earth Immortal sat quietly and said with indifferent eyes, "Failed at the last step." Because there were very few of them, Qin Pingon's jade tablet of Taiping Mountain's ancestral hall was only circulated among the larger immortal mansions on the mountain. However, ordinary Earth Immortals, whether Jindan or Nascent Soul, would know the inside story. After all, that woman Huang Ting had caused many sects to suffer in the early years. It was just that there was no news of her in the past 60 years. It was unknown whether she was in seclusion to break through the realm or was restrained by the ancestral hall in Taiping Mountain. Provoking Taiping Mountain now was even crazier than provoking Tongye sect and Yugui sect in the past. Du Hanliang also did not dare to. Moreover, he was just doing a small business with Duke Shen's mansion and Gao Shizhen behind the scenes. It would be best if he killed Qin Pingon. It did not matter if he did not kill Qin Pingon, as it would not hinder the overall plan of Golden Peak Mountain. However, Gao Shizhen would probably jump and curse. But what was it to Golden Peak Monastery and Du Hanliang? The affairs of the mortal world were small. How big could the emperor be? The Earth Immortal of Nascent Soul realm pondered for a brief moment. The current situation was chaotic, and some of the chess pieces of Golden Apex Monastery had already taken root in various places. Therefore, he should try to take another step forward, as his current cultivation base was still insufficient. As for whether Gao Shizhen would madly pursue that young man, it had nothing to do with the Golden Peak Monastery that had already left. "Ancestral Master, should I secretly remind Qin Pingon?" The young female cultivator asked softly but quickly denied herself. Drawing legs on a snake going too far is as bad as falling short. Du Hanliang smiled and shook his head. "It's not that you can't, it's just that the time is not right. And even if you want to be a good person, it should be Xiao Yuanran, not you." The female cultivator smiled. "Ancestral Master is wise." Du Hanliang dismissed it with a smile. Without needing Qin Pingon to say it himself, Yao Zhen gave Qin Pingon a geomancy map of the Great Spring North region, as well as 2 more detailed maps of the provinces and counties. Thus, Qin Pingon already had a rough idea of the route to Heavenly Fault Peak. The group left the official road and walked on a yellow dirt road. Pei Qian had a yellow paper talisman on his forehead. Holding a walking stick, he walked like the wind. Pei Qian had nothing to do. "Old Wei, after you eat too much, do you fart?" Wei Xian ignored him. Pei Qian went to bother others. "Little Bai, why haven't I seen you shit before? It's not good for you to keep it in your stomach." Lu Baixiang was speechless. Pei Qian ran to Sui Yu's side, raised his head and said with a flattering face, "Sister Sui, can you fly? I often listen to the storytellers under the overpass tell stories. They say that not only can immortals leap over roofs and vault over walls, but they can also cast beams to form soldiers and ride the clouds. That old man cheated me of my wine. I don't believe him, but I believe you, Big Sister Sui. I've seen someone fly on a sword. Big Sister Sui, you're so pretty, so you must be able to do it too, right? When I grow up, if I can be half as beautiful as Sister Sui, I'll be happy to death." Sui Yu laughed at this little flatterer. Pei Qian finally returned to Qin Pingon's side and said with inexplicable emotion, "When I was in my hometown, I always thought that if you could eat enough soil without dying, then it would be the happiest thing in the world. Qin Pingon said, I read in a book that there's a mountain north of Tongye continent. The guanyin soil there can really be eaten. Pei Qian was shocked. Can soil really be eaten? Should we carry a basket of it? Qin Pingon shook his head. It's not on the way. Pei Qian's mind always had strange thoughts. For example, she would seriously ask Qin Pingon if he felt that every house, every tree was like a person. Her reason was that the windows were the eyes of the house and the door was the mouth of the house. The leaves were the clothes of the trees. Qin Pingon asked, then why are the trees not wearing clothes when the winter is so cold, and why do they wear so much when the summer is so hot? That's right. Pei Qian scratched her head. She felt that Qin Pingon was more knowledgeable, so it made more sense. Along the way, besides Pei Qian's occasional nonsense, Qin Pingon and the four of them did not have much conversation. It was incredible that the 5 people walking were actually the 5 number 1 under heaven in the history of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. As Qin Pingon walked, he repeatedly chewed on the refining formula on the jade slip. While walking on the green stone road in the forest, Zhou Xian asked softly, Young master, what do you think? Lu Baixiang and the other 2 walked as usual, but at the same time they felt something strange. Qin Pingon said, No rush. This time they deliberately avoided a part of the Great Spring Northern Border Army's territory and took more mountain roads. But today someone finally gave the game away. But where did they come from? Was it a chance encounter at the border? Did they have to come here because they were afraid of the 5 of them? Or was it premeditated and targeted at Qin Pingon? It was hard to say. On this evening it was drizzling and the mountain road was difficult to travel. In the wilderness where there were few people, they came across a dilapidated temple that had been abandoned for many years. Pei Qian was overjoyed. She finally had a place to shelter herself from the wind and rain. Her boots and trousers were covered with mud. Every time she lifted her feet she felt like she was lifting several kilograms. Even though she was holding an oil paper umbrella, the wind and rain still made her hair stick to her forehead. It was very uncomfortable. Qin Pingon asked Pei Qian to stop. He took out a Yangqi lantern lighting talisman and twisted it between his fingers. He took the lead and walked into the empty ruined temple. Talisman? He did not light it. Only then did he let Pei Qian in. There was an old saying in the marketplace. You can sleep in a graveyard but don't enter a ruined temple. It made sense. Except for robbers and bandits who would kill for money, ruined temples and Taoist temples, what about gods? After the gods disappeared, it was easier to attract ghosts and otherworldly items. They entrenched themselves in the temple and became a place for evil spirits to hide and tolerate evil, bewitching and harming passers-by. When he was traveling with Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia in the Baoping continent, he had met a little fox spirit. But demons like that fox spirit were the minority. Why are you always thinking about how much they are worth? Pei Qian shrank her neck and said cautiously, If it was only me, Sister Jinji would not give me so many things. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, You even know this? How can you tell? Pei Qian reached out and pointed to her eyes. She smiled and said, With my eyes. Qin Pingon raised his hand again. Pei Qian was so frightened that she hurriedly covered her head. The box on her legs almost fell to the ground. Qin Pingon helped her hold the box and did not really hit her. Pei Qian put away the many boxes again. She turned around and sat down. After passing them to Qin Pingon, she lowered her voice and said, Sister Jinji is really beautiful. I feel that she is more feminine than a certain someone. Qin Pingon did not comment. He glanced outside the temple. The rain was getting heavier. Julian was busy cooking. Qin Pingon stood up and picked up a branch that was left over from the fire. It was as long as the sword. He stood still at the entrance of the temple and looked up at the rain. Almost at the same time, Zhou Xian and the other 3 turned to look at Qin Pingon. Even Sui Yuyu, who was sitting cross-legged furthest away, was no exception. After opening his eyes, he placed his hands on one end and one end of the sword. However, Qin Pingon held the branch as if it was a sword. He did not move it at all. After some time, Sui Yuyu closed his eyes. Zhou Xian continued to light the fire and cook. Wei Xian wandered around the ruined temple. He squatted at the foot of the wall and held a piece of broken stone covered in colorful paint. It was most likely the remains of the temple's broken statue. Lu Baixiang was flipping through a Go manual. It was a gift from Yao Jinji. It was said that it recorded the master of White Emperor City and the Dali Imperial tutor Cui. Lu Baixiang loved this Go manual so much that he would take it out and flip through it whenever he had free time. Every time he opened a book he would read it. While waiting for the rice to be cooked, Zhou Xian took out a crudely printed erotic novel. Pei Qian gathered her courage and wanted to peek, but Zhou Xian pushed her head away. Pei Qian looked at the chess manual in Lu Baixiang's hands. She couldn't understand it and she wasn't interested. He hated playing chess the most. He had to think about it for a long time. It was too boring. If someone else played a chess piece she could play 3 or 4 pieces in a row. That would be interesting. When they could smell the aroma of rice, Qin Pingon said softly, "There's a group of people coming towards the small temple. You guys go about your own business and don't pay attention to them. If you're hungry, eat first." A group of people braved the rain and walked towards the ruined temple to take shelter from the rain. There were more than 10 of them. They wore bamboo hats and straw rain capes. Every one of them had a strong and healthy body and a saber at their waist. Their breathing was steady and long. Qin Pingon had been with the Yao group for a long time. He could tell at a glance that these people were definitely elite soldiers. The leader was a young man in his 30s. He was tall and sturdy. When he walked like a dragon or a tiger. He was more eye-catching than the people behind him. He stood out from the crowd. That person was 10 steps away from the ruined temple. He smiled and asked Qin Pingon, who was holding a tree branch, "Are you the young Master Qin who saved old General Yao from the sword cultivators and killed the High Duke Gao Shui?" Seeing that Qin Pingon did not speak, the person smiled and said, "My name is Lu Kong. I'm a descendant of the Great Spring Lu family. I've been eating sand at the northern border all these years. After receiving these 2 pieces of news, I thought that I must come and pay you a visit. Previously my scouts secretly followed you and offended you. I apologize to you here." Lu Kong, the Great Spring Dynasty's first prince. He held the power of the Northern Border Army and had great prestige in the Great Spring Dynasty's army. In addition to this surname that he had brought with him from his mother's womb, he also relied on his real battle achievements at the border. Qin Pingon asked, "Is that all?" Lu Tsong laughed and said, "Of course not. Young Master Qin, you may not know much about Mirage City. When Gao Shi was a child he followed me every day. We had a good relationship for so many years. I'm not sad that you killed him. After all, after I left the capital he favored the 3rd prince more. But I'm curious about how high your martial arts cultivation is to be able to fight evenly with Li Li, the head of the Imperial Horse Supervisor." Qin Pingon looked around. Lu Tsong stretched out a hand and said, "Not many, just 5,000 soldiers. There are 2,000 elite border army infantry on the mountain and 3,000 at the foot of the mountain. I don't know if this gift is enough, young Master Qin?" Qin Pingon felt a little strange. Since there are so many soldiers surrounding you, why do you, a prince, still want to take the risk? There are only 10 steps between you and me. Even if you are a pure warrior with good skills, you don't need to be so careless, do you? Lu Tsong laughed and asked, "Qin Pingon, how old are you this year?" "You are less than 20 years old. Do you know how old I am? I'm 30 years old. Not to mention the physical strength I had in Mirage City, I have just become a warrior of the 6th realm after fighting countless battles at the border. If I were to fight with the palace keeper Huai of the Great Spring Dynasty, I wouldn't even dare to fight with the old eunuch, let alone fight to the death. Don't you think that comparisons are odious?" Qin Pingon asked, "So you came here to seek death?" Lu Tsong held the hilt with one hand and pointed his thumb behind him. He grinned and said, "They are all the most outstanding military cultivators in the north of the Great Spring. You don't care about them at all?" Seeing that the young man with the branch was unwilling to speak, Lu Tsong's eyes were playful. "Some people want the head on your shoulder, some want you to hand over the things of Bio Mansion, and some want the wine gourd on your waist. Qin Pingon, do you really think that a dead gentleman of the Academy and a jade token of the Hall of Founding Masters of Taiping Mountain can let you safely reach Heavenly Fault Peak? You want to swagger away from Tongya Continent on an immortal ferry?" In the ruined temple, Zhou Xian squatted beside the fire with a bowl of rice in his hand. He finished the rice in a few mouthfuls and stood up. Wei Xian chewed the rice slowly and said, "This guy talks too much. He won't live long." Lu Baixiang held the hilt of his sword and walked to the door of the temple. Sui Yu carried his long sword and followed closely behind. Wei Xian handed the remaining half bowl of rice to Pei Qian, who squatted beside him. "Here's your reward." Pei Qian took the bowl of rice and poured it into his own bowl. Then he stacked the bowls on top of each other. He raised his head and said seriously, "Old Wei, if you die, I will definitely help you find a place to bury you. At that time, can I take the money on you as a reward?" Wei Xian held the armor pill and said with a straight face, "It's hard for the four of us to die even if we want to." He went straight to Qin Pingan's side and used telepathy to tell him something that he didn't want to talk about. Qin Pingan heard it clearly. The bare-handed Zhou Xian, the narrow saber Lu Baixiang, and the sword Sui on the right could also vaguely hear the contents. They had different expressions. The heavy rain was heavy and the group of people outside could not hear it clearly. Zhou Xian smiled sinisterly. "Young master, after this battle, can you reward me with something good? Now, out of the four of us, I'm the only one who doesn't have anything." Qin Pingan said bluntly, "I don't have anything to give you for the time being." Zhou Xian felt that it was a pity. He turned to look at the group of uninvited guests and said, "Young master, when I kill them later, I won't have to fuss over whether their fist technique is good or not like that night at the inn." Sui Yu stood on the far right with a cold expression. "Young master, can the infatuation sword belong to me from now on if it breaks 1,000 pieces of armor?" Lu Baixiang stood on the far left and smiled. "Lord, if it breaks 1,000 pieces of armor, you can lend it to me for 10 years. Wei Xian was the last to say, "I'm tired of killing the armored elite soldiers. All the Qi refinement warriors belong to me." Qin Pingan smiled. "Then what should I do?" Pei Qian ate his rice in the ruined temple and said vaguely, "Father, accompany me to eat." 354. At the foot of the mountain, Duke Xin, Gao Shizhen, refused his retainer's umbrella and stood in the rain, allowing the raindrops the size of soybeans to fall on his body. "Don't talk to me about loyalty to the country or the country. The Duke Xin's mansion only has one son, Gao Shuyi. If it's gone, it's gone." Furthermore, he had poured his heart and soul into cultivating this son for more than 20 years. As a father, Gao Shizhen could not find any fault with Gao Shuyi in all aspects. Before he received the secret letter from the third prince, he had always believed that Gao Shuyi would be a pillar of the Great Spring Temple in the future. No matter who sat on the dragon throne, the Duke Xin family would revive their family tradition and have power over the court. They would be promoted to a Junwang manor and become the new emperor's trusted aide. They would swallow up the northern Jin kingdom and the southern Qi kingdom and become the largest dynasty in the central part of the Tongye continent. The emperor said that he would compensate the Duke Xin's mansion. The third prince said that he would compensate Gao Shizhen. The officials and advisors all advised him to endure. Gao Shizhen had been very calm during this time. No one could tell that he was a man who had lost his only son. First he left the imperial palace. Then he quietly left the prince's mansion. Finally, he secretly left the capital to serve as the emperor's secret envoy. He went to the courier station in Crane City to meet Yao Zhen. The Duke Xin's mansion was still the righteous Duke Xin's mansion. Gao Shizhen had never disappointed the old emperor Lu Kang. Without that opportunity, Gao Shizhen wouldn't have been able to make waves. After all, Mirage City belonged to the emperor and the Great Spring Dynasty was surnamed Lu. But it was different now. Someone found Gao Shizhen and he found the first prince Lu Kang. Lu Tsong found 5,000 armored soldiers. Gao Shizhen wasn't interested in how many forces he had secretly roped in. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. It was a military taboo to never add fuel to the fire. Even Gao Shizhen, a person from the capital who lived like a prince, understood this simple principle. He believed that the first prince Lu Tsong had thought it through even more thoroughly. Gao Shizhen was waiting. He was waiting for Lu Tsong to give him the head when he went down the mountain so that he could bring it back to his son Gao Shuyi's new grave. In front of the dilapidated temple, Qin Pingan looked at the last two people hiding among Lu Tsong's entourage. After sensing Qin Pingan's gaze, the two of them looked at each other and took a few steps forward. They were the military general Su Qingzhou and the immortal master Su Tong. They were old acquaintances who had fought with Lu Baixiang and Sui Yu at the border inn. Su Qingzhou removed his straw raincoat and tossed it aside, revealing his armor. Apart from the standard saber of the Daquan border army, he also had a saber called Duqiao, which was an important weapon of the military. Su Qingzhou remained silent while the master of Xiaomu nunnery, Su Tong, smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, we meet again. Last time it was at the southern border and this time it's at the northern border. Just like General Su's beloved saber, it's really a big coincidence." Apart from Su Qingzhou and Su Tong, the rest of the 10 entourages behind Lu Tsong were all military cultivators who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The border wars of the Daquan dynasty actually only happened in the northern and southern borders with the northern Jin dynasty and the southern Qi dynasty. In the south, the Yao family's iron cavalry guarded the country's gate for the Lu family. In the north, the eldest prince's 120,000 border troops were at war with the southern Qi dynasty all year round. Battles were frequent and they often attacked the northern Qi dynasty. The military general Su Qingzhou's objective was very clear when he ascended the mountain to encircle Qin Pingan and his party. He wanted the unusual Du armor. It would be best if he could take the saber as well. Lu Tsong only agreed to the armor. As for the saber, he could sell it but not give it away. When the time came, it would depend on how sincere Su Qingzhou and his family could be to buy it. The Laurel Immortal Master Su Tong was the master of the Xiaomu nunnery, the #1 immortal sect in the Daquan realm. He was good at thunder magic and alchemy. He could preserve one's health and live a long life. Because of this, he made friends with countless high-ranking officials and dignitaries. When the spiritual qi flowed out of the robe under the straw raincoat, it glowed with a misty image of colorful cloud scrolls. It looked like a painting of mountains and rivers. In fact, this spiritual weapon robe was called 5 Colors Peak. It was the ancestral treasure of the Xiaomu nunnery and was extremely close to the rank of a magic weapon. Immortal Master Su Tong wanted Qin Pingan's golden robe that looked like a golden dragon robe after it reverted to its original form. He coveted it and dreamed of it. Qin Pingan looked at Lu Tsong and asked, "Is it because of that chair?" Lu Tsong said sternly, "Otherwise? Do you think the lives of my 5,000 border soldiers are worthless?" At this point, the first prince gnashed his teeth. "If I hadn't come to this rundown temple today, if I hadn't seen you, Qin Pingan, with my own eyes, I would have." Lu Tsong pointed at his chest and said, "I won't be happy." Qin Pingan said, "You won't be happy? Didn't you ask for it? 5,000 soldiers of the Daquan border army died on this hill. Forget it. In fact, you know the truth. You will probably tell yourself that those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. When you become the emperor, these 5,000 soldiers will be sacrificed for the country and die a worthy death." Qin Pingan gently waved the withered branch in his hand and said, "Last question. Why do you think that the token on my waist is fake?" Lu Tsong chatted for so long, perhaps because he wanted to embolden himself or because he wanted to overcome the hurdle in his heart. Qin Pingan was willing to talk to Lu Tsong about these things because of the last question. It was an important question. The person who wanted his head was definitely Gao Shizhen, the Duke of Xin. Qin Pingan had long guessed that the person who wanted the item in the Azure Turing Mansion was the one who wanted the blade strengthening gourd. After leaving the post house in Riding Crane City, Qin Pingan hung the jade token on his waist. When he arrived at Peachleaf Ferry, he was about to bid farewell to the Yao family. On the same day, Qin Pingan announced to the world that he was going to cultivate in Taiping Mountain. This was equivalent to revealing his identity as a direct disciple of Taiping Mountain's ancestral hall to Mirage City. He hoped to reduce the pressure on Yaojin in Great Spring's capital city. If the enemies in Mirage City couldn't even recognize the jade token, the Yao family didn't need to worry. And those who could understand the jade token were most likely experts who couldn't be underestimated. They would retreat in the face of difficulties. In fact, Du Hanliang, the master of the Golden Peak Monastery, who had used the divine man palm to observe the mountains and rivers in the Peachleaf Crossing black canopy boat, was among them. As soon as he saw the jade tablet, even if he provoked the displeasure of the Mirage City, he still insisted on leaving. Lu Tsong had a strange look in his eyes and only gave Qin Pingan half of the answer. This Taiping Mountain's ancestral hall token is real, absolutely real, but at the same time it's fake. It's actually better if you don't hang it. If you hang it on your waist, I'll return the 2 words to you. You're courting death. Qin Pingan looked at the Prince of Great Spring, who was getting more and more confident. It was indeed harder to talk to these guys who were born in the royal family. The first one was his neighbor Song Jisun. Right now both sides had their own reasons. Although there were right and wrong Lu Tsong and the 5,000 armored soldiers, as well as the hidden Qi refinement warriors and Wu Dao grandmasters, were like arrows on the bowstring that had to be shot. Some kind of general trend was pushing Lu Tsong behind the scenes. Qin Pingon couldn't say that everyone was going to leave peacefully after eating a bowl of rice in the temple. Fighting for the throne had to be done openly. Qin Pingon didn't want to waste his saliva. If it worked, he was willing to say it. It was just that the other party didn't want to listen. Qin Pingon picked up the withered branch and pointed at Lu Tsong twice. The hunchbacked old man beside him took the lead and rushed forward. Even if it was a trap, so what? Zhou Xian really wanted to see the conspiracy in this world. Sui Yu, who was standing on the right, and Lu Baixiang, who was standing on the left, rushed out one after another. Wei Xian, who was wearing the deity's due armor, strode forward to catch up with the martial madman who was in front of him. He wouldn't attack for the time being. His main goal was to protect this ruined temple. Qin Pingon was patient and waited for the other party's trump card. There was a mountain higher than the ruined temple halfway up the mountain. Two people stood at the top of the mountain. It was hard to say whether they were otherworldly experts, but at least they were standing at a very high position. An old man in a Confucian robe didn't have the jade pendant given by the academy on his waist. In the Great Spring Dynasty, no one dared to question him even if he stood on the roof of the Golden Imperial Palace in Mirage City. Beside the old Confucian robe stood a burly man with bulging muscles. He didn't look like a human being. Although it was a serious matter, the old man still asked a question that was suspicious of disrespect. "Your master won't break his promise, right?" The burly man's answer was more straightforward and rude. "I don't dare to talk nonsense about what my master did. If you have the ability, ask my master yourself. The premise is that you have the courage." The old man said to himself, "I'm doing things on the basis of righteousness. After all, it's justified. Even if the academy is blamed by Taiping Mountain and my title is taken away, it doesn't matter." The burly man sneered. "You're a scholar who pretends to be sanctimonious, right?" The old man smiled bitterly and said, "It's great that you can learn from your mistakes. I've read more than 10,000 books and have dabbled in all kinds of knowledge. However, I've missed the teachings of my master." The brawny man did not want to push his luck and continued to mock the old man beside him. If the old man suddenly changed his mind and came to his senses, wouldn't it ruin his master's impromptu plan? Therefore he comforted him with kind words. "That treasure is so rare. Not to mention that you are tempted and have not hesitated to work so hard for it for so long. In fact, I am also coveting it. After you get it, I will make a deal with you. I will give you the magical equipment that my master gave me. You only need to teach me half of the manual and work for you for 60 years. After the deal is done, you can teach me the remaining half of the manual. How about it?" "How about that?" The old man thought for a while and nodded. "It's a deal." The burly man reminded him, "Before my master left, he told me not to do anything unless it's to save your life. He also told you not to do anything rashly. Even if you do, you should be careful. Otherwise, you'll attract the attention of the sage of the Confucian temple. Although the sage is busy searching for the old ape of Taiping Mountain, once he arrives here, Lu Tsong and the others will be fine, but the two of us will be in big trouble." When the burly man mentioned the sage, especially the two words Confucian temple, the old man's mood dropped even lower. The 72 sages who were worshipping the sage of the Confucian temple in the central divine continent were not to be trifled with. They were not the masters of the 72 academies or the sages of the academies who were respected by the secular dynasties. They were the Confucian sages. The old man's face darkened. He nodded and said, "It's a matter of life and death. Of course, I understand." The wind and rain on the mountaintop were even heavier. However, the raindrops seemed to fall on an invisible umbrella and splashed in all directions above their heads. The burly man yawned. He didn't understand why his master, who was so powerful and influential, would want to make things difficult for that young man. If it were the Tongyi Zong and Yugui Zong of the northern and southern ends of the Chong continent, it would barely make sense. Otherwise, it would be someone like the great gentleman Zhong Kuei, whom the old sword-carrying ape killed without any hesitation, the future great chancellor of a certain Confucian academy who was also qualified. It was a pity that master had calculated everything and had almost included the entire Tongye continent. However, a young outer court odd-job worker had unexpectedly popped out from the Fuyao sect and accidentally discovered the existence of that 12th realm senior. A slight change in one part of Master's body had affected the situation as a whole, so much so that it had completely disrupted Master's brilliant plan that he had been planning for a long time. Could it be that the fate of the Tongye continent was so strong? It couldn't even be compared to the Hassa continent that was closest to the inverted hanging mountain? One had to know that in the South Sa continent, there was old man Chen who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders. According to the master, he was very famous in his hometown and was regarded as a top enemy. Even the master said that as long as he was in the vast world, he would never be able to defeat the mellow scholar Chen Chunan. A young Taoist priest wearing a hibiscus crown came to the border town south of the Great Spring. He didn't walk into the Hure town. Instead, he walked slowly along the yellow city wall. He stretched out his hand and gently slid it across the rough wall with a smile on his face. Finally, he walked along the official road to an inn near the town. The business inside was cold and cheerless. The little cripple was napping on the table, the old hunchback was smoking on the other side of the curtain, and the woman was sitting behind the counter, calculating and calculating, making her want to smash the abacus. The young Taoist priest crossed the threshold of the inn. His eyes were gentle as he called out to Junyang softly. The little cripple looked up in a daze. He was a little annoyed. Why did a young Taoist priest who coveted the shopkeeper's beauty come in after the down-and-out scholar? Were there no good-looking women in the world? Why did he have to come to their inn to pester the shopkeeper? The woman looked up and asked in confusion, "Little Taoist priest, do we know each other?" The young Taoist priest looked ordinary. Other than the rare Taoist crown, he was not eye-catching in any other aspect. He looked ordinary, was neither tall nor short, and his Taoist robe looked old. The woman felt that this person's gaze was very strange. He didn't have the obscenity of the young men in the Hure town, nor did he have the confusing infatuation of Zhou Xian. It was as if he was greeting an old acquaintance after a long time. He was clearly looking at her, but it also seemed like he was looking at a distant place. Junyang was a little unhappy. After she asked, the young Taoist priest just smiled and looked at her. His eyes were getting brighter and brighter, making her heart palpitate. The young Taoist priest burst into tears for no reason, but he asked with a smile, "Junyang, shall we go home?" Before Junyang could scold him, the young Taoist priest had already wiped his tears. He said self-deprecatingly, "I mistook you for someone else. Please forgive me." He sat down at a table and took out a few pieces of silver from his sleeve. He slapped them on the table and said with a smile, "Buy wine. Buy as many jugs as you can." The inn was located at the border where crooks and honest folk were mixed together. There were often bad people coming and going. The lame young man had been doing odd jobs in the inn for many years and had seen many crazy customers. He didn't feel that he needed to think too much. He took out some silver and said, "Our green plum wine is divided into 3 grades. If it's the best green plum wine, you can only buy 1 jar." The young Taoist priest didn't wait for the cripple to finish and said with a smile, "I want 1 jug of the best green plum wine." Traveling away from home, the world was vast and he couldn't open his heart to anyone. He was even more lonely than a sage, so how could he not drink? He had drunk almost all the good and bad wine in the Tongyi continent. He liked to drink, so it was just right to have a decent-looking blade-strengthening gourd as a wine jug. As for the 2 strange natal flying swords in the blade-strengthening gourd, it was better to keep them. When he returned home, he could give them to the younger generation as a gift to make up for missing their coming-of-age ceremony. In his hometown, giving swords was better than giving anything else. The accident in the Tongyi continent had revealed the secret of heaven early. It was not his fault that his 2 subordinates couldn't hide until the end. It was just the right time. Now it was up to the Hassa continent and Fuyao continent to see if things would go smoothly. Originally, the Taiping Mountain and the Fuyao sect should have been destroyed. The Taiping Mountain Lord of Heaven, the sect master, and Ji Hai and his wife would all die. Female Crown Princess Huang Ting, who had taken up much of the fate of a continent, was no exception. As for Zhou Xian of the Dafu Academy, he was actually ranked very high on the list of the young Taoist priest of the Taiping Mountain. The death of Zhou Xian was as significant as flattening the entire Taiping Mountain. Therefore, the order he gave the sword-carrying white ape was to exchange its life for its life. If it could successfully escape into the broken dragon's vein, It would be worth it no matter how badly it was injured. After that, it would hide and hide. Otherwise, he couldn't protect the old ape. After all, he could only take one person from the vast world. If the old ape didn't hurt its foundation and was still a 12th state sword cultivator, he might have taken it instead of coming to this border inn to drink alone because of some old friendship. Zhou Xian should have lived longer and been more infatuated. The hunchbacked third master signaled Junyang to be careful of this person with his eyes. The woman insisted on carrying the wine jug and 2 white bowls and sat down opposite the young Taoist priest. Junyang poured 2 bowls of wine and asked with a smile, "Little Taoist priest, did you mistake me for someone else or do you really recognize me?" The young Taoist priest took a sip of the green plum wine and praised the good wine. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and said, "I was mistaken." Junyang asked with a smile, "Little Taoist priest, you are bold and generous. You have never referred to yourself as a Taoist priest. Are you a fake Taoist priest who pretended to be an immortal in Taiping Mountain?" The young Taoist priest shook his head and said, "A real Taoist priest can't be more real. I found a random appearance and practiced in Taiping Mountain for more than 100 years before I got a jade pendant. Later, when I went down the mountain to travel, I died without a body. My sect couldn't even take back the jade pendant. It was very tragic. After that, I changed my appearance and wandered around looking for wine to drink. Finally, I returned to the Great Spring and visited many places such as the Burial River. I also met a scholar named Wang Qi in the Mirage City. He was not young at that time, but his name was really good. Qi, the name of a sage, was slender and had a sincere heart. It's a pity that a dignified gentleman's 1,000-mile dike was destroyed by an ant's nest. He was a coward. Junyang's wrist trembled slightly as she raised the bowl to drink. She suddenly finished all the wine and put down the bowl. She asked, "Why are you telling me this? Do you want to kill me?" The young Taoist priest seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He muttered, "I already said that I recognized the wrong person. It has nothing to do with you. That old friend of mine has 9 lives. How can I kill him? If I kill you once, Lord Bai will feel it. You don't know how pitiful Lord Bai is. Even if the scholarly sage kills me, I'll only be half dead. He'll only help me return home earlier. As long as Lord Bai sees me with his own eyes, even if there's a world between us, he'll still be able to turn me into ashes." He was a little sad and sighed, "I can't bear to kill you either." This young Taoist priest who could drive 2 great demons to fight for their lives smiled and picked up the bowl. He took a sip of wine and said, "Looking back, the Tongya continent suffered a great calamity. In the future, it's actually a blessing in disguise." Junyang's heart was in turmoil. "Don't worry. I've already drunk the wine and complained. You won't remember anything." The young Taoist priest put down the bowl and stretched out his finger to draw a circle around the rim of the bowl. Then he stood up and turned to leave the inn. The scene in the inn was strange. It was as if time had reversed. Junyang, third elder, and the little cripple began to talk and do things in reverse. Finally, when the young Taoist priest crossed the threshold of the inn, everything returned to normal. The little cripple was dozing off on the table, the hunchback was smoking a pipe by the door curtain, and Junyang was still calculating on the abacus. Everything was still. Only the young Taoist priest's wine bowl was left on the table. He leaned back and looked at the counter. Junyang coldly looked up at him and met the young Taoist priest's eyes. The young Taoist priest looked behind Junyang. The snow-white tails were as thick as pillars, densely clustered behind the woman. The young Taoist priest counted the fox tails and frowned. Soon, his brows relaxed and he left with a smile. Junyang coldly said, "You'll be found out sooner or later." He had already left the inn, but his voice was still echoing in the inn. "I couldn't ask for more. Otherwise, why would I do something unnecessary to deal with a young man who even Mount Taiping wants to protect?" A moment later, the little cripple continued to snore softly. The smoke continued to curl up, and the sound of the woman calculating on the abacus became chaotic. After a long time, the woman caught a glimpse of the white bowl on the table. She slapped the abacus and said angrily, "Little cripple, are you blind? Why didn't you take the wine bowl on the table?" The little cripple woke up with a start. When he saw the wine bowl on the table, he scratched his head. He clearly remembered to clean it up, but he didn't dare to talk back to the woman who was in a bad mood. He took the wine bowl and walked to the kitchen. At the vast border, A young man with a crooked Taoist crown was singing loudly. Take the wine gourd, 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 take the wine, my beloved little lady's delicate hand tender as white jade lotus root. Outside the ruined temple the wind and rain were blowing. However, even with such a heavy downpour one could still smell the scent of blood. Suiyu swept to the side. Tonight she didn't use a long sword like a sword master like she did at the inn. Instead she held infatuation in her hand and her body was as strong as a wild mountain monkey. Time and time again she twisted and turned in the forest. Often, with a swing of her sword, the sword aura would spit out and split the soldiers along with their armor into two halves. Lu Baixiang went in the opposite direction of Sui right and walked in large strides. As long as the border army soldiers drew close with their knives, they would casually swing their knives. Unlike Sui Right's wide and open sword attacks, Lu Baixiang, regardless of whether it was the edge of his knife or the fierce gangqi that was as thin as hair, all of them only targeted the necks of the armored soldiers or used the tip of his knife to point at the foreheads of the elite border army soldiers. During this time in the forest on both sides, there were martial arts masters and military cultivators hiding in the ordinary border army. They waited for an opportunity to sneak attack Lu Baixiang and Suiyu. There were even bolts of strong crossbows that shot out. Suiyu's sharpness was even stronger than the sword aura of infatuation in her hand. No wonder she was the first female sword master in the history of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to attempt to use her sword to open the sky and ascend with her body. Lu Baixiang strolled leisurely. These soldiers could only be considered the elites of the mortal world. Even if there were a few slightly more troublesome enemies mixed in, did they deserve to be surrounded and killed? Did they not know how many masters and masters of both the righteous and evil paths had gathered in Lu Baixiang's last battle? Furthermore, together with Zhou Xian, the three people who walked out of the picture scroll outside of Here Town were different from the past. Suiyu focused on practicing her sword and quickly adapted to the flow of qi in this vast world. How could Zhou Xian and Lu Baixiang slack off? There was a big difference between a sixth-realm martial artist who needed to be distracted to adapt to the reverse flow of the qi of heaven and earth and a sixth-realm peak martial artist who had stabilized his realm. In front of the ruined temple gate, Qin Pingon only used flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 to attack Prince Lu Tsong once in cooperation with the martial madman Zhou Lian. After that he did not attack again and still stood under the eaves with a withered branch. Su Qingzhou, who was wearing the military school's golden crow warp armor, and the immortal master of Xiaomu nunnery, Su Tong, as well as the army cultivators stood in front of Lu Kong. At the cost of the lives of Su Tong, a talisman and an army cultivator, they blocked the attack. It could not be helped. Qin Pingon had used all his means to deal with eunuch Li Li. Su Qingzhou and Su Tong knew it very well. Therefore they had already expected the two flying swords Chu 1 and Chu 15 to come and go like ghosts. Lu Tsong fought and retreated. Su Qingzhou and Su Tong were always protecting the first prince. The rest of the army cultivators who had been in battle for a long time tried their best to block the attack of the hunchbacked old man. They also had to pay attention to the short and strong man in snow-white armor who had not yet attacked. Lu Tsong did not expect such a lineup to be able to kill Qin Pingon and the four Grandmaster attendants. However, as long as 2 or 3 of them were killed or seriously injured, it would be enough to set the stage for victory. At this moment, Zhou Lian was worthy of the nickname Martial Madman. His whole body was like a spring and as fast as thunder. As soon as there was a movement, the army cultivators had a trump card for a sneak attack. Their hair was like a halberd and they could predict the future and accurately dodge. When Zhou Lian charged, the hunchbacked old man was used to bending down even more. His hands were hanging on the ground. Every time he stepped on the ground he would shoot to some unknown direction like an arrow. His figure was really too fast. Once Zhou Lian seized an opportunity and appeared like a ghost in front of a middle-aged cultivator. He punched through the man's abdomen and then used the dead man's corpse as a shield to block the saber of one of Su Tong's silver-armored warriors. After throwing away the corpse, he instantly moved to the side. After several steps forward, he did not even look and smashed his arm into the head of the cultivator. With a bang, the cultivator became a headless corpse and fell heavily several zhang away. Wei Xian, who was wearing one of the 8 sets of Ancestors' Due armor, used his hands to grab the spirit weapons of the cultivators who brushed past Zhou Lian. As long as he caught a spirit weapon in his hand, it would either be crushed or bent by his hands. In addition, armored border soldiers with sabers constantly poured out from both sides of the road. Wei Xian began to retreat. Zhou Xian often slapped and kicked the spirit weapons of the cultivators toward Wei Xian. Wei Xian not only had to kill the armored warriors who were charging toward the ruined temple, but he also had to clean up the trash thrown by Zhou Xian. Far away on the mountain road, Lu Tsong, who was trying his best to look at the battlefield, asked with a calm expression, "Do we really have to exhaust my 5,000 men? Do we have to rely on 5,000 lives to kill these guys?" Su Qingzhou said in a deep voice, "That's the only way. Su Tong and I, as well as the 3 people your highness has arranged in advance, will wait for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to these 4 people when they take a breath. We'll try our best not to let these people die in vain." Lu Tsong tightened his grip on the saber at his waist, blue veins popping out. Why is the strength of these 4 martial arts grandmasters so different from what was recorded in the spy report? Immortal Master Su Tong said bitterly, "In fact, General Su and I are even more puzzled than your highness. Back at the inn we were evenly matched with our opponents. If we fight in pairs tonight, General Su and I will definitely die." Lu Tsong exhaled a turbid breath. "It's not your fault. It's Qin Pingon who hides his strength too well. It doesn't matter. No matter how heavy our casualties are, we can make up for it with this guy." Under the eaves of the ruined temple, Qin Pingon looked down and saw the jade token of the ancestral master hall given to him by the young Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain. Qin Pingon fell into deep thought. 6. 355. On the hill where the ruined temple was located, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. It beat on the armors of the northern border army of Daquan, making crackling sounds. Most of the armors of the border army were worn and covered with scratches from swords, spears and arrows. The new rain beat on the old armor. In order to allow Su Qingzhou and Su Tong to go all out and seize the fleeting opportunity to kill Qin Pingon and his entourage, the first Prince Lu Tsong had silently retreated halfway up the hill. Beside him were dozens of trusted subordinates who were heavily guarded. These men of sacrifice wore armor that was heavier than the ones of the border army besieging the ruined temple. They were the standard armor of heavy soldiers. There were also 3 outstanding cultivators accompanying the army. One of them was a sword cultivator of the sea-viewing state who had nurtured a fierce natal flying sword. The other was a talisman master who was good at setting up arrays. The last one was a Taoist priest and a military cultivator who wore sweet dew armor. Lu Tsong was determined to obtain Qin Pingon's head. However, he was afraid of the unexpected. He did not want to stumble on a nameless hill. Since Wang Qi, the gentleman from the academy who was hiding somewhere, was willing to participate in this conspiracy, Lu Tsong did not trust this highly respected leader of the Great Spring Scholarly Circle. Lu Tsong would not have dared to take such a big risk if it were not for Gao Shizhen's attractive offer and the involvement of the general seed of the Su family and the Tsaomu nunnery. He was really curious about the so-called treasure of the Bio mansion. How valuable was it that an academy gentleman would not hesitate to go against his conscience and plan this siege for the abbot? Although Wang Qi had his own reasons, he could explain to the hill master of the Dafu Academy that he wanted to catch a fake disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Taiping Mountain, and he could also slander Qin Pingon. For example, he suspected that this outsider was a demon who had escaped from the well prison and changed his identity and appearance. Therefore, he had to ask 5,000 soldiers of the northern border to besiege the mountain. But Lu Tsong didn't think it was a flawless explanation. However, this did not have much to do with him. Wang Qi was still a true gentleman of the Dafu Academy. Once a gentleman spoke, even the emperors and monarchs of the dynasties had to listen to him. Much less a prince like Lu Kong bringing troops up the mountain was completely in line with the rules set by the Confucian Academy. After killing Qin Pingon, how Wang Qi would answer to the academy was not something that Lu Tsong could interfere with. But when Wang Qi secretly left Mirage City and came to the border to find Lu Tsong, he had already handed over some of Imperial Horse Directorate head eunuch Li Li's hidden chess pieces to Lu Kong. To tell the truth, when Lu Tsong received the files on the various residences of the capital, the local Jianghu and the sects on the mountains, he had been stunned. Eunuch Li Li was known as the guardian scholar of the Great Spring. So when had his faction become so intertwined that it had infiltrated the entire territory of the Great Spring? Why would Wang Qi, as a senior gentleman who enjoyed a good reputation in the central region of Tongyi continent, connect with a court eunuch? No matter how good Li Li's reputation was in court, he was just an old bastard without a penis. Compared to the gentleman Wang Qi, he was like the mud on the clouds. But Li Li's death was good. This old eunuch had long ago begun to view the third prince in a new light. The poor third prince had worked hard for 10-some years, venturing deep into the heart of the northern Jin to destroy the Pine Needle Lake Divine Temple and Mount Jinhuang Divine Residence. But he had actually been killed in the territory of the Yao clan. Even the invincible Li Li had failed miserably. One careless move and he had lost the entire game. Man proposes, God disposes. Truly the mandate of heaven is with me, Lu Tsong. But Lu Tsong had fought on the border for many years and commanded more than 100,000 elite border soldiers. He had fearlessly charged into enemy lines many times on the battlefield, but today he found that he couldn't help but feel nervous. In front of the ruined temple, Wei Xian acted just like he had at the inn, guarding the gate by himself. If any of the great spring soldiers came forward to seek death, Wei Xian would naturally not be polite. Wearing the sweet dew armor, he didn't fear ordinary swords and bows at all. He just let them hack and hit the armor. Then with just a punch, the soldiers who dared to approach him were all sent flying far away. Some of the corpses near the temple gate were also sent flying by Wei Xian's feet. The nature of an emperor was that he would not allow others to snore beside his bed. Now Wei Xian would not allow corpses to be an eyesore wherever he stood. Only occasionally would Wei Xian dodge a few specially made arrows that contained a mysterious mechanism. Without exception, they were all shot by the godly archers from the border of the forest, who had drawn their bows to their fullest. Compared to the massacre at the martial madman's side, Wei Xian's attacks could be described as gentle and soft. Dodging and getting close were intertwined. As long as Zhou Lian got close to them or closed the distance of an arm, the nearby soldiers would meet a tragic end. Their armor would be shattered and embedded into their bodies. Their flesh and blood would be badly mangled. Not only would they die on the spot, but they would also die tragically. On the battlefield on the right side of the Sui dynasty, sword light bloomed again and again in the forest. With a sweep of the sword, several soldiers would be cut in half along with the trees. At the end of the battle, there was not a single tall tree in the forest for hundreds of steps around the right side of the Sui dynasty. On Lu Baixiang's side, the frozen snow, a magic weapon passed down from the ancestors of the Huan family of the Eagle Castle, moved and paused every now and then. Sometimes he would step on the tree trunk like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Lu Baixiang's figure flashed and disappeared in a flash. Only the blade of the frozen snow, which was flowing with gang qi, left a snow-white ray of light in the pitch-black curtain of rain that lasted for a long time. In just the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the elites of the Daquan border army had already left 600 corpses behind. This was because the forest was not suitable for soldiers to swarm in. Qin Pingon, who had been standing at the temple gate, lowered his head and smiled. A little lotus figure jumped out from the ground and waved its remaining lotus root arm at Qin Pingon while babbling. Then it pointed in a direction for Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon followed the direction of the little fellow's finger. It was the highest point of a mountain. The little lotus figure meant that there were two guys standing there and watching the battle. They were so powerful that even it didn't dare to get too close to that mountain. Qin Pingon asked softly, "Then did you see a young man wearing a Taoist robe and a hibiscus crown on his head?" The little lotus figure shook its head and waved its hand vigorously. Qin Pingon gave it a thumbs up and chuckled softly, "Go hide in the temple." The little lotus figure nodded vigorously and jumped high over the threshold. When it saw Pei Qian, who was burping, it was a little reluctant. The first time it saw her, it didn't like her very much. Later it probably didn't hate her so much. Sometimes it would appear beside Qin Pingon. One time when it just emerged from the soil, it was hit by Pei Qian's mountain walking stick. It dodged quickly and stuck its head out somewhere else. Pei Qian ran around with the mountain walking stick in her hand. As a result, she was exhausted by the little fellow's teasing and couldn't hit it even once. In the end, Qin Pingon pulled her ear and walked for a mile. It was so painful that she cried loudly. Seeing that Pei Qian was sneaking around and seemed to want to take the mountain walking stick, the little lotus figure was a little angry. This time it was not afraid of her at all. It walked to Pei Qian's feet and lay down on the ground. Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick and hesitated for a long time. She glanced at the back of Qin Pingon at the entrance of the temple and finally threw away the mountain walking stick. She squatted down and smiled. You are a waste of money. You are useless. In the future my father will definitely sell you for money. At that time I can buy a lot of candied haws. So delicious. The little lotus figure sulked and simply lay on its side, not looking at the little tanned girl. Pei Qian stretched out a finger and poked the little thing's armpit. Little waste of money. In the future if you become my little follower, I won't let my father sell you for money. How about it? The little lotus figure rolled and crawled to sit cross-legged in the distance, looking very much like Qin Pingon when he was studying. Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said earnestly, Do you know how rich I am now? I have a box that is said to be a treasure chest. There are a lot of treasures in it. In the future you have to be more respectful to me, do you understand? If you are obedient and become my follower, maybe one day I will be merciful and take out a beautiful copper coin from it. I will learn from Old Wei and wave my hand and reward you. The little lotus figure's expression did not change. Pei Qian said angrily, You little waste of money, why are you so insensible? Do you believe that when I learn the peerless sword art tonight I will poke your head full of bumps every time you show your head? Don't you know that I can see where you are hiding under the ground? The little lotus figure was a little scared and pitifully turned her head to look at Qin Pingon. Pei Qian immediately smiled and said, I am just teasing you. Why can't you take a joke? At the entrance of the temple, Qin Pingon slightly calmed down. Since he knew that there were two people on the mountain watching the fire from the shore, at least he knew in his heart that he would not be caught off guard. He guessed that one of them was most likely the gentleman from the academy who was guarding the Mirage City. He had already seen the gentleman Zhou Xian. He had also heard of the academy's words in the sword village of Shuxue Nation. This time he must have just met a hypocrite. There was no need to make a fuss. The amount of knowledge was not necessarily related to the amount of morality. Moreover, the disciples of the academy were also cultivating. On the path of cultivation, the higher one went to become an immortal, the stronger the wind and rain on the mountain. Naturally, there were more temptations and dangers. It was not easy to always stay true to one's heart. When he was in the Bio prefecture, he saw the big demon at the bottom of the river who was fighting with the water goddess. He felt strange that the imperial court of the Great Spring Dynasty did not care about this demon. Perhaps what the gentleman wanted was no longer the principles of the sages. He was no longer wholeheartedly teaching the people to be good. Instead, he was pursuing his own immortality or other external things, such as the immortal's spell on the bamboo scroll that could refine all things. Wealth moved people's hearts. The desire for immortality moved an old gentleman of the academy and led him astray. What was so strange about that? Didn't the eldest disciple of the saint, who was a 12th realm immortal at his peak, also take the path of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors? However, Qin Pingon's greatest taboo was the young Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain, who had put him in danger. It was that person who had visited the post house of Riding Crane City and personally handed the jade token of the direct disciple of the ancestral hall to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon only realized that something was wrong when Lu Tsong thought that he would definitely win and revealed a trace of the heavenly secret. The reason why Qin Pingon, who was cautious and meticulous, had fallen so badly this time was that before this, his impression of Taiping Mountain was too good. Carrying the long chi sword of the eldest sword immortal Qin Qingdu, he had mistakenly entered the blessed land of the lotus flowers. Tong Qingqing and Fan Wanro of the Mirror Heart sect had used the mirror to combine their souls and bodies. Qin Pingon had a good impression of her. After that, the ancestral master of Taiping Mountain, the old Lord of Heaven, did not hesitate to destroy the two immortal swords of the mountain protecting array in order to kill the sword-carrying white ape. In order to save Zhou Xian's remnant soul, he did not hesitate to drop his realm. His impression of her was even better. The first person who knew about Taiping Mountain was when he and Lu Tai entered the Eagle Fortress and destroyed the century-old plan of the evil Golden Core Cultivator. The evil Golden Core Cultivator, who had almost killed Qin Pingon with a mountain, tried to raise a nascent soul in the heart acupoint of the wife of the fort master of the Eagle Fortress. Before that, the young Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain who had chased after the old Golden Core Cultivator should have been Huang Ting, who had yet to go to the Blessed Land as a banished immortal. Earlier, according to Lu Tai, he was a nascent soul cultivator of Taiping Mountain who had no hope of immortality. His body and soul were decaying and he knew that he was about to die, so he began to wander around, trying to do as much good as possible for the people below the mountain. For some reason he had a conflict with an earth-level deity of the Fukuang sect who was full of hostility. The two sides fought fiercely. The latter had never thought that his opponent's vitality was so weak and he was actually a nascent soul cultivator. He was chased to the mountain where the Eagle Fortress used to be. At the risk of dying together, he used the Fukuang sect's art of inviting gods to the realm, but he didn't invite the next god. Instead, he used his own life essence as the price to perform a forbidden art and summon the clone of an ancient fiend cultivator. They fought to the end and died together. The ground under their feet was full of yin qi, which was no different from the ruins of a battlefield where hundreds of thousands of soldiers were buried. That was why the evil Golden Core cultivator had set up the insidious trap. Everything about the Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain, whether he had heard about it or seen it with his own eyes, fascinated Qin Pingan. Even the narrow saber in Lu Baixiang's hand, the snow-stopping saber, was a relic of the earth-level deity of the nascent soul cultivator who had died in the battle. Therefore, after receiving the jade tablet from the Hall of Founding Masters, Qin Pingan didn't think too much about it. He only thought that the founding master of Taiping Mountain wanted to protect Qin Pingan after he left the post house, or that Zhou Xian had interceded for him. That was why he had hurriedly sent a flying sword to a nearby Taoist priest to give Qin Pingan a protective jade tablet. Now it seemed that Qin Pingan had taken it for granted. Qin Pingan took the jade tablet that Lu Tsong had called genuine. The material was excellent and it was difficult to refine it into nothingness or destroy it directly in a short time. He turned around and tossed it to Pei Qian. Put this jade tablet into the oil paper umbrella. Remember to close the umbrella and don't open it again. Pei Qian caught the beautiful jade tablet that she had been eyeing for a long time and obediently did as she was told. Her hands and feet were nimble without the slightest sloppiness. She wasn't muddle-headed when it came to important matters. Pei Qian didn't dare. She was afraid that Qin Pingan would be angry at her. That was the only time Qin Pingan would be angry. If Zhou Xian hadn't interceded for her, she would most likely still be in that shabby inn in Hue Town, sweeping the floor and fetching water every day, working like a cow for that old woman with a swaying bosom. The old Confucian monk on the mountaintop sneered, Qin Pingan discovered our whereabouts. The tall and sturdy man didn't care at all. This guy wasn't simple to begin with. Wasn't it all thanks to him that Bayou Manor made such a big commotion? Otherwise, why would my master deal with a pure martial artist like him who hasn't matured yet? Before my master left, he told me with a smile that the sword-nurturing gourd on Qin Pingan's waist was just a small bonus. What my master really cared about was who he was, that he was willing to give him a treasure that could conceal the secrets of heaven. If it wasn't too troublesome, my master would certainly be willing to lend it to him. However, my master was afraid that once he made a move, the entire Tongya continent would follow suit. Therefore he wanted us to explore the path and deduce the identity of the person behind the scenes. If it was really the work of some Confucian sage or even the divine hand that was specially used to deal with the chaos in the Tongya continent. The man quickly stopped talking and didn't dare to say another word. The gentleman from the academy, Wang Qi, asked, "What would happen?" The man laughed and said, "I forgot." Although Wang Qi didn't ask further, his mood gradually improved. This tall and sturdy man thought that he was just a small demon, an ant that had yet to reach the Jindan stage. However, once he entered the water, his combat power would be comparable to the weaker Jindan stage cultivators on the mountaintop. Tonight's torrential rain was a timely rain. Before he met his master, he thought that he was an overlord who occupied the lake and led a group of stinky shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He was very awe-inspiring as a local emperor. Later, his master gave him a few pointers and he had the good fortune later on. In ancient times, the buried river was once a remnant section of the Great Blasphemy Sea. As the flood dragon's route, his realm skyrocketed. If it wasn't for that bitch who buried the river blocked him at the section above the Bio Prefecture and the Water Deity Temple because of some lowly mortals who refused to let him pass, he would have already reached the Jindan stage. If he entered the sea again, he would have reached the Yuanying stage. Originally, if that bitch was willing to let him smoothly complete the buried river, it would be a great good karma between them. In the future, when he attained the Great Tao, no matter how cold and ruthless he He had to find an opportunity to repay her kindness. Otherwise, in the cycle of the heavenly way, there would be all kinds of obstacles in his future cultivation path. He couldn't figure out why that bitch was so determined to block his great Tao. Was it really because he had harmed the lives of those mortals? Wasn't it too ridiculous? He firmly believed that there must be an unknown inside story. Perhaps the men and women who became his food happened to have a great relationship with the water deity temple. That was why she was so angry and did business at a loss again and again. She wouldn't rest until he was dead. After so many years of life and death battles, he knew that the buried river goddess's cultivation base was not high. It was just that she had refined too many weapons and their quality was too good. She relied on the endless stream of weapons to firmly suppress him. Later on, he inexplicably received two great opportunities. First, his damaged Jindan was not only repaired but the quality of his Jindan was also improved by a lot. Later on, the Bio prefecture became prosperous overnight and became an immortal's cave full of spiritual aura. What Wang Qi wanted was the refining formula that pointed straight to the Great Tao. In the early years, the master personally told them, a gentleman and a water demon, that it was the Great Tao of an ancient immortal. Moreover, it was vast and was also suitable for Confucian cultivation. In this way, it meant that once Wang Qi, who was about to die, got the immortal formula and succeeded in cultivation, not only could he live longer, he might even have the hope to compete for the title of Deputy Hill Master of the Academy. For so many years, Wang Qi could be said to have used both soft and hard methods on the Bio prefecture. His water demons buried the river and even flooded the Bio prefecture. He also damaged the Jindan of the water deity temple. Wang Qi hoped that the water deity would know what was good for her and ask for help from the imperial court of the Great Spring. Wang Qi even left the capital to travel to the buried river deity temple and deliberately revealed some of the gentleman's skills. However, the water deity turned a blind eye to it. She didn't even complain to him, a gentleman. After that, Wang Qi showed great kindness and tried his best to ask the emperor of the Great Spring Lu family to raise the Bio prefecture. He hoped that the water deity would remember his kindness and take the initiative to hand over the immortal formula on the praying for rain steel that only she understood the gist of trueness. The buried river deity was still indifferent. She even threatened to have the sage books of the literary sage to worship the temple and share the incense. Otherwise, she would rather guard the broken plaque of the Bio prefecture. This water goddess is really stubborn, but her brain must have been flooded with water. The broken temple mountain was not peaceful. Taiping Mountain was not peaceful either. On the bank of the most famous river in the central divine continent, it was also not peaceful today. A man and a woman who were traveling here came. The woman was wearing a brocade palace dress. Although the curtain hat covered her face, one could tell that she was a disaster just by looking at her figure and style. The man was slender with a thin face. He was wearing a snow-white marten coat and a red wine gourd hung on his waist. If Qin Pingon and the little girl in green were here, they would realize that they were the master and servant who met them on the cliff plank road on a snowy night at the border of Huangting country and Dali. The woman in the palace dress was called Qing Ying. After parting with Qin Pingon and the other two, the woman showed her true form of a white fox in the canyon. Her body was as big as a mountain. The man who was the size of a grain of rice in front of her just called out her name casually. The woman who already had 8 foxtails was cut off. She called the man Master Bai. The man looked up at this time. There was a white emperor city in the colorful clouds. The Devil Dao hero, the city lord of White Emperor City, was regarded as the world's #1 chess player. He raised a flagpole with the words, "First chess player of the world" written on it. So far, no one could make the city lord lower his flag. How domineering. The man smiled and said, "It's a pity that the glazed building is gone." The woman in the palace dress said softly, "Master, I heard that the guy who likes to wear pink Taoist robes admires you a lot." The man turned a deaf ear. He retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "City lord, you don't have to leave the city. I'm just passing by." The woman in the palace dress was excited. He felt proud. There was only one person who could make White Emperor City leave White Emperor City in 1,000 years. It was only the disciple of the sage of literature. Our Master Bai rejected him so easily. The man walked slowly on the bank of the yellow river. He sighed softly and said to her, "Leave for a while." The woman in the palace dress was nervous. She didn't dare to ask and immediately left. The man stood still. An old man in a Confucian robe appeared beside the man with a solemn face. He bowed and said respectfully, "LV Shi of the Record of Rites Academy greets Master Bai." The man was expressionless. LV Shi. He was the Grand Chancellor of the Record of Rites Academy, one of the 3 great academies of Confucianism. He was a Confucian sage who was destined to be worshipped by the sage of literature and had his statue erected in the Confucian temple. However, such a Confucian sage who was close to immortality treated the man who had traveled all the way from the Aquarius continent to the central divine continent with such respect. LV Shi didn't know what to say for a moment. It was too difficult. The matter he had to discuss was too important. The slender man who liked to call him Master Bai after recognizing his identity muttered to himself, "Back then I told the little teacher the true names of all the great demons in the world and helped him build the 9 great cauldrons on the top of the 9 mountains in the world. I hoped that both sides could coexist peacefully. After that, all the demons in the world went into hibernation. They retreated to the mountains and forests and hid from the world. That was why you humans started to climb the mountains and cultivate. That was why there were immortals on the mountains. That was why there was such a beautiful scenery in this world. Back then, the little teacher who had just obtained human merit swore to me that if Mr. treated the common people with respect, the Confucian school would treat Mr. with respect on behalf of the world." At this point, the man turned to look at the Grand Chancellor of the Academy and twitched the corner of his mouth. The title of Mr. has almost been monopolized by the Confucian school. LV Shi wanted to say something but stopped. His expression was solemn. The man continued to look at the rolling river water that flowed to the sea and never returned. He said, "Later on there was a mountain search map. Later on, there was a town called Baizhe among the 9 majestic town towers in the vast world. Now you are walking in front of me and want me to go to Pasua Tongyi and Fuyao continents to help you search the mountains for great demons? Why? Because the sage of rites called me Mr. twice back then? Or because of the tall building you helped me build? So that I can have a place in the vast world?" The man turned his head again and said with a slightly heavier tone, LV Shi could not say a word. Fortunately that Lord Bai revealed a smile and sighed, "But I do believe him and I know his difficulties. That is why I still follow the rules you set up all these years. As for you, you are too unreasonable. Scholars should not be so domineering. You should use the principles of the sages to educate the common people. You should use the spring wind and rain to nourish things silently." LV Shi, who felt like he was being suppressed by the 5 great mountains of the central earth, relaxed slightly. The man said self-mockingly, "It is a great misfortune for the demon race to have me by Zay." LV Shi's scalp began to tingle again. The man didn't want to argue with this junior and slowly said, "I broke the rules this time and left that building without permission. I went out to travel the world because I wanted to see with my own eyes if the world that the little teacher described to me back then has come true after so many years. May I ask, Mr., what is the result? Is it good or bad?" LV Shi asked with a trembling voice. One must know that Master Bai's perception was related to the trend of a world, no 2 worlds. The man smiled and said, "I want to see again." He finally said, "Can I?" Although he seemed to be asking, he did not even look at the Grand Chancellor of the Academy. But just the aura contained in Master Bai's words was enough to make LV Shi's abbot unable to conceal his aura. The water of the yellow river surged up and down, waves crashing against the shore. The colorful clouds above gathered and dispersed, revealing the majestic true appearance of White Emperor City. LV Shi finally said in a low voice, "Yes." Wei Xian still firmly guarded the empty space in front of the dilapidated temple and stood tall. Zhou Xian was even more ferocious and shocking. The more injured he was, the greater his killing power. He was like a mad demon. He was invincible. However, Sui Yu, who had a strong sword momentum, was ambushed by Su Qingzhou and Su Tong from the Tsamu nunnery when he was about to take a breath after breaking 900 armors and killing 200 more border soldiers than Lu Baixiang. Even so, Sui Yu still used the last bit of his aura to kill more than 120 border soldiers in armor under the eyes of the 2. Only then did Su Qingzhou cut off his head, and Su Tong, the immortal master who did not dare to let his guard down, used his trump card to smash his body and soul. Other than the infatuation sword that fell to the ground, there should be no more sword beauty Sui Yu in the world. But just as Su Zhou bent down and was about to pick up the spoils of war, At the entrance of the dilapidated temple, a beautiful woman with a cold expression strode out. It was Sui Yu. When she brushed past Qin Pingon, she said coldly, "He has broken through 1,100 armors." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "1 gold copper coin is enough for me to buy another Xinju mountain in my hometown." Sui Yu snorted coldly. She was in a bad mood and swept away like a startled swan. She reached out her hand and grabbed the infatuation sword in the distance. She held it firmly in her hand and a majestic sword aura shot out. Su Qingzhou and Su Tong were so scared that they moved 100 feet away. It turned out that before the battle, the secret that Wei Xian mentioned was that if Qin Pingon died, all 4 of them would die. If Qin Pingon did not die after the 4 of them died, 1 gold copper coin would be able to walk out of the scroll again without any drop in the realm. The 2 enemies at the top of the mountain who were still watching by the side did not show up. Qin Pingon had nothing to do and shook the withered branch in his hand. He felt sorry for the gold copper coin but also wanted to laugh. He said softly, "Senior's Taoist skills are really amazing." 356. The heavy rain was like the beating of drums on the battlefield. The battle on the mountain was fierce. Especially when the woman riding the sword suddenly reappeared after her death and walked out of the ruined temple unscathed. Wang Qi, the gentleman on the top of the mountain, and the demon buried in the river looked at each other. What kind of immortal supernatural power was this? Could it be that the beautiful woman with outstanding swordsmanship was a talisman puppet of the unorthodox Taoist sect? Or was it the unknown Mahist art of mechanism? But when did the talisman and art of mechanism become so brilliant? In the open space of the mountain forest that was flattened by the sword Qi time and time again, the military general Su Qingzhou glanced at the immortal master of Xiaomu nunnery, Su Tong. If Su Tong had not reminded him to be careful, he would have reached out to grab the infatuated sword that was bound to be a magic weapon. However, Su Tong asked him to quickly move away. Su Qingzhou was shocked and decisively abandoned the magic weapon that was at his fingertips. Only then did he escape from the sword master's sword-controlling technique of the resurrected woman. Otherwise, at least one of his arms would have been lost here. Su Tong's heart was heavy. This woman is definitely not an ordinary pure martial artist. Su Qingzhou fixed his eyes and saw that the long sword on the ground had been driven away. Then the sword Qi came down in an instant and the woman whose head was separated from her body disappeared into thin air. On a tree in the distance, Sui Yu stood on the branch unscathed, holding the infatuated sword in her hand. Sui Yu looked at Su Qingzhou, who was wearing the military school's golden crow armor, and the immortal master Su Tong, who was holding a talisman made of golden material in her hand. She was full of fighting spirit. She had a feeling that as long as there was another life-and-death battle that exhausted her pure genuine qi, she would be able to break through the realms soon. Su Qingzhou's mind was shaken for a moment. This woman, after dying once, had her cultivation and momentum increased so obviously. It was obvious that she had seized the opportunity to break through the realm in the battle and had made up her mind to use him and Su Tong as whetstones to sharpen her martial arts. Once she reached the 7th realm of Golden Body, his famous saber, Duqiao, would lose its meaning. Su Qingzhou was a strong-willed and battle-hardened warrior. Even so, Su Tong, as a qi trainer and a member of the Xiaomu nunnery, the #1 immortal sect in the Great Spring Dynasty, had a smooth journey of cultivation. Su Tong was not afraid of a simple warrior at the peak of the 6th realm at all. However, in the face of an enemy who was very likely to break through the realm on the battlefield and seemed to be an unkillable existence, she could cut off his head with one sword strike. How could Su Tong not be frightened? There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. There were thousands of magic weapons and spiritual weapons, but a qi cultivator only had one life. Su Qingzhou had already sensed Su Tong's cowardice, but he did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. He did not lash out at the immortal who had enjoyed 100 years of bliss in the Mirage City, nor did he panic. Instead he said calmly, "Let's kill her again. If she comes back to life, the 2 of us will avoid her." Su Tong gritted her teeth and the golden talisman in her hand was shining. "Then let's kill her again at all costs." Sui Yu twitched the corner of her mouth. She looked at Su Qingzhou and Su Tong. They were just 2 skeletons under her feet on the way to heaven. On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Baixiong also needed to take a breath. However, because Sui Yu helped to attract Su Qingzhou and Su Tong's attention, the Wu Dao guru and Qi cultivator secretly waited for this moment to launch a sneak attack. The lethality of the attack was far less than that of Su Yu and Su Tong. Therefore he only had a wound on his ribs. He covered the wound with one hand and his shoulder was pierced by a dark green arrow that was specially made by the imperial court and covered with talisman patterns. Lu Baixiang shook the blood on the tip of his saber casually. He did not even look at the arrow, let alone free his hand to pull it out. Including him, the 4 most powerful people in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land each received a sentence before they walked out of the painting. However, they did not know about it. As the leader of the 4, Qin Pingon was even kept in the dark. Wei Xian was the first to walk out of the painting. However, the sentence at the entrance of the ruined temple was said quite late. At that time, Lu Baixiang believed that Wei Xian would not lie about this kind of thing. He also believed that it was not Qin Pingon who secretly instructed Wei Xian to lure the 4 to fight to the death. However, Lu Baixiang did not want to die for the time being. Julian was not dead. The hunchbacked old man in front of the ruined temple was the most vigorous. Indeed, the more seriously injured he was, the stronger his killing power was. Although Lu Baixiang had never heard of the gold and copper coins and only knew that there were 3 kinds of divine coins in this world: snowflake, minor heat and guyu. However, Lu Baixiang felt that his life was comparable to that of a gold and copper coin. Anyway, he was about to break 1,000 armor. Since the agreement was imminent, there was no need to rush. Moreover, it was still too early to catch a big fish like him in this siege. Regarding the matter of breaking through the realm, Lu Baixiang's view was probably the most indifferent among the 4. Sui Yu was undoubtedly the most enthusiastic one because she was the most ambitious one. She wanted to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, which was to ascend with a sword. The second mouthful of fresh and pure genuine qi flowed in Lu Baixiang's body like a river. Although it was not as good as the previous peak state, it was enough to deal with the killing for another 30 minutes. The ruined temple was at the foot of the mountain. The border army of Daquan went up the mountain to kill the rumored giants of the Devil Path. Gao Shizhen's face was pale because of the heavy rain. Finally, he could not persuade an old butler of the Duke's mansion to help him hold a big umbrella over his head. Gao Shizhen had just experienced great joy and shock. First, a spy on the mountain sent a message to the foot of the mountain. The woman with a sword was killed by General Su and Immortal Su. Her head was cut off by Su Qingzhou and her soul was scattered by the master of the Tsaomu nunnery. She could not be more dead. However, a moment later, another scout came down the mountain to report that the swordswoman had come back to life and started another battle with Su Qingzhou and Su Tong. This time, the swordswoman chased after the 2 of them and no longer targeted the border army soldiers. The desperate Duke of Daquan suddenly turned his head and looked at the soldiers who were silently climbing the mountain in the heavy rain not far away. He could vaguely see that some of them were young, about the same age as his son, Gao Shi. Some of them were experienced soldiers who were no longer young like Gao Shizhen. About half an hour later, Gao Shizhen, who was in a heavy mood, received another bad news. The swordswoman withstood a slash from Su Qingzhou's saber and a punch from a golden-armored talisman puppet and pierced Su Tong's heart with her sword. Immortal Master Su, who should not have died on the spot, had used all his means. No matter how many elixirs he swallowed and how many immortal spells he cast to prolong his life, he still died. His entire heart had withered into ashes. After the woman with a sword died, her body disappeared again. When she walked out of the ruined temple for the second time, she had reached the Golden Body Realm, the 7th realm of martial arts. General Su had already retreated and left the mountain without permission. The first prince was furious and threatened to severely punish the Su family in Mirage City. Gao Shizhen did not say a word. Only the bone-chilling downpour in the winter night was like God's never-ending dream. The old butler, who had served the Duke's mansion for generations, comforted him softly. "Duke, as long as Mr. Wang doesn't do it himself, it means that it's not the time to make a final decision. Don't be too pessimistic." Gao Shizhen was expressionless. On the mountain, although Lu Baixiang was severely injured, except for the wound on his waist and the imperial arrow that pierced through his shoulder, his combat power was not affected much. He was still able to resist waves of attacks. Wei Xian, who was alone outside the ruined temple, could easily deal with some fish that escaped the net. The West Mountain Dew armor was indeed the armor of the military school that Su Qingzhou was extremely jealous of. It should be noted that the armor that Su Qingzhou wore was the second-class armor of the military school, the Golden Crow armor, which was much better than the Dew armor. In addition, Wei Xian was born in the army. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, who rose from the bottom of the market, spent most of his life in the military and won the reputation of being the enemy of 10,000 people in the history of the Lotus Flower-blessed land. After that, the so-called unparalleled fierce general on the battlefield, no matter how famous he was when he was alive, was at most the second Wei Xian. Therefore, Wei Xian was more suitable for fighting in the chaotic army than Liu Baixiang. Imperceptibly, in the battlefield where the army was in formation, Wei Xian had an advantage similar to that of the Confucian sage in the academy. This was not a talent that a martial artist at the peak of the 6th realm could have. Perhaps even the gurus at the 8th realm and the 9th realm could not have this talent. Zhou Xian did not hold back his strength, so he was seriously injured. When Wei Xian was about to switch positions with Zhou Xian rejected Wei Xian's good intentions. Once a martial madman was in a desperate situation, his ferocity was terrifying. Wei Xian still insisted on replacing Zhou Xian. He wanted to put on a good show of taking the head of the general in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. This was his forte. Although he would most likely have to pay with his life to kill the Prince of the Great Spring, Lu Tsong Suiyu had died twice. Wei Xian felt that it was not a loss if he could exchange his life for a completely unrestrained charge. Moreover, the guards at the border were guarding the door, and so was the door of the temple on the mountain. Did he not become a guard dog guarding the house? However, Zhou Lian's punch repelled a Qi cultivator's spiritual weapon, and he took advantage of the momentum to retreat. His old body slid all the way back. His fists were already showing the white bones. Before Zhou Lian charged forward again, he grinned and said softly to Wei Xian behind him, "Kindly remind you that you can live if you die. The money spent is Qin Pingan's money. Whether you feel the heartache or not depends on the mood of the four of us. But I advise you not to die so easily. For the time being, I can't give you a reason. It's just my intuition. Believe it or not, if you don't care, you can bypass these annoying flies who know some spells and go kill that Prince Lu Kong. I won't stop you." Wei Xian seemed to be unwilling to accept his kindness. He asked, "Can you help me block the armored soldiers from entering the temple for a moment?" Zhou Lian had already kicked heavily. His body was like lightning. He turned his route several times and once again tangled with the accompanying cultivators and the armored soldiers at the side. Obviously, Zhou Lian would not help. Wei Xian punched a Daquan border soldier who was trying to hack at his mask. The soldier's chest armor caved in and he knocked away a comrade behind him. The soldier's corpse directly hit the ground and bled from his 7 orifices. He fell to the ground and could not get up. Wei Xian took the time to turn to Qin Pingan and said, "To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Shall I try?" Qin Pingan nodded in agreement. Wei Xian took a deep breath and rushed forward quickly. He only slightly bypassed the battlefield where Zhou Lian was. Zhou Lian laughed, "You will suffer if you don't listen to the advice of the elderly. It's rare that you have the heart of a bodhisattva, but you still treat it as a deaf ear. What a world." Qin Pingan raised his head again and looked straight at the mountain peak. In the dilapidated temple, Pei Qian was showing off her belongings to the little lotus figure. She took out the treasure box again. For the first time, she did not have her guard up against that silly little lotus figure. Other than Qin Pingan, it was the one that Pei Qian trusted the most in this world. However, the little lotus figure was absent-minded. It often stood on tiptoe and looked at Qin Pingan outside the door. Pei Qian scolded it with a sullen face. "What? Don't you have confidence in my father? You have a broken arm and you are blind, right? Who is my father? Will he lose? Let me tell you. Even if I become a fool who doesn't like money one day, my father will not lose to others in a fight." The little lotus figure was confused. What was the relationship between the two? It could not understand what this bad-tempered tanned girl was thinking. Qin Pingan's voice came into the dilapidated temple. "Use the branches to copy books and practice writing." Pei Qian, who was squatting on the ground, felt like she was struck by lightning. She secretly slapped the little lotus figure's head. She did not dare to do it for fear that the 500 words would become 1,000 words. After getting up, she took the mountain walking stick and started to write Sage's articles on the ground. Every time she wrote a word, the little guy jumped and sank into the ground. Then it stuck its head out beside the word and giggled. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. How could there be such a boring little thing in the world? Was it a little idiot? Alas, she should talk to Qin Pingon later. She could sell it for money and buy it a new book. On the top of the mountain, the buried river monster was eager to try. Or I go down to practice? Wang Qi hesitated. The burly man looked at the rain. In another quarter of an hour, the rain will be lighter. At that time, even if you beg me, I will be too lazy to do it. Don't forget, I'm not here to help you kill people. I'm just here to help my master keep an eye on the situation here. When the time comes, I just need to take the sword cultivating gourd from Qin Pingon's body and then I can leave. Of course, he also needed to help his master find the treasure that could hide from the mysteries of heaven. As for how to find it, it was very mysterious. Wang Qi, a rebellious gentleman of the academy, was not qualified to know this secret. The burly man quietly shifted his gaze and looked at Lu Baixiang, who was holding a narrow knife. Wang Qi thought carefully and nodded. You can do it, but don't show your real body. Otherwise, I can't explain it to the Dafu Academy. The hill master is not easy to fool. The burly man sneered. That's easy. Just say that I, the buried river monster, was enlightened by you and abandoned evil. I want to ask for a water god temple from you and the imperial court of Daquan. So I'm willing to do something in exchange for a legitimate identity. Why is it hard to explain? Wang Qi smiled bitterly. Emperor Lu Zhen may believe this seemingly reasonable wording, but the hill master of the academy will definitely not take it seriously. Just do as I said. Don't fight Qin Pingon with your true body as a monster. You only need to force Qin Pingon to show a flaw. Wang Qi paused, full of murderous intent. I want him to be destroyed here. The burly man curled his lips. Okay, I hope you can do what you say and kill Qin Pingon, who is waiting for us to come to him. Don't be a glib talker. At this point, the burly man laughed. I almost forgot that you scholars are the best at glib talkers in our world. Sorry for the disrespect. Wang Qi did not want to lower himself to the same level as this barbarian monster. The buried river monster did not care whether the ruined temple would notice the movement at all. He strode out, and every step he took made the mountain tremble. He rushed out of the cliff at the top of the mountain in an instant, drawing an arc in the air, and finally landed with a loud crash, making a loud noise. Wang Qi sighed softly, his face full of sorrow. Only after becoming a golden core cultivator can one be considered a member of my generation. It was just that one would grow old and wither. Even a golden core that he had painstakingly obtained would have a time when it would dim. How could he, Wang Qi, die when he had yet to fulfill his ambitions? This was especially so for golden core Qi refinement warriors. They had a much clearer understanding of life and death than those muddle-headed mortals. How torturous was it to count the days and wait for death? Here, Qin Pingon was not deaf and naturally knew that the burly river demon had made such a huge commotion at the bottom of the towering mountain peak. He held the withered branch that he had casually picked up with his left hand and patted the blade's strengthening gourd with his right hand. Chu-yi and Chu-yi flew out of the gourd and disappeared. He retracted his right hand into his sleeve and took out a demon pagoda subduing talisman that was made of golden talisman paper and personally written by Zhou Xian with little snow cone. This rare talisman paper was given to the buried river monster by the Great Spring Imperial Court when the Green Turing Manor was founded. It was one of the 3 golden talisman papers that Zhou Xian had given Qin Pingon. It was the Wind Thunder paper with the dragon claw seal on the background. Qin Pingon did not know the identity of the intruder for the time being. However, the world was so coincidental that a demon pagoda subduing talisman written in the Green Turing Manor happened to be used to kill a buried river monster. It was really the cycle of heaven and retribution. As for Chu-yi and Chu-yi, they were used after Qin Pingon took out the demon pagoda subduing talisman and before he stabbed the intruder with his sword. They were used to stop the gentleman Wang Qi from coming to the rescue. The gentleman Wang Qi, who was standing on the mountain peak, sighed in his heart. It was indeed a thought that separated the god and the devil. He hoped that this siege would go smoothly. After this, he would no longer care about the grievances of the mortal world after he obtained the immortal's incantation. He would concentrate on cultivation and one day become the deputy headmaster of the academy. By then he would make up for the fate of the Great Spring Empire. A young Taoist priest with a hibiscus crown on his head did not travel far with the wind. Instead he shrank the ground time and time again and soon left the border of the Great Spring Empire and came to the south of the northern Jin Kingdom. He went all the way south and chose a quiet and remote forest and lake. Finally he stopped at a mountain peak and disappeared. Underground there was a completely different world. Seemed to be an ancient path that had been buried. The young Taoist walked for another 1,000 miles. There were many forks in this ancient path, but he didn't choose a direction and didn't hesitate at all. Along the way, the gloomy and magnificent underground phenomena did not stop the young Taoist priest for even a moment. Finally, he came to a dilapidated mountain gate. The plaque was crooked and half of it was broken, leaving only the 3 words Blasphemy Palace. When he stepped in, a subtle sword chi suddenly appeared and disappeared. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere. The young Taoist priest walked slowly. The Eagle Fortress, the Green Touring Manor and Hure Town. Other than the inn where Junyang stayed, the other 2 places were not too important. To be precise, the Eagle Fortress used to be extremely important, but now it was a thing of the past. He did not want to think about it. Later on, during his travels in the Tongye continent, he unintentionally planted willows everywhere. As for the failure of the willows, the young Taoist priest did not care at all. Sweeping the world of the 3 kingdoms the 2 big demons of the Fuyao sect and the Taiping Mountain were the key to his plan in the Tongye continent. However, he found that there was a guy of unknown origin who appeared again and again on the great path that he had walked. The first time was a coincidence, the second time was still a coincidence, but what about the third time? He had to be careful. If he was not careful, he would end up with a real body in his hometown that used the mountains as a pillow. If the damage to his soul was too severe, he would not be able to wake up for hundreds of years. By then, wouldn't he miss out on the great undertaking of expanding the territory and fighting for hegemony? How would he be able to obtain an unimaginably fertile territory for his family's descendants? He kept telling himself this in his heart. At the end of the path in the abandoned palace was an old site that looked like the ancient dragon-locking platform. A ragged white ape covered in blood sat cross-legged. It could not hide its ferocious aura that flowed out majestically. However, whenever the strands of sword chi that were condensed to the point of materialization drifted out of the huge stone platform, they would be struck by snow-white lightning and disappear without a trace. It was the white ape carrying a sword on his back from the Taiping Mountain that had fled here. However, the term carrying a sword no longer existed. The old ape asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you come here to find me? Aren't you afraid that both of us will die here?" The young Taoist priest walked to the edge of the dragon-locking platform. He did not walk up the stairs. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. There's an old thing in my hometown who has long asserted that you are a lucky person. You won't die." The old ape asked, "What do you want?" The old ape glanced at the guy who was wearing a Taoist robe and a hibiscus crown. The more it looked at him, the more depressed it felt. Years ago on the Taiping Mountain, the guy somehow changed his appearance and caught the attention of a core formation stage cultivator of the Taiping Mountain as a young man who had lost his memories. After he was brought to the mountain, he snuck into the Hall of Ancestral Masters and was given a jade badge of his lineage. He was the most promising genius of cultivation in the Taiping Mountain to break the awkward situation of a shortage of young people before he became a female Taoist priest. Even the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Taiping Mountain was shocked by the speed at which he entered the core formation stage and broke through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. They did not hesitate to find a treasure that could conceal the secrets of heaven for him in order to prevent the Tongye sect and the Yugui sect from harboring evil intentions. After successfully entering the nascent soul stage at a young age, he spared no effort on his path of cultivation to slay demons and devils. He had a very good reputation. One day, perhaps he felt that the time was right or he suddenly became enlightened, he found the white ape in the well prison and revealed his shocking true identity. He ordered the white ape, who was the guardian of the mountain, to deliberately release a big demon at the bottom of the well prison. After a battle, both sides were injured and their primordial spirits were damaged. A young earth immortal who was less than 100 years old was reduced to a dying old man. His vitality was declining and his body was decayed. He was even more miserable than a 1,000-year-old nascent soul stage cultivator. After that, the young nascent soul stage cultivator left the mountain to travel with the reason that heaven never bars one's road. In the end, he fought a fierce battle with the core formation stage cultivator of the Fuyao sect. The latter lost his chance of reincarnation and attracted the incarnation of an ancient demon. The young nascent soul stage cultivator was killed in the end. The jade tablet of the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Taiping Mountain was gone. The important artifact that concealed the secrets of heaven was also destroyed. The most talented young Taoist of Taiping Mountain in the past sat on the steps with his back to the white ape. He smiled and said, "Zhong Kuei and Huang Ting must die. Especially Zhong Kuei. If he doesn't die, it won't be as simple as the Confucian school having another grand chancellor in the future. After the war, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Naturally, it will be the turn of ghosts and otherworldly items to run amok in the world. There's an old fellow in our hometown who happens to be good at this. If the Confucian school had Zhong Kuei, when the time comes, the ones who will die in our camp might be this many of you." He raised his arm high and stretched out 3 fingers. He said with a heavy tone, "At least." Then the young Taoist stretched out his remaining 2 bent fingers. "Actually, it's this many. I was afraid of scaring you just now." The white ape snorted disdainfully. Naturally, it didn't believe him. 5 of itself, that was 5 12th realm sword cultivators. That Zhong Kuei who was killed in 3 moves had this ability? The young Taoist patted his knees lightly. "Now that you're hiding like a rat, at least you have something to look forward to. That one from the Fusuan sect caused my plan to fail. He deserved to be chased to the sea. His luck wasn't as good as yours. Even if he entered the sea, he still wouldn't be able to escape death. Now, let's see which of those 2 fellows leisurely rushing over will be able to pick up this great opportunity. His cultivation is only at the 12th realm. When he dies, he might be able to drag someone down with him. When I return to my hometown, I won't be too calculative with his descendants." The white ape frowned. "Even I can't find the scholarly sage guarding the sky screen of Tongye continent. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to find you? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" That sage was one of the 72 statues of the scholarly temple. Even if his duty was to supervise the movements of the Tongye continent's territory, in his eyes, it was nothing more than specks of sparks in the human world. They were the images of Qi cultivators of the middle 5 realms, martial arts grandmasters and human emperors. However, in the Battle of Taiping Mountain, the sage could only see 2 slightly larger balls of sparks. Only then would he use his supernatural powers and set his sights on Taiping Mountain. It was extremely difficult for a deity to observe the mountains and rivers. This was especially so when it came to countries and between continents. There were also invisible natural barriers. At the peak of Sui Mountain, the old scholar who was so fond of his secluded disciple was only making incantations. Unless there was a refined item on the person who wanted to pay attention to it, it would be a different story. It would be much easier. However, if that person had an item that could conceal the secrets of heaven, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The young Taoist priest held the back of his head with both hands and lay back, leaning against the steps. In order to prevent Taiping Mountain from searching for the hibiscus crown on my head, I took the initiative to destroy its appearance. Originally, it could still last for another 50 to 60 years. Now that the scholarly sage who has been drawing a prison in the heavens year after year has come to the human world early, it's hard to say. The saint who accompanied the sacrificial temple will definitely find me if he looks for me. The 3 great demons of the Tongye continent, Hure Town, Fusui sect and Taiping Mountain, you sword-bearing white ape. There must be a mastermind behind this. Before they find me, I have to do something. Since my plan has failed and deviated from my initial expectations, I have to make them feel disgusted. For example, I can kill Qin Pingon and then Huang Ting. There's no rush, let's see how it goes. The white ape was silent. These schemes were really not his forte. The young Taoist priest smiled. Only by being found can I retain a sliver of a chance of winning. Of course, I can't let them find me too easily, otherwise the scholarly faction will be suspicious. I have to make that scholarly sage look for me a little harder so that they can find me bit by bit. That young man called Qin Pingon, or perhaps Huang Ting's death later, are the leads. Otherwise, if I run back to my hometown with my tail between my legs, I'll really lose everything. After returning there, I'll have to suffer. Maybe I'll be banished to that mountain range to fend for myself and then be forced to do hard labor for that blind man. When I think of this, I'm a little worried. The white ape thought of the ancient rumor in the wilderness and was a little frightened. The young Taoist priest clicked his tongue. I do miss my hometown a little. Here my hands and feet are tied. I have to guard against the scholarly sage patrolling above me, and I also have to be wary of that mysterious Taoist temple master. It's really tough. If not for the latter, my plan in Tongye continent would be much easier. I wouldn't have to deliberately avoid him. Huang Ting is lucky to have been thrown into the temple by that bad-tempered ancestor of ours. Possible I really want to see that stinky cow's nose. His words came to an abrupt end. Over at the ruined temple, Pei Qian suddenly covered his eyes and rolled on the ground. Between his fingers, there seemed to be sunlight and moonlight shooting out. After a while, a tall old Taoist priest appeared near the dragon-locking platform of the underground palace and sneered. On the sea to the west of Tongye continent, a great demon that was thousands of feet in size stirred up huge waves and fled frantically. Behind him there were several figures following him. On the sea there was a sword cultivator who was in a bad mood. He didn't want to be that bullshit Taoist protector, but deep in his heart he was a little worried that the chaos in Tongye continent would affect the young man that Xiaoqi had given all hope to. He really didn't want to appear in the human world, so he rode his sword on the sea to relax. He wandered left and right. Coincidentally, the sword cultivator's name was Left and Right. He saw the injured great demon that had tactfully changed its escape route. But he was in a bad mood, so he attacked with his sword. He killed it with one sword. 357, 10,000-word chapter. Wei Xian was wearing the West Mountain Nectar armor. After getting Qin Pingan's approval, he tried to find an opportunity to kill Prince Lu Tsong while Wei Xian was holding back more than half of the cultivators following the army. He didn't care even if he had to sacrifice his life. After Sui Xiong killed the immortal master of Tsaomu nunnery, Su Qingzhou left the mountain without saying a word, even though he knew that Lu Tsong would vent his anger on the whole family. He returned to Mirage City and discussed countermeasures with his grandfather, who was the great general of the West. As one of the top general families in the Great Spring Dynasty and had been rooted in Mirage City for several generations, the Su family was afraid of the first Prince Lu Tsong, but they wouldn't wait for death. The one sitting on the throne was still the current emperor Lu Zhen, not Lu Kong. If they really fell out with Lu Tsong, the Su family would just be determined to rely on the second prince and replace him with a real dragon. The battlefield where Lu Baixiang was located was still in a stalemate. The 5,000 men of sacrifice of the Great Spring Border Army were indeed the direct subordinates of Lu Kong. They knew that the military law was strict. Even though they were being killed and watched their fellow soldiers die one by one under that person's blade, they still didn't care about their lives and crazily charged forward. The martial arts grandmasters and cultivators who were hiding in the dark couldn't bear to watch. It was truly too tragic. Some of the cold-hearted military officers even had their faces covered in tears and rainwater, but they still dutifully carried out their duties. No matter who it was, those who dared to cower in fear and retreat were immediately beheaded. The ethereal poems of traveling immortals might be written about the elegance of the immortals on the mountain. However, there had never been any frontier fortress poems that could really write about the bloody cruelty of the battlefield. After the buried river demon fell to the ground from another mountain peak, he ran over in big strides and rushed straight. If there were trees blocking his way, he would hit them with one hand. Qin Pingan looked at the momentum of the approaching person and made a decision in his heart. He replaced the talisman between the two fingers of his right hand in his sleeve with 3 talisman papers stacked together. Back in the Bio mansion, Zhong Kui borrowed the small snow cone. In return, he wrote a total of 6 talisman papers for Qin Pingan. 3 of them were his own. He wrote 3 talismans that could be formed by the talisman of 3 talents, which was also known as the Iron Cavalry circling the city talisman. Before writing the talisman, Zhong Kui took a breath of noble spirit. There were more than 100 generals wearing silver armor and riding white horses. The cavalry army, which was the size of a grain of rice, charged out on the talisman paper. In the end, they arranged the troops and stopped their horses, turning into a talisman pattern. After that, Qin Pingan took out 2 golden talisman papers and a green talisman paper from the sage's manuscript from his own pocket. Zhong Kui bitterly followed Qin Pingan's request and wrote the talisman of 5 thunders of the Taoist master mansion on Longhu Mountain, the barrier-breaking talisman to prevent ghosts from going up and down the mountain, and the last sword-suppressing talisman that was far superior to the Jing talisman in terms of rank and power. Zhou Xian named it as the Sword of Throwing Fish Rises, the Sea of 9 Provinces boils. The buried river demon who did not dare to show his true form, was less than 100 steps away from Meng Qi. Qin Pingan slowly walked out of the eaves and walked to the right side. Soon the distance between the two sides was only 50 steps. Qin Pingan shook his wrist and the 3 talismans were ignited by a puff of pure genuine qi. They quickly flew out of his sleeves and he said in his heart, "A ray in front." The burly man laughed and did not stop walking. He jumped and attacked the young man who was holding the withered branch. A martial artist using talismans. "Aren't you afraid that I'll laugh my teeth off?" But soon the buried river demon could not laugh at all. After the 3 golden talismans' bodies were burned up, the burly man who was still in the air was surprised to find that the 3 illusory talismans began to spin around him rapidly. The burly man's chi sank into his dantian and used the 1,000-pound drop. When he hurriedly landed on the ground, one of the 3 talismans' illusory cavalry with a white horse and silver armor rushed out with a spear. The burly man said sternly, "Go to hell." With a twist of his body he spun in a circle and quickly smashed the 3 cavalry with 3 punches. But a steady stream of cavalry rushed out of the talisman. There were no more and no less, 3 at a time, and they were silent. The burly man was trapped in the center of the battle formation. He was still fearless and his fists were like rainbows. He killed the cavalry that rushed out of the talisman's formation again and again. Every time the burly man changed the battlefield, the 3 talismans would float with him and always maintain the original distance. The burly man was excited to kill. He revealed his ferocious appearance and only felt satisfied and happy. It was not difficult to temporarily trap and exhaust a river demon that was almost in the gold core stage with 3 commanders' orders. It was even possible to force the demon to reveal its true body. However, it was absolutely impossible to exhaust the great demon that buried the river to death. Qin Pingan naturally knew this and did not expect the 3 talismans to trap and kill the burly man. The gentleman from the academy, Wang Qi, who stayed at the peak of the mountain, patiently waited for Qin Pingan's flaw. Qin Pingan was also looking for a chance to kill the burly man in the formation with a talisman or a sword. The rain was still pouring and there was no sign of it slowing down. The buried river demon was annoyed by the 3 strange talismans' entanglement. Why was it that the cavalry formed by the talisman's gallbladder's aura could not be killed? How many of them had he smashed into pieces and scattered their spiritual energy? 150, 200? It felt more and more that the situation was not good. The young man who was standing 30 steps away with the dried branch in his hand was definitely not waiting for it to break the talisman formation out of kindness. Then there would be a **T battle between gentlemen. Especially the dried branch in the corner of its eyes. It felt uneasy. Something was wrong, there was definitely something strange. Forget it. Wang Qi should be a coward and not do anything. I don't care how you reason with the Dafu Academy. The buried river demon with many small wounds on its body saw that the rain was about to fall. If it did not take advantage of the situation now, its power would be greatly reduced when it showed its true form. The eyes of the water demon were snow-white and its muscles began to twist extremely. Wang Qi at the peak of the mountain obviously saw the buried river demon's plan and shouted angrily, "No!" The water demon did not care about these. The earth suddenly trembled and showed its huge true form. Its eyes were as big as lanterns and its body was hundreds of feet long. Its head was at the place where the burly man stood. The cavalry whose aura had not been exhausted by the circling talisman pulled away from it. There were still armored cavalry charging towards the river demon. Some of the border soldiers of the Daquan who were hiding on both sides and waiting for an opportunity were directly bounced away by the body of the eel demon. When they flew out, they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Dozens of people were either injured or killed. The heavy rain poured on the body of the river demon. After sliding down the mountain, it did not seep into the mud but quickly gathered into a stream. Qin Pingan recognized the identity of this great demon. It was the eel demon that was fighting with the water goddess at the bottom of the river. It seemed that the hidden master at the peak of the mountain was no doubt the academy's gentleman Wang Qi. He pinched the dragon tiger mountain talisman that Zhou Xian said was 5 dragons holding the pearl with 2 fingers. After injecting his genuine qi, he threw it at the head of the buried river demon. There were indeed 5 slender flood dragons more than 100 feet long hovering in the air with white pearls in their mouths. There were thunder and lightning lingering around. The buried river demon just thought that it was time for it to use its supernatural powers. It did not expect 5 flood dragons that faintly contained the power of heaven to appear above its head. After a slight stagnation, it roared loudly and began to struggle violently. It wanted to break free from the siege of the circling talisman and suffer as little as possible from the thunder and lightning pearls. The cavalry held their spears and pierced the body of the eel demon again and again. They allowed the body of the buried river demon to sweep them away. Their bodies dissipated together with their spiritual qi and returned to the world. A flood dragon opened its mouth and a snow-white thunder pearl shot out, smashing into the head of the buried river demon. The mountain trembled. 2 more pearls smashed onto the vital part of the river demon and its tail. Not only was its body shaking from the pain, the soul and golden elixir of the river demon were also trembling. The only good thing was that the huge force that burst out finally swept down and smashed the 3 damn talismans. A long green rainbow landed on the tree trunk of this mountain from another mountain peak. It pleaded with Qin Pingon telepathically, "Both of us should stop now. I'll let Lu Tsong lead the troops and leave immediately. How about that?" When Wang Qi said these words, he gritted his teeth. That buried river demon was truly an incompetent thing that could only spoil things. After a flood dragon spat out the thunder and lightning pearl, it would automatically dissipate and disappear. Qin Pingon did not have any intention of stopping. In the end, the 2 flood dragons naturally spat out the most righteous thunder magic beads that contain the most powerful magic in the world without any hesitation. The 5 flood dragons had already disappeared, but the 5 pearls were firmly embedded in the body of the buried river demon. From the head to the tail, when they finally connected into a line, they emitted a bright light. In the body of the river demon, thunder and lightning swam rapidly, finally forming a huge lightning bolt that was almost as thick as the river demon's body. Qi and Shiwu, who were telepathically connected with Qin Pingon, changed their original strategy. They drew out 2 fireflies and pierced into the lantern-sized eyes of the buried river demon. Sui Yu also controlled the infatuation sword that had pierced through countless hearts and accurately nailed it into the head of the buried river demon. It pierced through, and the entire long sword directly entered the ground below the head. It was enough to show its sharpness. As for Wang Qi and Qin Pingon, they acted almost at the same time. They both had the intention to kill. Qin Pingon used the withered branch as a sword and swept out. And the heavy rain between heaven and earth seemed to be controlled by the gentleman Wang Qi in an instant. The raindrops changed their falling trajectory one by one. Tens of thousands of raindrops shot towards Qin Pingon. After the sword, Wang Qi's figure was no longer on the branch. Qin Pingon stood in the position of the gentleman of the academy. He shook his shoulders and a wave of ripples surged out from his robe, bouncing off the raindrops that were embedded in the golden robe. As a gentleman of the academy, Wang Qi retreated to avoid the battle. The dying buried river demon could no longer control the stream of rainwater under its body. Its blood and rainwater seeped into the soil together. The withered branch in Qin Pingon's hand turned into powder. He swept over to the head of the buried river demon. He reached out in the air and grasped the infatuation sword in his hand. He directly chopped off the entire head of the buried river demon. The heavy rain gradually stopped. Soon the soldiers on the mountain began to retreat down the mountain. In the end, Wei Xian did not manage to capture the first Prince Lu Kong. He only killed a sword practitioner who had sworn to protect him. He had to let Lu Tsong retreat to the foot of the mountain and put away the military school's armor pill in his sleeve. Zhou Xian was the most seriously injured, but he did not die even once. Lu Baixiang walked towards the buried river demon's body. Only then did he have the chance to pull out the special arrows from his body. He did not throw them away. Instead, he held them in his hand and sheathed his narrow saber. On the western sea of the Tongye continent, the great demon that had revealed its true form to escape was inexplicably killed on the spot by a sword. Its entire head, which was as large as a mountain, fell neatly into the sea after being sliced by a silk thread. Its corpse, which was as long as a mountain, was still floating on the sea, bobbing up and down. The 3 great cultivators of Tongye continent who had chased it all the way here all had different thoughts. The current lord of Taiping Mountain, Song Mao, held his long sword upside down with the tip of the sword facing backwards to show his sincerity and gratitude. He said loudly, "Song Mao of Taiping Mountain thanks Senior for helping us kill the great demon." However, the sword practitioner whose sword aura flowed wildly like a waterfall ignored the lord of Taiping Mountain's goodwill. The patriarch of Tongya sect, who was in charge of the sect's discipline and genealogy, had a gloomy expression. Song Mao was the only one who did all he could to chase the great demon all the way. He did not care about his own life and wanted to perish together with the great demon. However, although Song Mao was the first lord of Taiping Mountain in name, his cultivation was not very high. This time he did not dare to bring one of the mountain protector celestial swords because of the incident in the well prison. Therefore he did not have the strength to do so. As for the patriarch of Tongya sect, who was the leader of Tongya Continent's immortals, he did not want to risk his cultivation to kill the great demon. A great demon that had fallen but was still in the 11th realm was not easy to deal with. The outcome was already decided. This beast would not be able to escape from the three people's sight. What was the hurry? Therefore the patriarch of Tongya sect, who was in the unpolished Jade realm, regarded this mission as a good one. Killing the great demon that was wreaking havoc in Fuji sect would not only bring him good karma, but also make Ji Hai, the sect master of Fuji sect who had lost his Taoist companion, feel grateful. Therefore, although he had been discreet during the chase and did not use the sect's most precious treasure, he was determined to kill the great demon in his heart. The patriarch of Jiang clan, who controlled the Cloud Cave blessed land of Yugui sect, had a jade-like face. In terms of appearance he was even younger and more handsome than his only son, Jiang Beihai. At this moment he was full of smiles. Obviously he was in a good mood after the great demon was killed by the sword practitioner on the sea and the patriarch of Tongya sect's plan failed. After all, he did not bring the sect's immortal weapon with great killing power. For the sake of his good friend Lu Feng's Tao of Sword, he secretly went to Lotus Flower Blessed Land, which was equivalent to disappearing from Tongya Continent for 60 years. There were many complaints in Yugui sect. Therefore he was pushed out. He wanted the horse to run but did not feed the horse. Wouldn't this patriarch of Jiang clan slack off in his work? Dressed in a Taoist robe and wearing a hibiscus crown, perfected Lord Taiping Mountain Song Mao. Although he was slightly unhappy, he was clear about what was right and wrong. The other party was arrogant and did not put him and Taiping Mountain in his eyes at all. He had his confidence. However, he could not think of when such a sword practitioner with great swordsmanship had appeared in Tongya Continent. Song Mao could not figure out the other party's temperament and background. He did not know why the other party attacked. Was he taking the opportunity to kill the great demon to obtain good karma, or was it purely because he saw injustice on the road? Could it be that he coveted the great demon's body full of treasures? Or even wanted to take it all for himself and not allow the other three to touch it? Song Mao naturally did not care about the great demon's body. However, this great demon was the main culprit of the chaos in Tongya Continent. It was because of its cooperation with the old beast, the sword-bearing white ape, that the great demon ran rampant in the central part of Tongya Continent. It had to be moved back and let the Confucian Academy take a look. Then the Academy would ask the school of Yinyang to predict the future. Therefore Song Mao did not know what to say for a moment. That strange sword practitioner looked at the founder of the Tongya sect and said 2 words. "You're not convinced?" The founder, who was famous in the entire Tongya sect, said some words with hidden killing intent. "It's best to keep this great demon alive and bring it back to the Tongya sect. Who knows, we might be able to find out more about the conspiracy. You saw that the great demon was severely injured and killed it with a sword. That would cut off all clues. How are we going to find the mastermind behind the scenes? Otherwise, why would the 3 of us chase it so far? What a coincidence. The Tongya sect's West Sea is so vast. You just happened to appear on the great demon's escape route?" The smile on the face of the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect did not change. He never complained about things being too lively. Song Mao was about to speak. That strange sword practitioner who looked like a middle-aged man said indifferently, "Then let's do it." From beginning to end, the sword practitioner only said these 2 words. He was not convinced. Let's do it. This was not the style of an immortal on the mountain. Even the middle 5 chi refinement warriors halfway up the mountain might not be so vulgar. It was more like a martial artist at the bottom of the pugilistic world. Song Mao did not have time to be a peacemaker. Another sword strike. Only this time, it was delivered to the unconvinced founder of the Tongye sect. That old immortal's expression changed drastically. Unable to say a single word, he hurriedly summoned a natal magic treasure that he had refined for 1,000 years. It was an ancient ritual bell that he had obtained from a shattered grotto heaven. The bell was the head of the 8 notes. This ancient bronze bell that was no taller than an arm after refinement hovered above the head of the Tongye sect's founder. The ancient bell projection was dozens of feet tall, enveloping the old man within. The outer wall of the ancient bell was engraved with an inscription of an ancient Confucian sage of merit and virtue. At this moment, the words that were the size of a fist were circulating rapidly. The old man stood within it, looking solemn and dignified. However, when the sword chi cleaved down on his head, the old man, who thought that he could at least resist for a moment, realized that the ancient bell projection in front of him had been split apart. He no longer dared to be careless and retreated with his natal bronze bell, hoping that the sword chi would weaken after he retreated thousands of feet away. He retreated again and again. On the surface of the sea that was more than 10 miles long, there was a ravine that had not been filled by seawater for a long time. When the sword chi finally disappeared, the founder of the Tongye sect was pale. He was shocked and distressed. Holding the natal ancient bell in his hand, he saw a fine scratch on it. How many heavenly materials and earthly treasures did he have to use to repair it? How could that sword cultivator's casual sword strike be so powerful? Not to mention the Tongye continent, not to mention the small Aquarius continent in the north. Even the Hassa continent should not have such a sword immortal. Chao Shi, who had refined a large river into a flying sword on her wrist, and the person in charge of guarding the Zhenhai Tower, definitely did not have such a sword chi. The sword cultivator pushed the old cultivator back with one strike. After rolling so far away, he was finally not an eyesore. He turned to the other person and asked, "Was it fun?" The smile on the master of the Jiang clan's face immediately stiffened. He cupped his fists and apologized, "Please forgive me for my rudeness." The sword cultivator sneered, "Senior? You are much older than me." The master of the Jiang clan was famous for his fearlessness on the Tongye continent mountain. He said seriously, "On the path of cultivation, the one who reaches the top wins. I, Jiang Xianxia, do not dare to be mentioned in the same breath as you." The sword cultivator no longer paid attention to Jiang Xianxia, who he had never heard of. He looked at the old man, who was further away, with lingering fear. "You seem to have a treasure that is good at attacking." "Not bad. Can you let me have a look?" The founder, who had suffered a lot, knew the temper of this sword cultivator. He was more hot-tempered than the Lord of Heaven of the Taiping Mountain. He did not dare to show his sect's treasure stupidly. It was obvious that the sword cultivator would not give up. What if he said, "Since you have already taken it out, don't waste it. Let's exchange moves and see how powerful it is." Should he take it or not? If he did not take it, the people of the Yugui sect and the Taiping Mountain were watching from the side. If he took it, it would be fine if he took it. But if he could not, would he be buried together with the big demon? The old cultivator no longer dared to put on airs. He hurriedly said, "Carrying the sect's treasure is only for killing demons. Cannot be casually revealed." He cursed in his heart. There was actually such a domineering and unreasonable sword cultivator in the world. What was the scholarly sage doing? Did he not care? Without waiting for the old cultivator to feel that he had shown weakness by conceding, the sword cultivator had a bit of a brain and should know when to stop. The sword cultivator asked, "If you don't take it out, how can you take my second move?" The founder of the Tongye sect was furious. "Do you really think I am a clay bodhisattva with no temper?" Jiang Xianxia kept a straight face, but he was secretly happy. He had long been sick of the Tongye sect cultivator's annoying face. It was not only him. The entire Yugui sect was like this, especially their old sect master. The few times he got angry in his life could be counted on one hand, and it was almost all thanks to the Tongye sect cultivator. Lord of Heaven of the Taiping Mountain, Song Mao said in a deep voice, "Demons are in chaos in the Tongye continent now. Senior Sword Immortal, please do not use your sword today." The sword cultivator retracted his gaze. "Then you will take this move?" Song Mao said without hesitation, "Yes. Regardless of whether I can take it or not, the people of the Tongye sect and Yugui sect are here and will send a message to Taiping Mountain. Song Mao am not as good as you. Even if I die here, Taiping Mountain will not hate you. After the sword cultivator muttered Taiping Mountain twice, he seemed to remember something and smiled for the first time. You are indeed a cultivator of Taiping Mountain. Not bad. In the Tongya continent you are the only decent ones. The rest are not worth mentioning. Song Mao was stunned and did not know what to say. The sword cultivator suppressed the sword qi all over his body, indicating that he would not use his sword again. Forget it, he remembered that Shao Qi once mentioned this Taiping Mountain. What did he say again? Had an ancient chivalrous aura? The sword cultivator said, just take the corpse of the great demon. Song Mao felt relieved. After sheathing his sword, he cupped his fists and said, Senior Sword Immortal, thank you for killing the demon. The sword cultivator hesitated for a moment and looked at the three people, asking, does anyone know a young man called Qin Pingon? Do you know where he is now? Song Mao and the founder of the Tongya sect were both confused. Jiang Shangzhen quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind and said with a smile, I happen to know. The sword cultivator asked, what do you mean? Jiang Shangzhen told this eccentric sword cultivator through telepathy, concisely describing what he had seen and heard in the lotus flower blessed land. The sword cultivator nodded and said disapprovingly, the number one in the world in a small blessed land is passable. Jiang Shangzhen asked tentatively, Senior, do you need to take care of him? The sword cultivator squinted. Are you worthy? Jiang Shangzhen smiled helplessly and said no more. The sword cultivator left. He was getting further and further away from the Tongya continent. He was too lazy to be anyone's guardian. When the sword cultivator was far away, Jiang Shangzhen said with a cheeky smile, our vast world is indeed more interesting. Song Mao asked curiously, do you know this great sword immortal? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said nothing. The old cultivator of the Tongya sect who had carefully returned to the two snorted, this person's sword skills are good, but, Jiang Shangzhen gloated, but what? The old cultivator swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He was really afraid of that guy's sword. It was too unreasonable. The next moment the old cultivator felt that his ancestral grave was emitting smoke. It turned out that the sword cultivator had returned in an instant. He glanced at the old cultivator and said to Jiang Shangzhen, this great demon's monster core is yours. Jiang Shangzhen cupped his fists and smiled, I know what to do. The sword cultivator left the mortal world again. In the side palace of the Broken Dragon Vein in the Tongya continent, the white ape saw a tall old man in a Taoist robe. The young Taoist smiled awkwardly. The old Taoist smiled and asked, are you happy that your wish came true? The young Taoist said bitterly, I'm very surprised. The white ape sitting on the dragon-locking platform, although he couldn't make a plot that would bring chaos to half the continent like the young Taoist, but after thousands of years of cultivation he still had a discerning eye. The master of the Taoist temple was said to be the old Taoist of the Eastern Sea that no one could find. If one wanted to enter the lotus flower blessed land, they could only find the little Taoist boy with the golden gourd on his back. A group of real earth immortals had to patiently discuss business with a little guy. The young Taoist stood up and asked, Old Taoist, are you here to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill me? The old Taoist sneered, the sky has collapsed, how can I enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? I'm here to see who has the guts and ability to covet the Tongya umbrella that I gave away. The young Taoist suddenly said, is it the oil paper umbrella that the little girl casually held in her hand? He sighed, if I knew that Qin Pingon was related to you I wouldn't dare to offend you. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The old Taoist brushed past the young Taoist and walked up the dragon-locking platform step by step. I'm not interested in the mortal world. I won't kill you. It's time to let some people in the happy nest remember, or else they'll forget what those old bones did in the past. The young Taoist turned around and followed behind the old Taoist from the Eastern Sea Monastery with a smile. Thank you for your mercy, old senior. With the old Taoist's words, even if his plan in the Tongya continent was leaked in advance, it could still be considered a blessing in disguise. After returning to the wasteland, at least he wouldn't be exiled to that mountain range to be a laborer for a blind man. He had to move mountains year after year and put them here and there. Others might find it fun, but which great demon wouldn't feel that it was better to die than to live? The key was that for some reason the overlords of the wasteland didn't seem to want to work together to pull out this big nail and throw it to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old Taoist walked up to the dragon-locking platform and glanced at the white ape who looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He nodded. "Little bastard, you're quite interesting. I'll go with the flow. Remember to take out your sword technique in the lotus flower-blessed land." In an instant, the white ape of Mount Taiping, who had no immortal sword to carry, disappeared from the dragon-locking platform. The young Taoist's mind raced as he silently deduced. He asked, "Since the white ape is no longer here, why don't you get straight to the point? What do you want me to do?" The old Taoist asked in return, "What do you want to do?" The young Taoist admitted, "If I say it, I'll die on the dragon-locking platform. It's better if I don't say it." The old Taoist was a little disappointed. "I've already given you a chance. You're a great demon at the peak of the true body realm, only a hair's breadth away from the 13th realm. You didn't even dare to kill Qin Pingon, so you missed a great opportunity. Back then, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's Qin Qingdu borrowed Qin Pingon's sword in order to transfer some karma to Qin Pingon. If you kill him, you'll be doing a great deed for the wasteland. As for me, I can also take the opportunity to take Qin Pingon into the monastery. Not only can I anger that old scholar to death, but I can also raise my own position in the praying mat." The young Taoist was shocked. The old Taoist smiled. "It's too late now." The young Taoist stomped his foot, filled with regret. The ancient dragon-locking platform beneath his feet rumbled as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the pitch-black void outside. The old Taoist said, "If you're a human, you'll have a good future as a school of vertical and horizontal. As for a school of yin-yang, your aptitude isn't too good." The young Taoist nodded helplessly. "That's true." The old Taoist suddenly said something with deep meaning. "Actually, if you juniors from 2 realms were born earlier and were lucky enough to live until today, many of you wouldn't be too bad." The young Taoist fell into deep thought. The old Taoist clasped his hands behind his back and made a grabbing motion. The lightning bolts outside the dragon ceiling platform broke through the restrictions and rules and rushed into the dragon ceiling platform. They gathered in the old Taoist's palm and eventually formed a fist-sized lightning ball. The young Taoist couldn't help but stop his train of thought and smile bitterly. This was the difference between them. It had nothing to do with one's realm. The old Taoist put the ball of lightning into his sleeve and said softly, "One of the 100 schools of thought that the old scholar looked down on, there was one person who revealed the greatest secret of this world." The young Taoist's eyes were burning. "Senior, please enlighten this junior." The old Taoist turned his head, his eyes cold. "You're a demon, yet you call me senior and call yourself junior? Are you calling me an old bastard?" He didn't give the young Taoist any chance. The already incomplete soul floated out of the carefully selected skin and was grabbed by the neck by the old Taoist. The body of the young Taoist of Taiping Mountain collapsed to the ground and disappeared into thin air just like the white ape. Only the hibiscus crown of one of the 3 Taoist sects remained on the dragon-locking platform. The old Taoist waved his hand and the human form of the great demon's soul was still that of the young Taoist. It was heavily smashed to the ground with a pained expression. Even so, he hurriedly took the hibiscus crown and put it on his head. Back then, in order to successfully cross the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he had to hide his 1 soul and 4 spirits. Only then could he leave the wasteland, enter the inverted mountain, and finally come to the Tongyi continent. However, after cultivating in the vast world for so long, his skin was extremely good, so he eventually reached the 12th realm of immortals. However, under the old Taoist's hands he couldn't fight back at all. The old Taoist said slowly, "Someone once said, take half of a foot of water and it will never be exhausted." The great demon who relied on the hibiscus crown to stabilize his soul said with difficulty, "It's one of the most famous pieces of knowledge of the founder of a famous school. I've seen it many times in various books, but I've never thought about it seriously." The old Taoist sneered, "That's why I said you were stupid." The great demon who was only left with his soul and no physical body wore the hibiscus crown on his head. He was anxious and had never missed his hometown so much. The old Taoist turned his head and smiled, "I've already removed the restriction on the narrow saber Shui Ting, a relic of the past. Do you mind?" The great demon shook his head and didn't say anything. The old Taoist laughed, "You don't even know how to flatter. Serves you right for suffering such a disaster." The great demon was confused. The old Taoist had already stepped into the void and left. When Qin Pingon opened the life scroll on the right side of the Sui dynasty, he threw in a gold essence copper coin. In the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, there was a drizzle. In the early winter, although the rain wasn't heavy, it was still a little annoying. A group of 4 people walked on the street. The young man in the lead was androgynous and very handsome. In the winter he held a folding fan in his hand. He didn't open it and gently tapped his palm. In the eyes of the people of the Nanyuan Kingdom, if not for his good looks, he would be an elegant person. The 4 of them walked on the street. The young man looked left and right and clicked his tongue in wonder. There was a young boy named Chao Qinglang. He had already walked out of his shabby alley to the street, but because of the sudden rain he had no choice but to run home to grab an oil paper umbrella. When he reached the corner of the alley he saw a group of people in the distance. His eyes were filled with hope as he stared at them. But when he vaguely saw the face of the young master he was somewhat disappointed. Alone he quickly walked toward the school. Teacher Zhong disliked people being late when teaching. Chao Qinglang couldn't see the young man clearly. However, the latter saw through him clearly. As a banished immortal who had preserved his cultivation base and landed in the lotus flower blessed land with his true body and complete soul, Lu Tai had entered the ranks of the newest 10 people in the world the moment he landed. As for the 3 retainers behind him, they received the same treatment. However, they were limited by the fact that they didn't have a strong foundation in the world and were also young. Therefore they were at most second-rate masters in the Jianghu. They were still some distance away from being first-rate masters. Huan Yin, who almost had a mental breakdown in that disaster, changed his allegiance to Lu Tai's young Taoist priest Huang Shang. Tao Xiang, an external talent of the Eagle Fortress, was the evil cultivator with the 5 sacred mountains crown on his head. He was a chess piece nailed into the Eagle Fortress. Now the 3 of them were Lu Tai's unofficial disciples. Lu Tai came to a street adjacent to Zhuangyuan Alley. There was a martial arts school nearby. Lu Tai looked at a small house. It used to be the place where Ding Ying and Ye stayed after entering the capital. It was considered a stronghold of the evil sect in the Nanyuan Kingdom. However, after the war ended, the imperial tutor Zhongqiu had been keeping this house. Lu Tai smiled and said, "From now on this is my private residence." He turned his head and instructed the 3, Huang Shang, go to the Lake Mountain faction. How much you can learn from Yuzhini will depend on your luck. As for Tao Xiang and Huan Yin, you 2 are free to wander around this blessed land. Tao Xiang can pay more attention to General Tang Tie, while Huan Yin can get closer to the armed Saint Qing Yuanshan. After 60 years, if you can't make it into the top 10 in the world, then obediently become nourishment for this blessed land. Good luck. I've already given you each a life-saving item. If you still drown in this small Jianghu, I feel that it's a waste of money to bring you down here. Lu Tai waved his hand. The 3 of them respectfully bid farewell and left. Not far away stood a green-robed Confucian with white hair on his temples. He was the Master Zhong in Chao Qinglong's eyes. Today it was not the naughty and sleepy students who were late. Instead it was this stern old man who was late himself. Lu Tai smiled and looked at the imperial tutor Zhongqiu. I'm friends with Qin Pingon. I've personally experienced the splendor of the imperial tutor, so I've chosen to settle down in the Nanyuan Kingdom. Zhongqiu nodded. In that case I'll wait and see. I still hope that you won't be so reckless, even if you're Qin Pingon's friend. With a snap, Lu Tai opened his elegant bamboo fan and gently fanned the breeze and drizzle. He smiled and said, "Have you ever thought about going out to see the scenery 60 years later?" Zhongqiu shook his head and turned to leave. Lu Tai did not mind and turned to look at the door. After a year of wind and sun, the door gods were slightly old. He muttered to himself, "It's almost the new year. The door gods need to be changed, the couplets need to be put up, and a few more pleasing girls to be maids. Why don't I go to the Spring Tide Palace and ask for a few from the hairpin boy, Zhou Shi?" After Qin Pingon threw the second gold copper coin into the scroll, Qin Pingon felt a chill run down his spine. In the Lake Mountain sect of the Songlai Kingdom, a fine sun rain fell. No one made a fuss except for the childlike sect leader Yuzhini, who was flying on his sword. Yuzhini hovered in the air on his sword. The strong wind blew his Taoist robe and made a sound. He said softly, A storm is coming. In an official residence in the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom, a youth had just walked out of the library with a book in his hand when an object fell from the sky and landed in front of him. It almost hit him, giving the youth a fright. Taking a closer look, it was a skinny little white ape covered in blood. The little guy was lying on the ground with a dispirited look. Its eyes were even more confused than the teenager holding the book. At the border of the Beijing Kingdom in the lotus flower blessed land, a young Taoist stood by the lake and stared at the mirror image in the lake. He repeatedly muttered, "Who am I? Who am I?" Finally, with a splitting headache, he squatted down with his head in his hands. The atmosphere in the ruined temple was strange. Everyone was sitting around the bonfire. Qin Pingon only said one sentence, "You've worked hard." Zhou Xian rejected the porcelain bottle that Qin Pingon handed over. He said that it was the best medicine for such injuries. There was no need to waste the young master's elixir. Then he glanced at Sui Yuyu, who was already in the golden body state. The martial arts madman asked with a smile, "Young master, I also have something that I can't understand." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Tell me." Zhou Xian was covered in blood and many of his bones were exposed. He still smiled as usual. After eating 1 coin from 11 to 10 after that, stop. What do you mean? Sui Yu suddenly stood up, his murderous aura surging. However, he realized that Qin Pingon had not returned the sword of infatuation to him after taking it away. Sui Yu stared at the stooped old man. "Zhou Xian, why didn't you say so earlier?" Qin Pingon said slowly, "It should be that every time you die, I use a golden essence copper coin to invite you out of the painting. In the future, your highest martial arts achievement will fall from the legendary 11th realm, the martial god state, to the 10th realm. After eating 2, you can only become a grandmaster of the 9th realm. The so-called peak state is the limit of martial arts in the eyes of ordinary martial artists." Sui Yuyu's expression was sorrowful, his murderous aura thickening. He hated Zhou Xian but hated Qin Pingon even more. He could not suppress it. Zhou Xian chuckled and said, "I understand. Thank you, young master, for answering my questions." Qin Pingon suddenly stood up and walked straight out of the temple. "Sui Yu, come with me. I have something to say to you." Inside the temple, Sui Yuyu's eyes were cold. Qin Pingon still did not look back. He stepped over the threshold. "If you don't come out to find me in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I will burn the painting. You don't have to return the 2 golden essence copper coins you owe me." Only then did Sui Yuyu walk out of the temple expressionlessly. He quickly followed the figure walking on the mountain path. Qin Pingon followed behind Sui Yuyu. He did not seem to care whether or not she would explode and kill. He said slowly, "If your state of mind is broken, how can you practice the sword in the future? Sui Yu, if you only have this much wisdom, I think you don't need to practice the sword at all. Anyway, without old Taoist Dong Hai's restraint, you won't be able to reach the top." Sui Yu's fingers moved slightly. Qin Pingon continued walking slowly in front. He said indifferently, "You will die. If you really want to die, I have something to say to you before you die." Sui Yu was silent. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Pingon and Sui Yuyu returned to the temple one after another. Although Sui Yu's complexion was very bad, her state of mind seemed to have improved. There was no trace of murderous intent. She also did not have the crazy desire to kill everyone in the temple because of the collapse of her martial arts. The two sat by the fire again. Qin Pingon took Pei Qian's bowl of rice and began to eat his second bowl of rice. The flatterer Pei Qian was still squatting beside him, holding a small jar of pickles in his hands. Qin Pingon looked around and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this strange world?" The 4 were silent for a moment. Lu Baixiang was the first to speak with a smile. "What is the matter in the mountain? Pine flowers make wine, spring water makes tea. I wish for great freedom." Zhou Xian laughed. "Love moves in the world, but in the middle of summer white porcelain plum soup, the sound of broken ice hitting the wall. I wish for the beauty's heart." Wei Xian thought for a moment and said something befitting of his identity as the founding emperor. "Killing millions of soldiers, the blood of the precious sword is still fishy." Pei Qian glared at him. "Old Wei Bullsh *T. Can't you speak properly?" Wei Xian nodded. "This is a poem given to me by a scholar of Nanyuan Kingdom. If I were to recite it myself, it would be, under the heavy rain the price of firewood and rice rises. using the bench as firewood, scaring the bed. Pei Qian nodded and smiled. Old Wei, this poem is much better than the previous one. I can understand it. Wei Xian accepted it with a grin. Back then there were many great scholars who sincerely said that I did have some talent in literature. Pei Qian rolled his eyes. Sui Yu continued. I wish to follow the teacher to the heavenly altar and sweep the fallen flowers with the immortals. Qin Pingon turned to Pei Qian and asked with a smile, You're the only one left. Pei Qian was surprised and said shyly, I haven't studied much yet. I don't know how to compose poems yet. Qin Pingon ate a big mouthful of rice and picked up some pickles with his chopsticks. He smiled. I didn't ask you to compose a poem. Pei Qian was in high spirits. Then I'll really say it. Don't be angry, don't scold me. Qin Pingon nodded. Pei Qian said loudly, I want to read the worst books, eat the most expensive dishes, scold the worst people and beat the wildest dogs. Qin Pingon almost choked on his rice. Pei Qian saw that the situation was not good and felt that his ambition was not big enough. He glanced at the mountaineering staff by his feet and hurriedly added, How about I add the biggest hornet's nest? Wei Xian said with a straight face, At such a young age, you already have such a tyrannical ambition. Pei Qian grinned at Old Wei and gave him a thumbs up. Old Wei, you're still the best. You have a good eye. No wonder you can become an emperor. Alas, it's just that you're a bit poor now. Qin Pingon shook his head and laughed. Outside the ruined temple, the rain stopped. "358. Inside the ruined temple after the rain, the bonfire brought some warmth. Qin Pingon sat cross-legged on his knees, and the little guy quietly pointed at Pei Qian's eyes. Qin Pingon understood and asked Pei Qian to go out with him. The little guy sank into the ground and helped Qin Pingon to patrol the small temple. Although Qin Pingon did not see Pei Qian's strange phenomenon in the ruined temple, after the battle, Pei Qian's sleeves were full of blood and his body was covered in mud. He said that his eyes hurt and he rolled on the ground for a long time. At that time the little guy waved his hands and feet and roughly explained the process to Qin Pingon. One big and one small walked out of the ruined temple. After Qin Pingon walked for a distance, he turned around and stopped. He squatted down and stared at Pei Qian's eyes. Why did your eyes suddenly bleed? Pei Qian still had lingering fear, his face was pale and his eyes were full of tears. He shook his head and choked, I don't know. It suddenly hurt so much, as if something was going to explode like the firecrackers used by rich people during the New Year. By the way, can we set off firecrackers during the New Year? So festive. I've always wanted to try it myself. Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said softly, When I left my hometown, someone told me not to return to Longquan County for 5 years. But it's not difficult to set off firecrackers during the New Year. Let's get down to business. Did the old Taoist who threw us out of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land do something to your eyes? Did he say anything to you? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, In Old Wei's house, which is the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, there is a well. I looked at the bottom of the well for a while and then looked at the big sun above my head. I was annoyed. Then I saw a very tall old guy in a Taoist robe. He said that he wanted to put something in my eyes. Of course, I didn't agree, but the old Taoist said that it was very valuable. I thought for a while and agreed. Pei Qian exclaimed and quickly tilted his head. It turned out that Qin Pingon had pulled her ear and lectured her. You're so obsessed with money that you don't even want your life anymore? Qin Pingon finally let go of Pei Qian's hand after Pei Qian complained about the pain in his eyes. Qin Pingon fell into deep thought. Zhou Xian kept saying that Pei Qian's eyes were beautiful, so he must have noticed something, but he didn't say it out loud. In fact, Zhou Xian had secretly said a prophecy. The sun rises from the eastern sea, melting gold for 10,000 miles. When the moon sets behind the western hills, the night apes rise. Qin Pingon muttered to himself, You can't really put the sun and moon of the lotus flower blessed land into Pei Qian's eyes, right? At the very least, Pei Qian could see the little lotus figure under the ground and see through the abbot's supernatural power that isolated heaven and earth. After the incident of the young Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain giving him the jade token of the Hall of the Patriarchs, Qin Pingon felt that once bitten, twice shy. However, for the old Taoist priest of the Eastern Sea Temple who claimed to know the sage of literature and was the first person in the world to hear about the order theory, Even if he really wanted to plot against Qin Pingon didn't have the ability to break through the situation. He could only take one step at a time. The reason why it was a plot and not a sinister plot like the jade token of the Hall of the Patriarchs of Taiping Mountain, and not because Qin Pingon admired the Abbey Dean of the Eastern Sea Temple, but because cultivators at the level of the old Taoist priest or the hierarch Lu Chen had long disdained to use plots and tricks. They were all open and above-board schemes, striving to be compatible with the mysterious great way of heaven and earth. Qin Pingon stood up. I'll buy you a new oil paper umbrella in the future. Pei Qian was surprised. What's the point of spending this money? Qin Pingon didn't give an answer, but asked her to go back to the ruined temple first. After Pei Qian ran all the way back to the temple, Qin Pingon turned around and saw the man who he recognized at first glance. It was Gao Shizhen, the Duke of Shen, because Gao Shi looked very similar to this duke. Behind Gao Shizhen stood an old man who looked like a butler holding an umbrella. He should be a hidden qi refinement warrior. There was also an old man in white who was holding an old rattan walking stick. He smiled at Qin Pingon obsequiously. Gao Shizhen stared at Qin Pingon and suddenly sighed. You are much younger than I imagined. Gao Shizhen asked, if it weren't for the fact that in that small border town, the third prince wanted to take advantage of the situation to force the Yao family to death and add flowers to his own book of merit, and that disaster would have happened. If it had been in Mirage City and you and my son Gao Shi met, it would have been like the heavy rain tonight, two strangers drinking wine in an old and famous restaurant. Would the two of you have become friends? Qin Pingon shook his head. Gao Shizhen's face became distorted. Qin Pingon said slowly, I told the first prince, Lu Tsong, before. In fact, we both understand the reason, but sometimes, no matter how good the reason is, it is too light compared to what we want to get. I hope that a person like Gao Shi will not meet me in his next life, or else I will kill him again. Gao Shizhen's face was gloomy. You want to provoke me and lure me to attack you so that you can take the opportunity to eliminate the source of the trouble and remove the name of Duke Shen's mansion from the Great Spring? Qin Pingon stretched out two fingers and casually swiped in front of him, saying, this is how you and Gao Shi deal with people. What you do and what you say always has a track to follow. Qin Pingon's harmless action made the old man holding the umbrella nervous and almost protect Gao Shizhen. The old man holding the old cane almost escaped by burrowing into the ground. God, he killed the buried river demon with a thunderous method and forced the gentleman of the academy to retreat with a sword. How could he, a small local lord, wrestle with him? A sneeze could make his soul scatter. The two golden talismans that he had never heard of? It was really the means of immortals. Gao Shizhen was the calmest person. I came up the mountain this time to move the bodies of the dead border soldiers down the mountain. You won't stop me, right? Qin Pingon said, this is why I am still willing to stand here and talk to you. Gao Shizhen's face was full of anger. Duke Shen's mansion had stood in the Great Spring Empire for 200 years and was the same age as the country. When had they ever been humiliated like this? The old housekeeper whispered, Master. Gao Shizhen took a deep breath and turned to look at the god of mountains and rivers. The local lord of the Zhongshu government. If you have something to say, say it. The old man in white plucked up his courage and stepped forward. He bowed to Qin Pingon and said with a smile, Immortal Master Qin, I have to help Duke Shen clean up the body. I may send some mountain spirits and ghosts. I am worried that those unpresentable things will make a big noise and disturb your rest in the ruined temple. So I came to inform you in advance. I hope you will be generous and not be calculative with me. Qin Pingon nodded and said, just do it. The old man said timidly, I dare to ask one more question. How do you plan to deal with the body of the big monster? Do you need me to order the mountain spirits and ghosts to do things for Immortal Master, such as skinning the skin and pulling out the tendons, absorbing the essence blood of the great demon's core chamber, and smashing it into bottles and jars? Qin Pingon, who had only taken one monster pill from the buried river monster, smiled and said, Then I will trouble you, Lord of the Land. After it is done, I will give you some rewards to thank you. The old man was flattered and said that he did not dare to let the Immortal Master spend money. He almost burst into tears. How could there be such a kind and generous immortal in the world? Gao Shizhen snorted and turned to go down the mountain. Qin Pingon walked to the ruined temple alone. The buried river monster was only one step away from forming a golden core. The last crystal green monster pill was the size of a date pit. Was it because of the 5 Thunder Talisman of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Because of the 5 Thunder Talisman, the monster pill was flickering with lightning. However, tonight's battle with the buried river demon was a sure bet. Qin Pingon had to pay a total of 3 pieces of talisman paper with dragon claw inscriptions for a fake Oris pill that had yet to mature. In order to destroy the set of talismans written by Zhou Xian, he had to pay the price of the 5 dragons biting the pearl talisman made of golden material from his own pocket. Even now, Qin Pingon's heart still ached. When he walked to the ruined temple, Immortal Master Qin, who was wearing a white robe with a jade hairpin and a red wine gourd, kept murmuring to himself. As for the 2 copper coins that Sui Yuyu had spent on the 2 battles, Qin Pingon didn't want to think about it at all. After entering the ruined temple, Wei Xian took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to go back to the Mirage City and beat them up? Lady Lu of Daquan has lost her courage and won't be able to do anything. Maybe that academy gentleman will sell everything he has and take the initiative to ask for peace, begging us not to leak the news." Qin Pingon thought for a while and shook his head. "Let's go to the Tianke Peak. I will send a message to the Academy of Defu and Taiping Mountain. We don't have to worry about the rest. Zhou Xian and the Academy must know about Wang Qi's actions, especially his collusion with the monster race. Now that the Taiping Mountain is in chaos, we should take the ferry back to the old dragon city in the Aquarius continent." Lu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu were in charge of the night watch. Zhou Xian, who was the most severely injured, went to the stream and changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat cross-legged next to the fire and slept soundly. Pei Qian was impressed. Although Wei Xian, who had taken off the sweet dew armor, did not need to keep watch at night, he went to the outside of the ruined temple. He squatted down at the battlefield where the martial madman Zhou Xian was fighting with the cultivators accompanying the army. He stared blankly at the messy footprints. Qin Pingon was sitting at the foot of the wall, sleeping. His expression was normal. Pei Qian, who couldn't sleep, knew that Qin Pingon was not in a good mood. Was it because of the loss of money? Was it because of the loss of the 2 talismans from Zhou Xian? She wanted to beat up the little lotus with her mountain walking staff. It was all because of the loss of money. She fell asleep in a daze. Only she had a small tent made of cowhide. At daybreak, Wei Xian sat on the doorstep. Outside the dilapidated temple, there was an old man dressed in white who had been laughing for 2 hours. He held an old cane in his hand. Further away there were a few weak mountain spirits and ghosts. They looked very comical. They carried 2 large bags on their backs, and there were even some who were carrying porcelain bottles and pots. The old man came to the open space outside the gate before dawn. He didn't say anything and just took a group of people with him. "Ju Fan Qian knocking on the door? Ju Fan Qian Qian? Ju Fan Qian Fan? Zai Pai Hua Fai Chun Yu?" After Qin Pingon opened his eyes, he got up and walked to the threshold. He saw the lord of the land, who had been waiting for him for a long time. He quickly walked over and gave the old man a small piece of money as a reward. The old man, who was in charge of the mountains and rivers within several hundred miles, was so scared that he didn't dare to accept it, as if he had just seen a bowl of rice that would be sent to the execution ground after it was finished. Qin Pingon had no choice but to drop the matter. He cupped his fists and thanked the Lord of the Earth once again. The white-robed old man smiled like a blooming flower. After bidding farewell, he walked 2 to 3 li before wiping the sweat off his forehead. A mountain spirit with a human body but a rat's head quickly flattered. "Lord of the land, I didn't expect you to be so respected that you could make the immortal master be so courteous. Such a heroic deed were to spread out, it would be terrible. In the future, who would dare to speak loudly to the Lord of Earth within 1,000 miles? The old man in white coughed and walked slowly. He felt that the old rattan cane in his hand suddenly became lighter. He put on an act and said, "Win people over with virtue, win people over with virtue." Qin Pingon looked at the big and small luggage piled up at the gate inside. The near-hand object that Jing Dafeng gave him in the old dragon city could finally be put to use. The flying sword 15 was a square-inch object. Although it was easy to use, it was not big enough. The wordless jade tablet was a near-hand object that even the Earth Immortals coveted. It was actually extremely rare. Previously, Qin Pingon was reluctant to give it to Qin Pingon because of his nostalgia. The square-inch object and the near-hand object were known as the smallest cave by the cultivators on the mountain. They could only be found by chance. As a great cultivator who had reached the peak of the 12th state, Cui Dongshan only carried a near-hand object with him. The Flying Sword 15 was an extremely special existence. Ordinary objects and objects in close proximity each had a key to open the grotto heaven. It was the veins contained in these objects themselves. After being refined, it was extremely difficult to break unless it was destroyed by a powerful divine ability. Once this plan was used, at least half of the objects inside would be destroyed. It was possible that even the grotto heaven would be completely destroyed together with it. Naturally, Xing Dafeng would not only give the near-hand object but not the key. He clearly explained the method of cracking, controlling and refining it again. This trip to the heavenly fault peak was smooth. The real foundation of the Great Spring Dynasty had actually been damaged greatly because of Qin Pingan. Li Li, the eunuch guarding the palace, Lu Tsong, the first prince of the Xin family, Su Tong of the Tsaomu nunnery, Wang Qi, the gentleman who had been in charge of the Mirage City for many years. Qin Pingan carried the bamboo box all the way to the north. Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick in his hand and carried a bag diagonally. On his forehead was a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman that he never got tired of looking at. Lu Baixiang had the snow pendant on his waist. He held a few chess pieces in his hand making squeaking sounds. Sui Yu carried the infatuation sword whose rank had skyrocketed. His eyes were in a trance a few times. Compared to the female sword fairy who had a pure and bright sword heart when she first walked out of the scroll, he was more human. Julian liked to read while walking. Pei Qian was puzzled. This old guy did not look at the ground when he walked. Why didn't he fall half to death? Wei Xian had nothing to do. When he walked, he actually used Qin Pingan's 6-step pile walking. Qin Pingan did not say anything about it. Tianke Peak was the highest peak of Qingjing Mountain to the north of the Dequan. Qingjing Mountain was covered with peaks and trees, which were especially lush and green. It was far better than other places. Tianke Peak had 3,000 steps from the foot of the mountain to the top. There was a green tiger palace at the top of the mountain. However, the people who cultivated here were isolated from the outside world and never set foot in the marketplace. They refused to visit the high officials and dignitaries who climbed the mountain to visit immortals. In addition, there were many wild beasts in Qingjing Mountain, and there was no direct road to Tianke Peak, so the existence of the Green Tiger Palace was always shrouded in clouds and fog. Woodcutters in the wild did not dare to approach Tianke Peak without permission. The old people said that it was easy to be haunted, and it was the immortals on the mountain who did not want to be contaminated by vulgarity. The group walked on the path of Qingjing Mountain. Although Tsaomu Nunnery was the #1 cultivation sect in the Dequan in name, any cultivation place with a cross-continent ferry should not be underestimated. Even if Tianke Peak was certainly not as good as Inverted Hanging Mountain and Old Dragon City, it was definitely not comparable to Tsaomu Nunnery. Qin Pingan reminded Wei Xian and the others of a few words. The 4 people in the picture scroll were all extremely intelligent people, so they naturally knew the importance of things. In the immortal book of Zhou bought from Inverted Hanging Mountain, there was a special mention of the dressing table of female immortals in Tianke Peak. Although there were only a few words, they were very vivid and made people curious. Pei Qian, who was tired from walking, suddenly raised his head and said in surprise, "Look, there is a boat in the sky." Qin Pingan reached out and pressed Pei Qian's finger, whispering, "Have you forgotten the marriage of the mountain god?" Pei Qian quickly nodded and promised, "It won't happen next time." Qin Pingan said with a smile, "Even if there is a next time, it doesn't matter. After all, you are still young. But you can't relax because of this." Pei Qian smiled brightly. "I will be 11 next year. I'm not young anymore." Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Then will you carry my bamboo box?" Pei Qian said with a bitter face, "But I am only 10 years old this year." Qin Pingan hit him with a chestnut. Pei Qian dodged nimbly, moved a few steps and laughed. Julian looked at the two with a smile. Tianke Peak was the tallest peak and the surrounding peaks bowed their heads. So it was very eye-catching. Just approaching the top of the mountain, clouds began to curl up, and the specific scenery could not be seen clearly. After entering the boundary of Tianke Peak, one would pass through a stone arch bridge. Below it was a clear stream with a gurgling sound and fish leisurely swimming. Qin Pingan stopped just as he stepped onto the bridge and looked to the south. After climbing the mountain, he did not know when he would be able to step on the ground of Tongyi continent again. After the great demon's rebellion, would the fuming sect's yelling street with all kinds of strange things disappear? Would the outer sect odd job worker youth who stumbled upon the great conspiracy be like him, changing from a bumpkin to a different person? Over at the Eagle Fortress, was Lu Tai's balcony effective? At that time, why did he secretly put the narrow saber Bing Shui, which was worth 20 pieces of grain rain money, into his bag? At that time, when Qin Pingan saw Lu Tai accept Tao Xiang and the other two as nominal disciples, he did not quite understand Lu Tai's words. Do not approach evil, do not know good. Now he somewhat understood the meaning. Would Zhong Kuei still be the gentleman of De Fu Academy in the future? Would the female Taoist Huang Ting be another good fortune when she chased after the white ape with a sword on his back? After Zhou Fei of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land's Spring Tide Palace returned to the Jade Grey sect, he suddenly became the master of the entire Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Was he called Jiang Shangzhen? Did the incense of the Bayou Manor and the Buried River Temple become more prosperous? Did the Great Spring Mirage City welcome the first winter snow of this year? How is Chao Qinglang doing in that small house? Is she doing well? Was the school teacher's knowledge great? Would he teach him the principles beyond the books? On the bridge, Lu Baixiang and the other three saw Qin Pingan stop and stood on the bridge as well. Qin Pingan looked into the distance and the charcoal girl raised her head to look at Qin Pingan, who was not quite the same as usual. Zhou Xian began to flip through the books whenever he was free. After Pei Qian saw Qin Pingan, he stood on his tiptoes, wanting to see what this crazy old man was reading all day long. He was so sneaky that he could not be seen. Zhou Xian slapped Pei Qian's head again and gently pushed it away. Pei Qian asked, "What's written in the book?" Zhou Xian did not answer the question. "Nothing, just some old stories." Pei Qian wanted to get to the bottom of it. "What do you mean by old stories?" Zhou Xian chuckled. "For a child your age, it's not old. Everything you see is new. It's just that the stories in books, the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion in the end, are shallow, light and light on paper. Once you've seen it, you'll soon forget it. But when you're alive, you'll be hungry until your stomach growls, blisters form on the soles of your feet, and you'll be beaten black and blue. These are all real." Pei Qian frowned. "What are you trying to say? Can't you speak properly and learn more from Old Wei, okay?" Zhou Xian looked askance at the little girl holding the mountain walking stick and laughed. "You've grown a lot bolder." Pei Qian smiled and took 2 steps back, waving his hand. I'm not fat. With my small body I'm skinny." Zhou Xian closed the book and grumbled. "With your meddling, the soul-stirring close combat in the book has become tasteless. I don't want to read it anymore." Pei Qian was baffled. "The people in the book are very happy to kill? Are they as powerful as my father and fairy sister outside the broken temple?" Sui Yu's face darkened. He resisted the urge to cut off the old pervert's head with his sword and then slap this little girl to death for speaking without thinking. Zhou Xian put away the unusually erotic book, hands behind his back, shook his head and smiled. "You can't compare." Pei Qian, who felt that his flattery was superb, turned his head and smiled at Sui Yu's fairy sister. Sui Yu turned and walked down the stone arch bridge. Out of sight, out of mind. Pei Qian was puzzled. Did this bitch eat the wrong medicine today? Lu Baixiang was still smiling lightly. The scenery here was pleasant. If he could cultivate in the future, he would also look for such a picturesque place. Qin Pingan did not care about Pei Qian. "When I reach the southernmost old dragon city in the Aquarius continent, I will be able to meet Fan Air and the gentle Lady Gui, and of course Xing Dafeng from the dusty medicine shop. When I head further north, I will go to the big-bearded hero Su Yuanxia, Big Brother Su's hometown. I will find him and Zhang Shanfeng and tell them about the separation. I can count the number of good wines I have drunk with my hands. Even if I, Qin Pingan, lose. I will also go to the Book Slip Lake to see how Gu Kan, that snot-nosed brat, is doing. When I meet her, will Gu Kan, who has become an immortal disciple, no longer be a burden behind me. Then I will go to the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy. There are Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shi Yulu, thank you. Of course there is also a disciple, Tui Dongshan. I estimate that after this trip the 5 years will be almost up. At that time I will be able to return to my hometown, walk into the mud bottle alley and walk up Luapa Mountain. Gold and silver nests are not as good as one's own grass nest, let alone my current home. It is really not a grass nest. Only by truly walking through the outside world would one know just what kind of paradise the current Longquan region was suitable for cultivation. The various mountains where the Great Li dynasty had forcefully intercepted the fortune of the mountains and rivers could be said to be the roving jade manor that had been sealed with the water character. Translator. Transin editor. Transin. The verdant goat palace of the heavenly fault peak has as many as 6 main halls, which are dedicated to various Taoist immortals. The couplets on the pillars of the main hall are known to be unique. There are almost 400 characters, and they have the reputation of Golden Gate of the Immortals seal script. On the right side of the verdant goat palace is a huge stone wall surrounded by clouds and mist. It is a natural painting of a flood dragon spreading rain. The left side is close to the cliff, and it is the most famous dressing table for immortals. An ancient green vine is rooted at the edge of the cliff. Its branches and leaves are luxuriant and spread all the way down. The head of the verdant goat palace, Lu Yong, is an old nascent soul stage cultivator who devotes himself to cultivation and ignores worldly affairs. He is not well known and he only pays attention to refining elixirs in his life. In the eyes of the Qi trainers on the mountain, he is the most extreme literary cultivator. His combat ability does not match his identity as a nascent soul stage cultivator. In the central part of the Tongye continent, some earth immortals of the Jindan stage who are good at fighting do not take the verdant goat palace seriously. Because the immortals' ferry on the heavenly fault peak is not small, and earth immortals often come and go, the Qi trainers of the verdant goat palace are often bullied. Yesterday, a very important guest came to the Qingyang palace. After the guest's name was announced, the disciples of the mountain gate hurriedly ran to report. Lu Yong actually left the elixir furnace room at the risk of destroying a furnace of elixirs. He personally accompanied the great practitioner around the heavenly fault peak, trembling with fear and sweating like rain. It is no wonder that Lu Yong is so humble. It is because the verdant goat palace has offended the other party's sect in the early years. After all, the verdant goat palace is closer to the Tongye sect, and the Tongye sect is the leader of the immortals in the Tongye continent. Often when the disciples go down the mountain to cultivate, they pass by this ferry. In a conflict, an ignorant elder of the Dragon Gate realm in the Qingyang palace sided with a direct immortal master of the Tongye sect. This is not a big deal, it is human nature. But who knows that the young cultivator of the lower 5 states who humiliated the verdant goat palace is actually a disciple of the Yugui sect, who is not well known. And the key is that the person's surname is Jiang. The people of the Yugui sect surnamed Jiang are rich. Why are they rich? The blessed land of the Cloud Cave belongs to the Jiang family. How can they not be rich? That year the disciple of the Jiang family did not threaten to kill. He just spent a lot of money and reserved all the ferries at the ferry of the heavenly fault peak for a whole month. This caused hundreds of Qi cultivators of the Tongye continent to stay in the Qingjing mountain and stare at each other near the verdant goat palace. They stayed for a month before they could set off. Everyone wanted to smash the verdant goat palace to pieces. As for complaining to the young man of the Jiang family, no one has the guts to do so. As an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm, Lu Yong directly hid himself to refine elixirs. After refining a large furnace of elixirs, he asked the disciples of the verdant goat palace to send out gifts one by one as an apology. Only then did he not completely destroy the golden signboard that the founder painstakingly built. A disciple of the Jiang family is so arrogant. Then what can Lu Yong do when the master of the Jiang family comes to the verdant goat palace in person? At the top of the stairs called Elixir Ladder, on the heavenly fault peak stood Xianxia and Lu Yong. Lu Yong asked tentatively, "You really don't need me to ask the disciples of the verdant goat palace to go down the mountain and help you welcome those distinguished guests?" Xianxia, who came all the way from the west ocean of the Tongye continent to the northern region of the Great Spring, was silent and unfathomable. Lu Yong only felt miserable. Could it be that it would be an earth-shattering battle between immortals? How could the small verdant goat palace withstand the stomp of Xianxia, an immortal of the upper 5 realms? Lu Yong could only pray for the blessing of the ancestors. It was really unbearable to get along with such an unpredictable cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Lu Yong sighed with emotion. After this immortal left the Qingjing mountain, he must refine a furnace of elixirs in seclusion. Otherwise it would be really frustrating. Lu Yong asked carefully, "How about I go down the mountain to welcome them personally?" Lu Yong felt that the master of the Jiang family should at least be a little considerate since he, a nascent soul realm cultivator, was so humble. Jiang Xianxia said indifferently, "Do you deserve it?" Lu Yong's knees went soft. The verdant goat palace is in danger. Jiang Xianxia suddenly laughed and patted the old nascent soul realm cultivator on the shoulder. I'm just kidding. Don't be afraid. As long as everything goes well today, the mess caused by the verdant goat palace will be written off. My Jiang family will also buy 100 furnaces of the most expensive elixirs from you. Lu Yong swallowed his saliva and could only smile apologetically. Jiang Xianxia clicked his tongue and said, "It's really refreshing to say these words." On the bridge, Zhou Xian and the other two also crossed the stone arch bridge and stood together with Sui Yu. So only Qin Pingon and Pei Qian were left on the bridge. After Qin Pingon came to his senses, he leaned on the railing and stuck his head out, as if he was looking for something. Pei Qian jumped and asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Qin Pingon said, "I want to see if there are any hanging swords under the bridge." Pei Qian straightened her back and began to show her flattery again. "How can you see it on the bridge? I'll go under the bridge and help you look." Qin Pingon stood up with a smile and rubbed her little head. "No need." Pei Qian raised her head, her face full of doubt. Qin Pingon lowered his head and looked into her eyes. Pei Qian cooperated and widened her eyes as much as she could. "Let me see. Is there really money in my eyes?" Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. He patted her head and pointed to the other end of the bridge with a smile. "Let's go. We'll start climbing after the bridge." Pei Qian said okay. She shook her bag and waved her walking stick, swaggering down the stone arch bridge. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and remembered sitting on a bridge in his hometown when he was a teenager. After entering his dream, he saw another bridge. It was golden and extremely long. Looking to the left, the sun rose from the sea. Turning to the right, the moon set in the western sky. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and walked from one end of the inconspicuous stone arch bridge to the other. His white robe fluttered in the mountain breeze. Pei Qian had just jumped down the steps on the other side of the bridge. She turned her head and her eyes lit up. She said in an old-fashioned manner, "My father is really an immortal." (359). This is the last chapter of this volume, 12,000 words. You can guess the title of the 6th volume. Qin Pingon walked on the stone bridge with his eyes closed. His body swayed slightly. Under the bridge, water flowed. His sleeves moved like clouds, full of immortal aura. Wei Xian agreed with Pei Qian's comment and praised, "Dragon and tiger steps, high mountains and deep pools." Before Wei Xian could finish his sentence, Wei Xian shut his mouth. Lu Baixiang smiled and said, "Unexpected things happen. It's just a small accident. It's no big deal." It turned out that there were stairs on the stone arch bridge. For some reason, Qin Pingon forgot about this. He missed a step and rolled to the ground with the bamboo box. Pei Qian slapped his forehead. "My dear father, why can't you stand the praise?" Sui Yu turned his head with a smile. Qin Pingon jumped up. After opening his eyes, he patted his sleeves and strode forward as if there was no one around. There was a flash of golden light on the robe. The spiritual qi contained in the pearl in the mouth of the golden dragon became more and more condensed. If it weren't for this natal relic of an overseas immortal, Qin Pingon wouldn't have just fallen down. First, his body was like a switch to meet the enemy, allowing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to pour into his acupoints like seawater. He would suffer a lot. Second, it was very likely that he would absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in Qingjing Mountain like a whale swallowing a whale. At that time, it would definitely cause a strange phenomenon and there might be another storm. The golden robe was a lake which played the role of storing water. However, it was a temporary solution. It was urgent to refine the 5 elements, build a complete longevity bridge and open up 5 similar lakes in his qi residence. At present, the longevity bridge was not completed yet, but it was wonderful. Qin Pingon inexplicably felt that it was not until this moment that he was really accepted by heaven and earth. It was strange. The 4 people in the painting had sharp eyes. At first, they thought it was a little funny. After all, in their impression, Qin Pingon was always upright and well-behaved. It was rare for him to be in such a difficult situation. After looking at him for a while, they all noticed some clues, but no one said anything. At the top of the 3,000 steps of the Azure Tiger Palace, Jiang Shangzhen and Lu Yong stood side by side. Both of them were great cultivators. Compared to the four people in the painting who were purely martial artists, they naturally saw more. Lu Yong was amazed. What a dragon robe. It's really unfathomable. Maybe it's the legendary, small blessed land. If you wear this robe, I'm afraid it's even more invulnerable to magic weapons and flying swords than if you wear the most advanced military armor. Lu Yong mistakenly believed that Qin Pingon was a military cultivator. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, Palace Lord Lu has a good eye. Lu Yong said fearfully, Senior, you flatter me. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head. If I remember correctly, you're older than me. Why are you calling me senior? Lu Yong was speechless. As the retired emperor of the entire Cloud Cave blessed land, the master of the Jiang family really had the temperament of an emperor. It was hard to guess. Jiang Shangzhen smiled again. If you say that the one who is successful in cultivation comes first, you'll be very smart. Lu Yong did not know what Jiang Shangzhen was up to. He could only smile bitterly. Senior, you're wise. Lu Yong's aptitude is dull. Otherwise, I wouldn't be stuck with cinnabar plants my whole life. Jiang Shangzhen asked, For the past 200 years, I have to personally take care of the affairs of the blessed land. I'm so busy that I don't go out much. It's worse than being blind. Palace Lord Lu is in charge of the immortal ferry on Tiancai Peak, welcoming and sending people off. Have you heard of the most famous young sword immortals outside Tongyi continent, especially in the past 100 years? Lu Yong thought for a while and asked tentatively, The one from the Great Wall of Sword Aura? Jiang Shangzhen laughed angrily. Lu Yong, do you really think I'm stupid? How could I not have heard of him? Lu Yong felt uneasy and hurriedly tried to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. He started to count the famous sword immortals from other continents and told Jiang Shangzhen a long list of famous sword immortals of the 5th tier. They were all famous sword immortals who had been in the limelight for the past 100 years. The key was that they were all young. There were as many as 8 of them. There were 4 in the Central Plains, 3 in the North Continent, and 1 in the small Aquarius continent. Wei Jin, the sword immortal who had just entered the pure jade realm a few years ago, had a divine immortal foundation in the Wind Snow Temple. Compared to the previous 7, Wei Jin's cultivation level was not high at the moment, but his future achievements were clear. Therefore even those in the Tongyi continent had heard of him. Even old nascent soul cultivators like Lu Yong from the Green Tiger Palace had heard of the Wind Snow Temple for the first time because of Wei Jin. Jiang Shangzhen kept shaking his head as he listened to the names and the stories. He only said that it was not right. Lu Yong was at his wits' end. There were very few sword immortals among the Qi cultivators. Sword immortals were even rarer. Only sword immortals could ignore the huge gap between them and kill those in the jade immortal realm. As for the young sword immortals in the past 100 years, Lu Yong, who was focused on alchemy, had only heard of so many. Jiang Shangzhen did not make things difficult for Lu Yong anymore. He was also quite helpless. He had spent 60 years in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. In the previous 260 years he went to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and quelled a rare chaos. He was seriously injured. After that he went into seclusion to recuperate. He really had no time to care about the world. In the past 200 years, the ordinary people at the foot of the mountain had died many times. However, for Jiang Shangzhen and other cultivators at the top of the mountain, especially those who had the hope of making further progress, they did not feel much about the passing of time. If they could take a step forward and stand firm, they could live for hundreds or even thousands of years. The grievances of the people at the foot of the mountain were not worth mentioning. Under immortality there was no Tao. Jiang Shangzhen's gaze was slightly lowered. The Green Tiger Palace behind him was said to worship all the Taoist immortals. The 3,000 steps of the stairway to heaven under his feet meant 3,000 great paths. It sounded like there were quite a lot of paths, but how many people could really reach the top? The great path did not mean that the path was very wide. The higher one went, the narrower the path under one's feet. It could even be a single plank bridge. However, Jiang Shangzhen was self-aware. No matter how high his path of cultivation was, it would not be as high as a single plank bridge. He would not need to fight with the ascendant realm in front of him. There would also not be a situation where the later generation had to squeeze him out to continue moving forward. As for the sword immortal cultivator on the sea, he probably had to return to the Jade Gray sect and ask the Old Lord for advice. Not to mention his other abilities, the Old Lord was more well-informed than anyone else. The Old Lord had the habit of wanting to ask the new female disciple what color undergarment she wore and the habit of eavesdropping on the mountain when the consecrators quarreled like shrews on the street. It was really great. In the world, how many top cultivators in the immortal realm would hide in their mansions and watch all kinds of fairies of small sects show off their so-called talents through the magical power of their respective sects? Would there be an old man who anonymously sent a lot of small money to those sects? He even sneaked out of the sect and personally sent them opportunities and magic weapons. Every year the Jade Gray sect relied on the commission of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land to become rich. Old man, as the master of a sect, how could you have the face to tell me that you had no money in your pocket and that you were panicking? You even told me with a face full of pride that you had found a kindred spirit. It was the old master of the invincible Holy Fist sect in the Aquarius continent? You even wanted to find an opportunity to visit him? You even felt that it was a pity that Fairy Su Jia of the Martial Mountain died prematurely? Sometimes Jiang Shangzhen really couldn't understand how the Old Lord cultivated to the immortal realm. The Old Lord, who almost never talked about the Great Tao with Jiang Shangzhen, actually talked to him for a long time after he stripped off his identity as the banished immortal Zhou Fei and returned to the sect. He said that he shouldn't treat the women in the world like that. The women in the Spring Tide Palace in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land were really pitiful. After Jiang Shangzhen was lectured for a long time, the old man asked him to go to the West Ocean to kill a big demon. He didn't even give him a pretentious treasure of the sect. He was probably really angry. On the contrary, Ye, who was brought out of the Blessed Land by Jiang Shangzhen, was rewarded with a magic weapon that the old man had secretly kept. Of course, it was under the name of Jiang Shangzhen. The six of them walked up the 3,000 steps of the Green Tiger Palace. Qin Pingon felt a little strange that they didn't meet anyone along the way. He looked up, but the clouds blocked his vision and he couldn't see the Green Tiger Palace. Pei Qian tugged at Qin Pingon's sleeve and whispered, "There are two people standing up there. They seem to be waiting for us." Qin Pingon's heart sank. Could it be that someone from the Great Quan Empire refused to stop? At this moment the two people seemed to have realized that they were discovered. They walked down the steps and slowly walked out of the sea of clouds. One of them was a handsome young man, and the other was an old immortal with a sage-like demeanor. However, the old man was obviously one step slower, like a retainer. Qin Pingon's footsteps were still neither fast nor slow. Even the green sword-suppressing talisman in his sleeve was pinched between his fingers. Looking from afar, the two people seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact they were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they stood 7 or 8 steps above Qin Pingon's group. Pei Qian felt that the young man was a little familiar, so he hid behind Qin Pingon. Jiang Shangzhen went straight to the point. "Qin Pingon, we meet again after parting at the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. It seems that we are fated to meet again." Qin Pingon asked, "Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Temple? Jiang Shangzhen of the Jade Gray sect?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Yes." This great cultivator standing at the peak of the Tongyi continent turned his head and smiled at Lu Yong. "This is what I call a good eye." Lu Yong was speechless. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to find me so soon." Jiang Shangzhen stopped smiling and said with a serious expression, "Qin Pingon, I don't care about your grudge with Zhou Xian. Whether you believe it or not, when I was on the city wall of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, I thought about whether I should find you after leaving the Blessed Land and invite you to be a consecrator of the Jiang clan. There are many opportunities in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. As long as you have the ability, you can take whatever you want. I, Jiang Shangzhen, am happy to see it happen. However, later on you insisted on killing Lu Fang and Zhou Shi, so I did want to kill you. I wanted to return to the Tongyi continent and do something. However, I couldn't find you no matter how I asked the Yinyang cultivators for help. Later on I had something to do, so I was delayed." Qin Pingon sighed. "Didn't you still find me?" Jiang Shangzhen was slightly surprised. How long had it been since he left the Lotus Flower Blessed Land? Why did it feel like there were two Qin Pingon? It wasn't cultivation but the state of mind. Don't underestimate the martial artist who reached the peak of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. His martial arts realm wasn't high, but that was because a certain Taoist's great Tao weighed on his shoulders. Everything that Ding Ying did was just another way of throwing away one's responsibilities. Zhou Fei and Lu Feng didn't become the world's #1 either. One of the reasons was that they didn't want to sharpen their martial arts and wanted to break through their inner demons. In fact, it wasn't just that they couldn't get what they wanted. As for the 4 people behind Qin Pingon, they should be the historical figures in the Blessed Land's legends. The woman with the sword should be the woman Lu Feng often mentioned, Sword Immortal Sui. As for the other 3, their identities could be roughly guessed, but they couldn't match them for now. The tall man with the saber was the legendary martial madman Zhou Xian, who was handsome and unparalleled in his youth. Was this short and vigorous man the founder of the devil cult Lu Baixiang? The stooped old man with a smile was the founder of the Nanyuan kingdom Wei Xian? Jiang Shangzhen was surprised and envious that Qin Pingon could have these 4 retainers, but it wasn't to the extent of jealousy. Pure martial artists needed time to sharpen their realm. They were more down-to-earth than qi cultivators, who didn't care about talent and fortune. Lu Yong complained incessantly in his heart. Judging from Jiang Shangzhen's tone, he was really a sworn enemy. That little immortal master's cultivation didn't seem to be high, so his background must be too strong, so much so that the Jiang clan head didn't dare to kill him casually even if he showed up now. Could it be that he was the direct descendant of the old pervert of the Tongyi sect? Jiang Shangzhen smiled happily. Qin Pingon, I'm relieved that you didn't put on a desperate stance when we met. Let's chat while we climb the mountain? Qin Pingon concisely said, okay. In the end, Qin Pingon and Jiang Shangzhen walked side by side. Lu Yong followed behind while Pei Qian quietly walked on the first step of the Earth Immortal Nascent Soul Realm. He was only a few steps away, secretly sizing up this old immortal on the mountain. As soon as Lu Yong showed signs of turning his head, the charcoal little girl would immediately turn her head to look at the distant scenery, tapping the mountain walking stick in her hand on the steps. Lu Yong was surprised. The more he looked at this little girl, the more intelligent she seemed. Although this palace master of the Green Tiger Palace was incomparably weak in fighting, he was still a nascent soul realm cultivator after all. He could roughly tell whether a seedling of cultivation was good or not and how far she could go. Jiang Shangzhen first asked about the identities of the 4 retainers. Qin Pingon didn't hide anything, so when Jiang Shangzhen found out the truth, he couldn't guess any of them correctly. He slapped his forehead and said self-deprecatingly, "My eyesight is comparable to Lu Yong's." The atmosphere didn't seem to be heavy. It didn't seem like the meeting of enemies, like old friends meeting again. Or was it just talking and laughing? But the truth was only known to Jiang Shangzhen and Qin Pingon. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Did the journey to the north go smoothly?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "There were some bumps and bumps. I had a lot of conflicts with the 2 princes of the Great Quan Empire." Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and asked, "Palace Master Lu, what's the name of the Great Quan Emperor?" Lu Yong quickly replied, "Lu Zhen." Jiang Shangzhen looked at Qin Pingon and said, "I brought their father here and asked him to apologize to you? It's not long to go to the Mirage City. Maybe Lu Zhen will be standing in front of you while you're having a vegetarian meal in the Green Tiger Palace. But the Great Quan Empire is under the control of the Dafu Academy. The Hill Master of the Academy has a strong background. He comes from a sage's mansion in the Central Divine Continent and has a brother who is the Grand Chancellor of the Academy. Just don't kill Lu Zhen or I won't be able to clean up your mess. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem to give that old emperor a good beating." Qin Pingon said, "You really don't have to do this. Can you tell me why you're looking for me this time? Are you going to stop me at the ferry of the Heavenly Fault Peak and take me to the Jade Gui sect?" Jiang Shangzhen laughed heartily and wiped his mouth. He laughed to himself and said, "On the way here I thought of doing that. It's hard to find you. If I say that I don't have any resentment, I'd be lying to myself. In fact, there are disciples of the Jade Gui sect cultivating in the Mirage City. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to wait in the Qingyang Palace. I'll tell you directly. I stayed in the Mirage City for a day and learned about what you did in detail. I also went to see the new Minister of Personnel surnamed Yao. I just looked at him from afar and asked that disciple of the Mirage City to help take care of the Yao family in the future. Then I went straight to the Green Tiger Palace to see you." Qin Pingon stopped. Jiang Shangzhen continued to walk up the steps and said indifferently, "When we get to the top, I'll tell you everything." Qin Pingan followed Jiang Shangzhen and stepped into the sea of clouds surrounding the heavenly fault peak. The journey was filled with white fog, but it suddenly opened up and they saw a majestic palace. It turned out that they had reached the top of the heavenly fault peak. When they walked into the sea of clouds, Lu Yong wanted to take a good look at the girl. He didn't expect that when he turned his head, Pei Qian would turn his head and avoid him. Lu Yong was even more surprised. The sea of clouds surrounding the peak was not ordinary. It was the protective formation of the Green Tiger Palace. If ordinary people fell into it, they would feel as if they had fallen into the clouds. They would see nothing as far as their eyes could see. Qin Pingan stood still, straightened his clothes and touched the white jade hairpin on his head. Jiang Shangzhen still walked forward confidently. After taking a few steps, he saw that Qin Pingan was still standing in the same place. He turned his head and found that the young man who killed Ding Ying had a very strange expression. When Lu Yong, Pei Qian and Wei Xian reached the top of the mountain, Qin Pingan was still standing there, motionless. Pei Qian followed Qin Pingan's line of sight and realized that there were many people at the palace. They seemed to be curious about who could make the palace lord and the big shot of the Jade Grey sect welcome them personally. Most of the people watching from the Green Tiger Palace were young Qi refinement warriors. Most of them were teenagers. There were also many children about the same age as Pei Qian. Pei Qian asked softly, "What's wrong?" After Qin Pingan came back to his senses, he pressed Pei Qian's head gently with one hand and smiled. "In the beginning I was exactly like them. I stood at the door and looked at others." Qin Pingan continued to walk forward and followed Jiang Shangzhen directly to the immortal fairy in the direction of the stone wall where the flood dragon rain was. Lu Yong looked at the disciples of the Green Tiger Palace. They were all a joke. He waved his sleeves and said in a low voice, "All of you go back and cultivate." What a scandal! Outrageous! After passing through the stone wall where the flood dragon was hidden in the clouds, they walked 3 to 4 miles and arrived at the ferry of the heavenly fault peak. It was a huge ship that was suspended by the cliff. Countless green birds were flying under the bottom of the ship. It was as if they were using their wings to lift this huge floating ship. Lu Yong had mixed feelings. This ferry should have left for the old dragon city of the Treasure Vase continent yesterday. However, it was stopped by the family head of the Jiang family. His method was very simple. He threw money. Other than the people of the Green Tiger Palace who did not dare to take money from Jiang Shangzhen, all the passengers on the ferry received an extra sum of money equivalent to the travel expenses. Lu Yong asked an elder to be the child of wealth. There were also some ignorant people who cursed and refused to accept the money. They only wanted to demand an explanation from the Xian Tiger Palace. The Xian Tiger Palace could not afford to offend them. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen went to the ferry and slapped the gold core practitioner from the north of the Tongya prefecture into a low mountain in the Qingjing mountain. When the Xian Tiger Palace went to pull the dying earth immortal of the gold core out of the mountain, it was too horrible to look at. However, after knowing Jiang Shangzhen's identity, the gold core practitioner dragged his sick body and gritted his teeth to climb up the mountain again. He apologized to the master of the Jiang family, who had hurt him without saying a word as soon as he showed up. Lu Yong saw everything from the beginning to the end. When he saw the immortal fairy with the birds flying in the sky, Pei Qian was very excited. He could not wait to display his crazy sword skills. That way his sword would not miss. It was also the first time Wei Xian and the other 3 had seen such a magical scene. Although they looked indifferent, they were very emotional. This was the vast world. Jiang Shangzhen stood beside the ferry and said with a smile, "I'll only see you here." Qin Pingan nodded. Jiang Shangzhen hesitated for a moment. "May I ask who your master is?" Qin Pingan smiled and did not speak. Jiang Shangzhen still did not give up. "I mean no harm." Qin Pingan shook his head. "I didn't mean to hide it from you. Strictly speaking, I don't have a master. The one who taught him how to burn porcelain was Old Man Yao, who did not want to accept him as a disciple. The one who taught him the 18 stops of sword chi was Alliance. The one who taught him fist skills was an old man surnamed Cui, a 10th realm martial artist. The ones who taught him knowledge were Mr. Qi and the old scholar Wenxing. The ones who taught him to be kind to others were his parents." Jiang Shangzhen said helplessly, "Well, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'm looking for you this time because someone asked me to give you something. I've already carefully put it in a bottle." After you accept it, it's best to put it in a square-inch object. Before you feel that it's really safe, don't take it out again. Qin Pingon had seen a lot in his 2 travels. For example, outside the Flying Eagle Fortress, he had seen people who came from thousands of miles away to deliver their heads. However, Qin Pingon did not believe that Jiang Shangzhen, who had a grudge with him, would come so far just to give him something. Jiang Shangzhen looked at Qin Pingon, who did not hide his vigilant eyes. He stomped his foot and used a supernatural power to isolate a small world. He smiled bitterly. You've heard about the chaos of the Fushuan sect, right? Qin Pingon nodded. Jiang Shangzhen pointed at himself and said, after that big demon was injured, it still managed to escape into the West Ocean with its thick skin and flesh. As for me, I happened to be one of the 3 people who chased after the big demon. The other 2 were Song Mao, the head of the Taiping Mountain sect, and an old bastard in charge of the Tongye sect. The big demon was seriously injured and couldn't escape death. However, the people of the Tongye sect and I didn't want to kill it, fearing that the big demon would kill us all if we provoked it, which would damage our own cultivation. So we planned to follow the big demon slowly and exhaust it to death. Qin Pingon knew that the chase was definitely not as easy as Jiang Shangzhen said. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head to the west and sighed. Then the 3 of us met a sword cultivator. He was really full of sword qi. He was born with a chivalrous heart and a good temper. Not only did he kill the big demon with 1 strike, but he also liked to reason with us. He was not greedy for the big demon's body. Speaking of this, Jiang Shangzhen slapped his forehead. I really can't make it up anymore. Jiang Shangzhen's eyes suddenly became sharp and he stared at Qin Pingon. The sword cultivator asked me who knew you, Qin Pingon. I told him the truth. He did not say much. He just returned and said that the demon core was his. With only this sentence, the Taiping Mountain sect and the Tongye sect did not have any objections. They let me take away the most precious demon core of a 12th realm big demon. I knew the sword cultivator's intention, so I came to you to give the demon core to you. Qin Pingon's expression was as usual. I know that sword cultivator. He is called Zhou. Know him? That's it? Zhou. What a strange name. Was he really a young sword immortal who emerged in the past 200 years? Jiang Shangzhen wanted to jump and curse. He stared at Qin Pingon's eyes and an exquisite porcelain bottle half an arm high appeared in his hand. Do you know the value of this demon core? Do you know what kind of sword cultivator can kill a big demon that shows its true form with 1 sword strike? Qin Pingon shook his head and then nodded. I don't know the value of the demon core, but I know Zhu's swordsmanship. Zhou personally told me that his sword intent is lower than Alliance's, but his swordsmanship is higher than Alliance's. I believe him. Jiang Shangzhen's face stiffened. He tilted his head and rubbed his face. Qin Pingon, oh Qin Pingon. Can you not use such an understatement to talk about a friend who claims that his swordsmanship is higher than Alliance? Qin Pingon also sensed something and smiled. Don't worry. The grudge between me, Flower Hairpin Zhou Xian, and the demonic sex crow has nothing to do with you. Moreover, even if I ask Zhou, he will not agree to attack you, Jiang Shangzhen. The self-proclaimed eldest senior brother Zhou. He pinched his nose and acknowledged him as his junior brother. Don't worry my ass. It wasn't that Jiang Shangzhen didn't believe Qin Pingon's words, but did the sword immortal called Zhou need a reason to attack? If he was in a bad mood, he would probably strike the Jade Gui sect's mountain. Why don't Qin Pingon ask that old bastard from the Tongyi sect how he feels right now? After receiving the first strike, in order not to receive the second strike, he would even throw away his old face. Jiang Shangzhen made up his mind to stay away from Qin Pingon in the future. After handing over the bottle containing the demon core, Qin Pingon didn't say anything and hurriedly stored it in his core object. Jiang Shangzhen said softly, "This bottle is a good talisman. Take it as my Jiang clan's apology. As for whether you and Zhou Xian will meet in the future, and what will happen if you do, we'll talk about it later." Pei Qian glanced at Qin Pingon and that guy, then didn't look anymore. The mountain god's marriage was the first time, and pointing at the fairy above his head was the second time. Nothing should happen more than 3 times. Pei Qian could see them, but he didn't look anymore. Lu Yong, Wei Xian and the others couldn't see them, so they didn't look anymore. After a while, the 2 figures reappeared beside the crowd. Qin Pingon took the lead and walked towards the fairy, followed by Pei Qian and the others. After Qin Pingon boarded the ferry, he turned to Jiang Shangzhen and cupped his fists. That's another matter. Thank you. Jiang Shangzhen nodded with a smile. How many years had it been since he felt so relieved? The steward of the Azure Tiger Palace was already waiting at the bow. He carefully led Qin Pingon and the others to the top floor of the ferry. Jiang Shangzhen was still looking at the ferry, speechless for a long time. Lu Yong could only accompany the Jiang clan lord in a daze. The ferry was only waiting for Qin Pingon and the others. Soon it rose into the sky and headed north. Jiang Shangzhen retracted his gaze and said softly, "Esteemed guests have arrived. Isn't the Azure Tiger Palace planning to give something to immortal Master Qin?" Lu Yong's heart skipped a beat and he said, "Of course we will. But I hope you can tell me what to give him." Jiang Shangzhen sneered. "Give him whatever is valuable. You are a nascent soul cultivator. Do you need me to teach you how to give gifts?" Lu Yong gritted his teeth and said carefully, "What if immortal Master Qin refuses? What will the Azure Tiger Palace do?" Jiang Shangzhen turned around and said coldly, "Cry and hang yourself. How can he not accept it? It's not easy to cheat money into one's pocket, but it's hard to give him money. If the Azure Tiger Palace can't even do such a small thing, why don't you just go to hell?" Lu Yong was sweating profusely. "You're right, senior. I know what to do." Jiang Shangzhen snorted. "I don't care what you give him, Lu Yong. Give me a price and I will pay back the Azure Tiger Palace double." Lu Yong had a plan. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shangzhen narrowed his eyes and said gloomily, "Don't try to be clever with me over such a trivial matter. You should pay as much as you deserve. You, Lu Yong, and the Green Tiger Palace are not qualified to make me owe you a favor." Lu Yong nodded his head quickly. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly and patted Lu Yong's shoulder. He said amiably, "I just figured something out, so I plan to stay in the Xian Tiger Palace for one more day. You can pick a few disciples that you like and I will personally talk to them about cultivation. If there are really good cultivators among them, I will give the Azure Tiger Palace a place to go to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Don't forget, no matter how good their talents are, don't be an eyesore to me. When teaching others, you have to be pleasing to the eye." Lu Yong was overjoyed. He finally bowed and thanked from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yong will remember senior's kindness. On the path of cultivation, fortune and misfortune always went hand in hand. Misfortune whether one could bear it or not. Fortune whether one could bear it or not. It was all about one's own cultivation. For example, even if it was Jiang Shangzhen who was a top immortal, Zhou Fei who was a banished immortal, he could only die in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land if Dingying wanted to kill him. After climbing to the top floor of the ferry, the 6 of them each took a first-class room. Of course, Qin Pingon's room was even bigger. Wei Xian and the other 3 took the jade token and key and tacitly followed Qin Pingon. After closing the door, Pei Qian threw away his walking stick and ran around the rooms. Finally, he went to the viewing balcony to look at the sea of clouds. His tanned face was full of happiness as he stared blankly into the distance. Wei Xian also went to the viewing balcony. The 3 of them sat down, including Qin Pingon. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "My lord, who was that young immortal just now?" Zhou Xian had already stood up and poured a cup of tea for Qin Pingon. After Qin Pingon took the cup, he said, "It was Jiang Shangzhen, the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Medallion sect. He seems to be a cultivator of the unpolished jade realm. Moreover, he controls a Cloud Cave Blessed Land of high quality. The Blessed Land is extremely vast and has many natural treasures." Zhou Xian praised, "Young master, not only are there no strangers, but his friends are all immortals on the mountain." Sui Yu looked at the calm Qin Pingon and poured a cup of tea for himself. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "He's not a friend." Lu Baixiang sighed, "Unpolished jade realm, that means he has already entered the upper 5 realms." Qin Pingon had already roughly explained to them the different realms of pure martial arts and qi cultivators. The 7th realm of martial arts, the golden body realm, the 8th realm, the distant travel realm, and the 9th realm, the peak realm, were the limits of martial arts in the eyes of secular martial arts. However, there were actually 10 realms in the world. Even so, Qin Pingon told them that the 10 realms were not the limits of martial arts. The 5 realms of Qi cultivators were the Cave Realm, Sea Viewing Realm, Dragon Gate Realm, Golden Elixir Realm, and Nascent Soul Realm. Only the Unpolished Jade Realm, the Immortal Realm, and the Ascendant Realm were known for the upper 5 realms. As for the other two realms, they had been lost for a long time. On the observation deck, Pei Qian had seen the magnificent scenery of clouds and was beginning to feel bored again. He sighed and said, "Old Wei, can I tell you something from my heart?" Wei Xian made a sound of acknowledgement and stood by the railing. The ferry was sailing above the sea of clouds, so there should be an immortal formation protecting it. Only then would the ferry's viewing platform not be affected by the strong winds in the sky, allowing only a comfortable breeze to caress his face. Pei Qian stood on his heels and said with a sad face, "My father is still unwilling to teach me the ultimate swordsmanship." Wei Xian said calmly, "Rice has to be eaten one bite at a time." Pei Qian squatted on the ground and leaned against the railing. "I'm worried." Wei Xian lowered his head and glanced at the skinny little girl. "It's okay. You'll still be like this tomorrow. You'll get used to it." Pei Qian raised his head, his eyes full of resentment. "Old Wei, can someone like you find a wife?" Wei Xian thought for a moment. "I can find one. Others helped me find one. However, I couldn't marry the one I liked the most." Pei Qian asked, "Why?" "Because you're ugly." You can't blame the other girl for that. The adult and the child's ability to comfort people was almost the same. Wei Xian leaned against the railing. "Both of them didn't dislike me. She didn't look any better. It's just that my family was poor at that time and I was thinking of marrying her when I earned a lot of money. Later on the world became chaotic. She died but I didn't." Pei Qian stood up and patted Wei Xian's arm. "It's okay. It's all in the past. Think about it. It's been so many years and you're still thinking about her. Even if she's still alive, isn't it? That's not bad. Maybe when you married her, the more you looked at her, the more annoyed you became. You definitely wouldn't be able to become the emperor." Wei Xian nodded. "That's true. Back then there was no one around me who could explain it to me. There were so many officials who studied until they became dogs." Pei Qian giggled and asked, "Old Wei, how high do you think I can be?" Wei Xian said, "Girls can't be officials. You'll probably be an ugly girl when you grow up. Even if you enter the palace, you won't be able to see the emperor for the rest of your life." Pei Qian kicked Wei Xian's leg and said angrily, "Old Wei, why are you an old hooligan?" Wei Xian chuckled. This Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's #1 enemy, the small grudge he had in his heart was gone. Actually, one couldn't blame Qin Pingon for being disgusting. It was Wei Xian who had a cheap mouth. He asked Qin Pingon about the history of the Nanyuan kingdom, especially the history book's evaluation of Wei Xian. When Qin Pingon first sensed that something was wrong with the Nanyuan kingdom, he flipped through many official history books and unofficial histories. Naturally, he found a lot about the founding emperor Wei Xian. Among them, there were various auspicious signs and legends about Wei Xian's birth. For example, Wei Xian's father went to work in the fields and saw his wife lying on the road with a white dragon coiled around her. Then she became pregnant with Wei Xian. After that small talk, Wei Xian didn't talk to Qin Pingon again. Pei Qian, who wanted the world to be in chaos, laughed until he held his stomach and rolled on the ground. During this period of time he often used this to disgust him. For example, when she was walking on the mountain road, she purposely stuck out her big belly and then circled around Wei Xian. In the end, Qin Pingon pulled his ear until it hurt and gave him a good beating. Only then did Pei Qian stop. He even ran over to apologize to Wei Xian. When his back was facing Qin Pingon, he was actually winking at him. Wei Xian didn't get angry with this girl, but he couldn't be happy. Pei Qian raised his head and looked at Wei Xian's side profile. He suddenly said, "Old Wei, I'm sorry. I won't laugh at you in the future." Wei Xian grinned. "It's not a problem. Actually, this is nothing. There are many things that the historians of the Nanyuan kingdom don't have the guts to write." Pei Qian whispered, "For example? Tell me about them. Let's talk in a quiet voice." Wei Xian softly said, "There are many. For example, back then I was nicknamed Rat 8 in my village. My family was poor, so I used to steal chickens and dogs. Later on, I even became a bandit and sold illegal salt. As for my mother, she didn't have any white dragon lying on her body. Instead, I saw her stealing a man with my own eyes, but I didn't say anything. That man was a good person, much better than my father. Later on, in order to save me, that man blocked the alley and got his entire back chopped off by the bandits. He even shouted for me to run away. What could I do? Run away? In the end, I still couldn't find his murderer." Pei Qian sighed as he turned around and walked towards Qin Pingon. He suddenly ran and laughed. Wei Xian's mother. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at Pei Qian, who was about to expose Pei Qian's scars. He said angrily, "Shut up. Go back and apologize." Pei Qian was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. Her eyes reddened and she immediately ran back to the observation deck. Just as she was about to apologize to Wei Xian smiled and patted her little head. "All right, why are you crying? Next time you treat me to a candy doll." Pei Qian hurriedly agreed, but she was still trembling. She timidly glanced at Qin Pingon in the room. "Oh no, he's really angry." She quickly hugged Wei Xian's leg and sobbed, "Later my father will throw me off the boat. You must catch me." Wei Xian was helpless. He turned to look at the room and smiled, "It's really okay." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment but still nodded. He stood up and said to Pei Qian, "Come here." He brought Pei Qian to the study next door. Pei Qian hurriedly closed the door and lowered his head. He admitted his mistake and did not talk back, nor did he fight back when he was beaten. Qin Pingon said in a low voice, "Is Old Wei your friend?" Pei Qian thought for a moment and didn't dare to lie. She honestly answered, "Half a friend." Pei Qian hurriedly added, "Half a friend is already a lot. Little White doesn't even have half a friend. Only Old Wei has one." Qin Pingon asked, "About friends, what do the two books say?" Pei Qian said without hesitation, "Friends are honest, friends are forgiving, friends are well-informed. Advice is good, stop when you can't, don't humiliate yourself. Reflect on yourself 3 times a day, make friends but don't trust them. A gentleman should treat others with sincerity." Pei Qian spilled the beans and said a lot of things. Qin Pingon asked, "Then what did you do?" Pei Qian lowered his head and muttered, "It's written in the book, not you." Qin Pingon was furious. Pei Qian said softly, "I know I was wrong. Apart from laughing at Old Wei treated me with sincerity. I should treat him with sincerity too." Qin Pingon's expression turned slightly better. He said with a dark face, "Take the book and read it loudly on the observation deck." Pei Qian asked, "I can recite it. Can I not take the book?" Seeing that Qin Pingon was about to get angry again, Pei Qian immediately turned and ran. He said that he wanted to take the book. Otherwise he wouldn't be sincere enough. Qin Pingon sighed. He thought of the snotty Gukin from Clay Bottle Alley. None of them. On the observation deck, Pei Qian held the book high with both hands. He didn't need to turn the pages and began to read aloud. When he pretended to turn the pages, he turned his head and smiled at Wei Xian proudly. "Old Wei, my father thinks that I was right when I said I was wrong." Wei Xian gave him a thumbs up as a sign of appreciation. Pei Qian shook his head. In the end he was hit on the head with a chestnut. Pei Qian didn't dare to turn his head. He cried, "I won't do it again. I was wrong. I really won't do it again." Zhou Xian nodded and walked away with his hands behind his back. "Good. You're worth teaching. There's still hope." Pei Qian suddenly turned his head. He was about to fight the old bastard when he saw Qin Pingon walk out of the study. He immediately suppressed his anger and obediently turned his head back to recite the book. In the end, Pei Qian stayed on the observation deck to recite the book. Sui Yu had already left. Wei Xian and Zhu Lian also left separately. Only Lu Baixiang was left sitting at the table facing Qin Pingon. Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "My lord, aren't you going to ask me about the content of that sentence?" Qin Pingon took off the blade-strengthening gourd and poured 2 cups of wine. He handed one to Lu Baixiang and smiled. "If you want to say it, say it. If you don't want to say it, what can I do?" Zhu Lian once thought that Qin Pingon looked at Lu Baixiang in a different light because Lu Baixiang was the first to say that sentence. He could be considered the first traitor to surrender. On the contrary, Lu Baixiang still hadn't said anything. He was the last of the 4 people in the painting. Lu Baixiang's expression was strange. After drinking a cup of wine, he said, "Compared to the other 3, my sentence was the most meaningless. Spending money like running water, are you happy?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "That's indeed the tone of that person." Lu Baixiang asked, "Can you not call me my lord in the future?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "That won't do. Sounds quite exciting." Lu Baixiang hadn't expected such an answer. He thought that Qin Pingon would most likely agree. Qin Pingon laughed. "No need to call me that. It's just a joke." Lu Baixiang slowly stood up and saluted with cupped fists. He smiled and said, Qin Pingon treats me like a national knight. Lu Baixiang will definitely repay you like a national knight. Qin Pingon could only follow suit. If it were Zhou Xian saying this, I'd be used to it. I'm not used to you saying it. Lu Baixiang smiled and took his leave. Qin Pingon sat alone at the table. After a long time, the sound of reading continued. He said, let's go back to the house. Pei Qian had been waiting for these words. He closed the book and cheerfully ran back to the house. He plopped down on a stool and poured himself a cup of tea. He said in a hoarse voice, I'm so thirsty. Qin Pingon asked, you really don't hate me? Pei Qian's face was blank, but his expression was not fake. Why? Qin Pingon smiled and said nothing. Pei Qian said pitifully, can I not copy books today? I climbed so many stairs. It's so tiring. Qin Pingon slapped a talisman on Pei Qian's forehead. This demon-suppressing pagoda talisman is yours. Pei Qian was just about to cheer when Qin Pingon said, go back to your room and copy books. Pei Qian pondered. He had struck it rich. He slung his bag over his shoulder, grabbed his walking stick and skipped away to copy books. Qin Pingon walked to the observation deck. How many times had he taken the immortal fairy? Sui Yu was resting in his room with his eyes closed. The infatuation sword, which was getting sharper and sharper, was on the table. After nurturing the sword for so long, Sui Yu could clearly feel a sword intent swimming in the scabbard. It was sword intent, not sword chi. After the battle that night, she followed Qin Pingon out of the ruined temple. The two had a conversation. Qin Pingon's words were not very polite. I don't need you to return the 2 gold coins. But from now on, Wei Xian, Zhu Lian and Lu Baixiang have spent my gold coins. Whether they return them or not is to be determined. But you must return them. But I don't care when you return them. But I want to make things clear first. It's better to say the ugly words first than to fall out with me when the time comes. Some of his words were very suspicious. Don't think that I'm not qualified to talk to you about cultivation and sword Dao. I've seen 2 of the strongest sword cultivators in the world in terms of sword arts and sword intent. Although I haven't been practicing the sword for long, I already know where the peak of sword intent and sword arts is. I just need to walk there step by step. Some of his words were very mysterious. The most important thing in cultivation is the heart-knocking pass. The 4 of you were once the strongest in the world in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. You have your own path to walk and you will walk it very firmly. For example, you Sui Yu want to be a sword master. The more ambitious you are, the more desperate you are now. But believe me, there's always a way out. In the end, Sui Yu asked Qin Pingon why only she had to repay the gold coins. That guy with a serious expression replied, I have a girl I like. The next time I go to her, I'll have to check my assets. If it doesn't match up and it's because of another girl, how am I going to explain it to her? At the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the battle came to an end. In the night sky, 2 moons hung high in the sky. Walking on the horse path, Ning Yao sat on the wall facing the old and new thatched huts. Her skirt, knife and scholarwood sword were stacked on her knees. She was in a daze. The eldest sword immortal, Qin Qingdou, came to Ning Yao's side and sat down cross-legged. Since you're temporarily free, there's something I can tell you. Ning Yao turned her head in puzzlement. The old man smiled. I was planning to give that long chi sword to you in the future. The old man waved his hand and interrupted Ning Yao. But the demon's attack this time was extremely strange. I was afraid that giving it to you would be a disaster. It just so happened that Qin Pingon wanted to rebuild the longevity bridge, so I got him to carry the long chi sword to the Taoist temple in Tongya continent. Before I borrowed the sword, I told him in private that there were many benefits to carrying the long chi sword, but the disadvantages were even greater. He had to bear the karma between Ning Yao and the demons. Qin Qingdou smiled and said, that child. For the first time he showed a very different look and expression. Even when he was fighting Chao Ci and we watched him lose 3 rounds in a row, Qin Pingon's eyes weren't as bright as they were now. It really left a deep impression. Qin Qingdou turned his head and asked, Last Ning, why aren't you angry? Don't you blame me for making an unnecessary move and letting him bear the risk? Ning Yao curled her lips. Angry? I'm not angry. I'm Ning Yao. He's Qin Pingon. She was in high spirits. It was as though she was saying that she wasn't surprised that the guy she liked was willing to do so. Qin Qingdou jumped off the wall and walked towards the thatched hut. He clicked his tongue and said, It's so late at night and I still have to bear such a sword. I'm just asking for trouble. Ning Yao rested her cheeks on her hands and began to miss him. She had a proud smile on her face. Ah, why am I so good at judging people? She suddenly frowned as she recalled a conversation she had at the residence in Clay Bottle Alley. Huh. In the end, I'm still the one who's stupid. She stood up and put away the saber she had lent him and the locust wood sword she had borrowed from him. Then she imitated that idiot and began to walk with her fists. She muttered to herself, I, Ning Yao, can defeat 500 great sword deity Chen Pingon with one hand. She stopped and turned around to look at the desolate land. She crossed her arms and said in high spirits, Are you afraid? The eldest sword deity Chen Qingdou couldn't help but laugh. If such a day really came, who wouldn't dare to be afraid? Back then, beside the ferry of Tiankei Peak, Jiang Shangzhen finally asked Chen Pingon a small question. Why do you care about the opinions of the disciples of Azure Tiger Palace? And you wanted to leave a good impression on them? What are you after? Is it necessary? Of course, Jiang Shangzhen could see through the camouflage. He knew that the Taoist robe and the blade-strengthening gourd were extraordinary. However, what really puzzled Jiang Shangzhen was the white jade hairpin in Chen Pingon's bun. It was made of ordinary material. He paid a little attention and found that there were 8 Xiaozhuan characters engraved on the hairpin. Speaking of a gentleman, gentle as jade. (360). It's still a 12,000-word chapter. A new chapter has begun. P.S. Announcing a new reader group. The group name is The Grass Grows and the Orioles Soar. Group number is 16551024. In addition, the second issue of the journal has been released on the public account. You can go and take a look. My WeChat public account is Fenghua1985. Before the ferry from the Heavenly Fault Peak to the Azure Tiger Palace arrived at the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City, there were still 3 ferries that they needed to stop at. The northernmost one was the Everlasting Spring Ferry outside the Tongyi Sex Mountain Gate. It was like spring all year round. However, Chen Pingon only wanted to reach the Old Dragon City safely. During this time they stopped at the 3 ferries for nearly 10 days. Pei Qian was not allowed to disembark from the ferry and stroll around the shops at the ferry. The little girl Charcoal could only move a stool to the observation deck and watch the bustling and prosperous scenery of the 3 ferries. Occasionally Wei Xian would come over to chat with Pei Qian. However, although they did not disembark from the ferry, Chen Pingon asked the Azure Tiger Palace's elder to help them purchase many items. Wei Xian and the other 3 all gave a list and handed it over to the steward. Wei Xian asked for some books on local customs and customs. Lu Baixiang bought an imperial zither from a dynasty in the mortal world. Sui Yu did not ask for anything. He was still all by himself and his sword alone. Zhu Lian gave a long list of books, but Chen Pingon immediately asked Zhu Lian to take it back. He said that the immortal fairy did not sell these books and that he would go to the market bookstore to search for them when he reached the Old Dragon City. Zhu Lian wrung his hands and could only give up. It turned out that the stooped old man wanted to buy a pile of novels. Just by looking at the titles on the paper, Chen Pingon felt his scalp tingle. He was unwilling to hand it over to the ferry steward. He really could not afford to lose face. In addition to practicing the mountain-quaking fists walking, standing and sleeping stances, Chen Pingon also did not neglect the sword techniques recorded in the Sword Technique Proper Manual. In any case, he could practice the 2 together. Next, he studied the Immortal's incantation. Although the incantation was extremely high quality when it came to refining weapons in the world, the most frightening thing was that even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Even if one had good craftsmanship, they would not know where to start. As for the flying swords number 1 and number 15, because they were not life-bound flying swords that Chen Pingon had refined himself, he only needed to nurture them. He also had the sword-nurturing gourd, ginger gourd, which could save him a lot of time and effort. However, once he refined his life-bound artifact, the amount and value of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required was truly astonishing. The higher the quality, the more bottomless the hole. The Taoist master of the Taoist temple, the old Taoist from Donghai, had asked Lu Baixiang to pass on the phrase, "spend money like water," to him. Apart from ridicule, it was also an undeniable fact. Now that the longevity bridge was more than half completed, The gate of the mansion was wide open to welcome guests from all over. The more abundant the spiritual qi was in the blessed enclave, the more dangerous it was for Qin Pingon. That was why Qin Pingon fell down on the stone arch bridge near the heavenly fault peak in Qingjing Mountain. At that time he was still unable to completely control the golden wine robe to block the torrent of spiritual qi. The spiritual qi clashed with the pure genuine qi of a martial artist in his body, causing him to lose control. No matter how much spiritual qi the golden wine robe could absorb and transform, there was a bottleneck after all. Once the golden wine robe was full of water and allowed the spiritual qi to rush into the aperture acupoints of the body qi mansion, Qin Pingon's martial arts realm would drop. The problem now was to refine the magic treasure of the first cave dwelling. Which one should he choose? If he chose the water element of the 5 elements, it would be relatively simple. This was because on the jade slip, the goddess of the buried river used the example of refining water to elaborate on the great Tao contained in the inscription of the rain prayer tablet. She also explained the general materials needed to refine water. Among them, the key item water essence was mentioned. Treasures that condensed the essence of water could all be considered water essence. However, there was a huge difference in the quality of the treasures. The river water that River Earl oversaw and the river water that the ancient Dragon Palace oversaw were naturally different. It could be said that the quality of the water essence used to refine water would directly determine the quality of Qin Pingon's water natal item of the 5 elements. The ferry was suspended in the air next to the Changchun crossing. Pei Qian stood on a stool on the observation deck and looked at the ferry with envy and melancholy. At this moment Qin Pingon was sitting at the table. Looking at the lovely and amiable water character seal on the table, he was also worried. What was more worrying was that after Qin Pingon had a deep understanding of the incantation of refining all things, he guessed that once the water character seal was refined as his natal item, every time he stamped, he would help the fated water god in the world to improve the water luck. It was very likely that Qin Pingon's natal qi would be damaged. The advantage was that the water character seal, which would consume a part of its magical power, would not be reduced to an ordinary seal. Therefore Qin Pingon made up his mind to refine this water character seal for the water element of the 5 elements. When it came to the natal item, it was no longer like the demon binding rope refined by the old flood dragon's golden beard. As it was not an ordinary refining into nothingness, it was necessary to have a cauldron for refining. This was a huge problem. It was not easy to buy one. He had to find an immortal who was willing to sell it. Then he would have to buy a good one. It was not easy to say it was easy, but it was even harder to say it was not easy. It all depended on how much money Qin Pingon had in his pocket. I don't have much money now. Qin Pingon's face was full of indignation. There was not a single Guyu coin left. Now that there was no Liju Grotto heaven, it meant that there was no new gold essence copper coin in the world. Every time one was used there would be one less in the world. In the battle at the ruined temple 2 were used up. If it was not Sui Yuyu and Wei Xian, Qin Pingon really wanted to beat them up. Pei Qian carried the stool back into the house and sat beside Qin Pingon. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? We don't have enough money to spend?" It was an unintentional remark, but it happened to hit the nail on the head. Qin Pingon looked at Pei Qian. Where did this girl learn how to comfort people? Pei Qian thought that Qin Pingon was starting to despise him for being a money loser. He was so scared that he almost burst into tears. He wrinkled his tan little face and said, "Don't throw me off the boat. I won't complain about eating fish and meat every day. A bowl of white rice and 3 chopsticks of pickled vegetables will be enough to satisfy me." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It has nothing to do with how much you eat. You're still growing. How much money can you get by eating a few more bowls of rice?" Pei Qian wiped his face and instantly smiled brightly. "When we reach Laolong City, will we have a place to stay? If you do, then you can spend less money." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Yes, I have a friend there who is relatively rich. But let me say this first. His generosity is his business. It's not a reason for you to casually ask for things." Pei Qian was sickly and said weakly, "I know." She thought that she would be able to meet a guy like Yao Jinji again. He didn't even blink when giving her things and would even beg her to accept it. The key was that Qin Pingon couldn't refuse. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said those words to Yao Jinji. Once Yao Jinji, who was wearing a veil hat, chatted with Pei Qian in private. Pei Qian saw that she took off the veil hat and her skin was white and tender. It made Pei Qian feel ashamed. Later on he forgot what they were talking about. Pei Qian laughed and secretly flattered Yao Jinji. "Sister Jinji, you're so beautiful. It's natural for you to have beautiful thoughts." Yao Jinji didn't get angry. She just smiled and stretched out her slender fingers and lightly tapped Pei Qian's forehead. Day after day. From the beginning of winter to the winter solstice, the ferry had already left the territory of Tongyi continent and was on the sea between the two continents. It was estimated that it was the end of winter when they stopped at the island outside Laolong City. During this time, Lu Baixiang saw Qin Pingon practicing the boring stances in the room. He asked, "This stance is very ordinary. Why do you insist on it?" Qin Pingon replied that the foundation of one's success was not the height. Lu Baixiang was deep in thought. After Lu Baixiang left the room, Pei Qian quietly asked Qin Pingon what he meant. Qin Pingon laughed and said that he couldn't think of any clever words. He was just fooling around. People who were good at chess all liked to think in a complicated way. This made Pei Qian extremely happy. On this day, Qin Pingon sat in the study. He took out his brush and put it down. Pei Qian, who was sitting opposite him copying books, was even more anxious than Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon finally stood up and left the room to find Zhou Xian. When he returned, Pei Qian found that Qin Pingon was becoming more and more hesitant. In the end, he could only put away his brush and paper. Pei Qian was very puzzled. Previously, Qin Pingon had written 2 letters to Dafu Academy and Taiping Mountain. He had sent the flying sword to take the 2 letters away with a whoosh. Then who was this letter written to? Qin Pingon came to the observation platform and practiced the sword furnace stance. Someone knocked on the door. Pei Qian ran to open the door. After seeing the person, she bowed and said, "Pei Qian greets old immortal Lu of Qinghu Palace." The old man smiled and nodded. He was in a good mood. It was Lu Yong, the nascent soul earth immortal of Tiancai Peak. Qin Pingon hurried to greet him. After sitting down, Pei Qian skillfully poured 3 cups of tea. First she gave it to Qin Pingon, then to Lu Yong. Of course, she didn't forget to pour a cup for herself. Lu Yong beat around the bush and chatted for almost 15 minutes. Then Qin Pingon patiently chatted politely with the land immortal on the heavenly fault peak, whose limelight had been crushed by Jiang Shangzhen. Don't take an earth immortal lightly. Qin Pingon had been through the big and small Jianghu. He knew the weight of an earth immortal. He wouldn't look down on the palace master of Qinghu Palace in front of him just because he knew him and could be neither servile nor overbearing in front of Jiang Shangzhen. To put it bluntly, once the old nascent soul realm cultivator who could guard a place with good feng shui and own an immortal fairy, put aside their complicated relationship, was determined to kill Qin Pingon, it would be a piece of cake for Lu Yong to kill him. Seeing that Qin Pingon didn't use his power to bully others, Lu Yong's impression of this young man improved a little. The person who relied on his power was not only Jiang Shangzhen, who came all the way to Tiancai Peak, but also the boss behind the scenes who made the head of the Jiang family the position he was in now. Otherwise, Lu Yong wouldn't have needed to flatter a young man who didn't have any relatives or friends and couldn't be offended. They would have just walked their own paths of cultivation. Why would Lu Yong go so far as to send gifts to him? After drinking 2 cups of bland tea, Lu Yong finally got to the point. "It's a blessing for Qinghu Palace to have you visit Tiancai Peak, Mr. Chen. I was actually refining a cauldron of pills at that time. It's the Taoist's forgetting pill. This pill has a mild temperament and is most suitable for cultivators to take when they are meditating. Apart from calming the heart, the most important thing is to nourish the spirit, especially the heart acupoint. The name of the pill is forgetting pill, but there's actually a secular saying. It's better to forget about forgetting about cultivating pills." Once they started talking about refining pills, Lu Yong was in high spirits. He was a completely different person from when he was standing beside Jiang Shangzhen. The heart is the master of the body, the general of 100 gods. However, since ancient times, it's difficult to settle the heart. Buddhism has a saying that the heart monkey is unstable and the horse gallops in all directions. Therefore, when it comes to cultivation, there's the saying of tying the horse at the spiritual mountain and locking the heart monkey at the jade mansion. The forgetting pill I'm refining is extremely difficult to refine. Even if I'm lucky enough to refine it, I can only refine 3 or 4 pills at most out of 10 pills in one cauldron. The reason why it's still popular among the Earth Immortals in Tongyi continent is that it has a wonderful feature that other immortal alchemists don't have. The forgetting pill made by me, Lu Yong, can protect the heart of cultivators, just like the 2 door gods that the people at the foot of the mountain put on the door. Qin Pingon praised sincerely, it's the work of an immortal to raise the door gods outside the heart. Lu Yong enjoyed it very much and smiled while stroking his beard. Of course, he didn't just refine the forgetting pill. In fact, if he wanted to refine this pill in addition to a lot of exotic materials and produce, he also had to wait for the right time and the right place, which was the precious fate energy of Qingjing Mountain. Otherwise, how could the Earth Immortals of Jindan and Nascent Soul of Tongyi sect fight for it? As for why other immortals of alchemy couldn't refine it, in addition to Lu Yong's excellent alchemy skills, the unique fate energy of Qingjing Mountain was more important. This was the reason why the immortals of Earth Immortals had to be very careful when establishing sects and mansions. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, since the Earth Immortals of Tongyi continent treat it as a treasure, can the pure martial artists of the 6th or 7th realms also be used to stabilize their souls? Lu Yong was stunned for a moment and nodded, of course. It's just that it's a waste to give my forgetting pill to those boorish men who have lost their way. It's like a cow chewing on peonies. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, Palace Master, you mentioned this forgetting pill to me because you want to sell it to me, Qin Pingon, at a lower price for Jiang Shangzhen's sake? Lu Yong's heart tightened. This guy dared to call Jiang Shangzhen by his name. Lu Yong's expression didn't change. Young Master Qin, you underestimate my Green Tiger Palace too much. There's no need to talk about the price when dealing with friends. This cauldron of pills is too coincidental. When young Master Qin arrived at Heavenly Fault Peak and I saw you and the head of the Jiang family off, it was as if the heavens were helping me. Unexpectedly, I refined 6 pills for the first time in hundreds of years. This is the first time in my life that I, Lu Yong, am able to refine pills. This kind of fortune only comes twice in my life. It's the will of the heavens. It's obvious that young Master Qin, my Green Tiger Palace, and I, Lu Yong, have a great destiny. How could I dare to keep it to myself? Thus, I brought 6 forgetting pills for young Master Qin. Pei Qian opened her mouth slightly. Damn, was there anyone in the world who could lie through their teeth better than her? She could learn from this old immortal's bootlicking skills. It seemed like he was indeed more educated than her. Lu Yong probably felt that his choice of words was a little inappropriate. He pretended to be distressed and said, although it's the will of the heavens that dictates the great Tao, I still feel a little distressed. I only hope that young Master Qin can put in a few good words for my Green Tiger Palace in the future in front of the head of the Jiang family. The Jiang family's business covers half of the Tongye continent. Perhaps the Green Tiger Palace's elixirs will be replenished from these 6 forgetting pills. It's a fortunate thing. Therefore, young Master Qin, please accept them calmly. Even if the head of the Jiang family looks down on the Green Tiger Palace's production, it's not a loss for the Green Tiger Palace to become friends with young Master Qin. Pei Qian hurriedly flattered Lu Yong. Oh no. Old immortal Lu Yong handed him another cup of tea. Qin Pingon naturally thought more than Pei Qian. For example, it involved Jiang Shangzhen, the Jiang family's business, and the Green Tiger Palace's production. These 6 forgetting pills were actually rather troublesome. After some consideration, Qin Pingon planned to decline politely. If Jiang Shangzhen had been in Old Dragon City's fan family's place, there might have been room for negotiation. Business was the icing on the cake, but Qin Pingon was unwilling to have more dealings with Jiang Shangzhen. Therefore Qin Pingon said, I appreciate Palace Lord Lu's kindness, but this cauldron of forgetting pills is too valuable. I dare not snatch the limelight from you. Moreover, I'm actually not on very good terms with Jiang Shangzhen. However, regarding Palace Lord Lu's gift of the pills, I can write a letter to Jiang Shangzhen. I won't make things difficult for Palace Lord Lu if I refuse to accept the pills. Lu Yong's expression was calm, as if he was weighing the pros and cons inwardly. He was a little annoyed at his superfluous actions. He shouldn't have harbored such thoughts and hoped that Qin Pingon would understand his intentions and help the Green Tiger Palace build bridges with the Jiang family. On the first floor of the ferry, a young cultivator stood by the window with a gloomy expression. This idiot Lu Yong really doesn't know what's good for him. There was also a beautiful but pale female cultivator in the room. She was the golden core earth immortal who had almost been slapped to death by Xianxia on Heavenly Fault Peak. The young cultivator who had cast a camouflage spell at the window was Xianxia, who had snuck into the ferry. He suddenly had an idea. After giving a lecture at the Green Tiger Palace, he did not immediately return to the Jade Grey sect. Instead, he chose to secretly board the ferry and find the pitiful golden core female cultivator who had been plucked out of a crack in the rock. When Xianxia knocked on the door and opened it in annoyance, she was so frightened that she almost knelt and begged for mercy. Xianxia did not intend to show himself in front of Qin Pingon, nor did he have any other intentions. It had always been a great taboo in cultivation to be sloppy in matters that involved the fundamentals of the Great Tao. A drop of water could break one's state of mind, and a drop of mud could stain one's golden body. One must be careful. He was just waiting for Lu Yong to appear and complete the task he had given him. Then he would return to the Jade Grey sect, which was located at the southernmost tip of the Tong Yi continent. There was still a lot of *T matters that he had to deal with. For example, Jiang Beihai, the daring only son, who had acted on his own accord. Xianxia wished that he could break the wastrel's limbs and throw him into the Cloud Cave blessed land to be a beggar and prostitute for generations to come. It seemed that his absence from the clan for 60 years had caused this ambitious but incompetent fellow to forget himself. It was especially difficult for cultivators in the upper 5 realms to have children. It was far from being comparable to those in the middle 5 realms. As long as they wanted to have children, they could have a house full of children and grandchildren. Upstairs, Lu Yong did not dare to have any more thoughts. Finally, he only wanted to give away the bottle of forgetfulness elixir. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. It might not be easy after that. One wrong step would make it even more difficult. Qin Pingon did not know that Xianxia had treated the Azure Tiger Palace with kindness and authority. He was only sure of one thing. The only thing that had anything to do with Xianxia was to ask Xianxia to transfer the demon core to him. There was absolutely nothing more. Practicing martial arts to preserve one's life was Qin Pingon's external foundation. A pure mind could be tied to a stable position. It was even more so in a world where people's hearts were complicated. As long as Qin Pingon knew that with Xianxia's appearance at the Heavenly Fault Peak, Lu Yong would not dare to harbor any ill intentions towards him. Therefore he did not accept the bottle of forgetfulness elixir. He was not worried that the Azure Tiger Palace would turn against him, especially since Lu Yong was an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. He would only cherish his current cultivation base and status. Therefore the Azure Tiger Palace's old palace lord was bitterly regretful. In the end, no matter how hard he tried to persuade him, the young man's words were kind and gentle. However, he just did not accept the bottle of forgetfulness elixir. Could it be that, according to Xianxia's joke, an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm would cry and throw a tantrum in front of a junior in his own territory? Lu Yong could not do that. Therefore he could only let Qin Pingon think about it again. Lu Yong left the room and went to another room on the same floor as the ferry. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the face that he was most unwilling to see. It was Xianxia with an indifferent expression. Xianxia, who hated people who thought themselves clever the most, did not waste any time talking nonsense with Lu Yong. He directly used the great magical power of the pure jade stage and turned this room into a prison of abbot heaven and earth. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, dragging the old nascent soul into the room. In the room, golden pillars with golden dragons entwined around them appeared out of thin air. They began to fly away from the pillars and pass through Lu Yong's Qi residence like golden chains. In the end, the most majestic golden dragon pressed down on Lu Yong's head with its claw and slapped him to the ground. Xianxia walked up to the old nascent soul who was prostrating on the ground and stepped on the back of his head. He laughed softly and said, "I've given the Green Tiger Palace face, but you're still not satisfied. Do you really think that I, Xianxia, am a kind bodhisattva? Do you know that if Qin Pingon had not appeared at the Heavenly Fault Peak and given me a little idea because of that jade hairpin, I wouldn't be preaching the great Tao to the disciples of the Green Tiger Palace. Instead, I would have slapped your nascent soul into that stone wall and used it as a mural." Xianxia slightly increased the strength of his foot. Poor Lu Yong, who was trapped in the small world, could not even let out a cry. Only his spirit was trembling violently. The pain made this earth immortal of the nascent soul realm, who was not good at fighting and killing, feel that he would rather die than live. Jiang Shangzhen narrowed his eyes and increased the strength of his foot. How many cultivators in the world are like you, Lu Yong? You don't know when to stop. Just because of a little opportunity, you became a half-baked mountain man. Do you think you're so great? Even I, Jiang Shangzhen, have to tuck my tail between my legs. Just for a sword cultivator, I can suppress my killing intent and speak nicely in front of Chen Pingan. Lu Yong, you're even more arrogant than I am. The back of Lu Yong's head was slightly caved in. If it was a moment longer, his nascent soul would probably explode. His Aurous core and nascent soul would explode in this small world. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen would be affected and suffer serious injuries. However, it seemed that Jiang Shangzhen did not care about the consequences at all. Jiang Shangzhen had already promised to send a disciple of the Green Tiger Palace with a decent aptitude. On the day that the disciple ascended to the middle 5 levels in the future, he could go to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land to gain experience and seek his own opportunity. Because of this, the Green Tiger Palace could be considered to have made friends with the Jiang family and the Jade Gui sect. If there were no accidents, at least no Aurous core cultivator would dare to contradict the ferryman of the Green Tiger Palace and scold Lu Yong by name in the future. But so what? Once the opportunity was in their hands, if they could not grasp it, it would instead become a disaster. Everything would come to an end. Even further, Xiao Yao and Song Jisin, who were also from the Lizhu Grotto heaven, were considered to be Qi Jingquan's direct disciples compared to Chen Pingan, who had never attended school. In particular, Xiao Yao had obtained Qi Jingquan's most fundamental Chun character seal. However, when the youth faced the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong, the young man whom Qi Jingquan had high hopes for, and the young man who rode an ox cart whom even the gatekeeper Jing Dafeng liked, didn't even Cui Dong feel that he was just a slightly bigger ant? This caused the Chun character seal to completely disappear from the world. If Xiao Yao was not so smart, he would have sworn that he would not exchange the Chun character seal with Cui Dong for an opportunity. At that time, how could Qi Jingquan, who was still in his youth sleeves, allow Cui Dong to take away the seal? Right now, Lu Yong was also about to lose his life because of a slight mistake. Jiang Shangzhen took a deep breath and retracted his foot. However, he kicked Lu Yong's face again, sending him crashing into a pillar with a golden dragon coiled around it. Lu Yong struggled to sit up, his back leaning against the pillar. Above him was the golden dragon hanging upside down. Its head slowly turned, ready to bite off Lu Yong's head at any time. Jiang Shangzhen suppressed his anger and restrained his smile. He squatted down and smiled at Lu Yong. "Are you angry after being humiliated like this?" Lu Yong said fearfully, I wouldn't dare. Jiang Shangzhen's thoughts moved slightly and a jade-green willow leaf appeared in front of him. Lu Yong was greatly shocked. He actually started kowtowing loudly, "Please spare my life, senior." Jade Cassius Jiang Shangzhen had always been known in the Tongyi continent for his bulging money pouch. News of him fighting with others was rarely spread. However, the Jade Cassius old sect master regarded Jiang Shangzhen with favor. The entire continent knew that the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, which was originally jointly managed by the sect and the Jiang clan, was completely handed over to the young Jiang clan master at that time, regardless of criticism. About 500 years ago, the Tongyi sect had an unwritten rule: Jade Kasha can be bullied but Jiang can be avoided. Moreover, it was rumored that this was due to the last words of a nascent soul cultivator of the Tongyi sect. The Jiang clan master, Jiang Shangzhen, only had a willow leaf as his natal item. Not to mention the Tongyi sect, even the Jade Kasha sect's Earth Immortals had never seen it. The regretful second half of the Tongyi sect's old nascent soul cultivator sentence was, "A willow leaf can kill an Earth Immortal." Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin. "In my hands, the Jiang clan's prestige has been silent for 200 years. This time, if I don't kill an Earth Immortal, I would be letting down my ancestors." Lu Yong's face was covered in tears. He raised his head. "Senior, if you kill me, a low-level nascent soul cultivator, wouldn't you be humiliating the Jiang clan even more? Senior, you should kill someone else." Jiang Shangzhen clicked his tongue. "These words, you're as astute as I am." Interesting. Jiang Shangzhen snapped his fingers, and the willow leaf disappeared along with the small world. Lu Yong, who had just circled the gates of hell, still didn't dare to get up. He sat on the floor in a sorry state. "Senior, Please give Lu Yong another chance. If I don't satisfy you this time, Lu Yong will seek death. However, if that happens, I hope Senior won't take your anger out on the Azure Tiger Palace. Jiang Shangzhen nodded. At least you said something reasonable. Alright, get up. You're a nascent soul cultivator, yet you're weeping endlessly. If word gets out, people will think that I, Jiang Shangzhen, am bullying others by relying on my realm. Consider yourself lucky. If you, Lu Yong, were in the Jade Roar realm today, you would already be dead. As expected, Lu Yong immediately stood up. Once again, tears flowed down his old face. Senior, thank you for sparing my life. Jiang Shangzhen lamented. Looking at your attitude, I actually feel a little sorry for you. It seems that you've stayed in a certain place for too long and your heart has softened. You must know that when I met an Earth Immortal of the Tong Yi sect of the same realm, I still felt that he wasn't sincere enough even after he kowtowed 1,000 times. I still rewarded him with a willow leaf and cut off the head of the nascent soul in his body. This time when I return to the sect, I have to find something troublesome to do. Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand. Go out. You've delivered the item and we'll consider this matter settled. You don't have to worry about me settling accounts with you. That disciple of the Azure Tiger Palace can still go to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Jiang Shangzhen's mood improved for no reason. He laughed and said, That's right, this is called a separate matter. Lu Yong walked backward out of the room. After closing the door, he suddenly realized that this room was the place where he would stay on the ferry. However, he didn't dare to knock on the door again. He directly asked for an ordinary room from the ferry manager. In the night, Lu Yong went back to Qin Pingan's room. After sitting down, he didn't say anything and took out 3 small, quaint porcelain bottles. Under Qin Pingan's puzzled gaze, Lu Yong stood up and said, The porcelain bottle in the middle contains 6 forgetting elixirs. The other 2 bottles contain 6 fire dragon elixirs and rain-spreading elixirs. There are inscriptions at the bottom of the bottles. The main ingredient of the former is the remains of a fire dragon, and the latter is the unique moss on the wall of the mountain gate. It's suitable for all qi cultivators below the Earth Immortal realm. If taken together, the effect is excellent and it can strengthen the soul. It has the reputation of golden body painting, especially for qi cultivators who are stuck at the threshold of the golden core realm. Without waiting for Qin Pingan to refuse, Lu Yong said in a low voice, If Child Qin doesn't accept it today, Lu Yong won't dare to force you. But the next time you pass by the Heavenly Fault Peak, please remember to burn 3 incense sticks for me at the ruins of the Green Tiger Palace. After finishing his words, Lu Yong disappeared directly. Pei Qian widened her eyes. Was there such a way to give gifts in the world? She didn't want to learn this. Qin Pingan stood up and looked around. Jiang Shangzhen, come out and meet me? Jiang Shangzhen stood at the observation deck and waved with a smile. After waving, Jiang Shangzhen leaned back and directly flew out of the observation deck. He crashed into the sea of clouds on the side of the ferry and left gracefully. Qin Pingan reached out and rubbed between his eyebrows. Headache. Lu Yong anxiously went to the room where Jiang Shangzhen reasoned with himself. After knocking on the door, no one answered. He boldly knocked again, but there was still no response. After waiting for a long time, he pushed the door and entered. Jiang Shangzhen was no longer in sight. There was only a large pile of grain rain money on the table. Lu Yong sat at the table in a daze. After a moment of silence, the old Yuanying raised his hand and fiercely wiped away his bitter tears. He made up his mind. This time when he returned to the Heavenly Fault Peak, he would only do alchemy for the rest of his life. He would never deal with these temperamental cultivators again. On the other side, Qin Pingan called the 4 people in the picture scroll to discuss this matter. Without any concealment, there were only the 3 porcelain bottles on the table. Wei Xian's meaning was that there was no problem with the pills and they could rest assured. Lu Baixiang's suggestion was that the methods of the mountain were impossible to guard against. To be careful, they could just sell them at a sky-high price when they arrived at the old dragon city. Sui Yi didn't speak. This was not something she was good at. Zhou Xian was the most straightforward. He smiled and said that he would take a compromise and earnestly asked the young master to reward him with a fire dragon pill and a rain pill to see how they tasted. If he didn't die suddenly before they arrived at the old dragon city and it really had the effect of nourishing the soul, then it meant that the pills in the 3 porcelain bottles were no problem. At that time he could decide whether to eat them himself or sell them to scam others. Qin Pingon just put away the 3 porcelain bottles and the 15 flying swords. That night, Zhou Xian secretly knocked on the door and begged Qin Pingon to sell him 2 pills from the Green Tiger Palace. He owed the money first. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Zhou Xian, are you really not afraid of death?" The hunchbacked old man laughed and sat at the table. He rubbed his hands and said, "In the lotus flower blessed land, I'm used to being number 1 in the world. Now that I've come to such a big world, I don't have to think about being number 1 anymore. But I still have to fight for the first place among the 4. Otherwise, how can I have the face to serve the young master? I can't even compare to a little girl." Zhou Xian continued, "Riches and honor are found in danger. In the previous battle at the temple, I wanted to have a moment of pleasure and let go of my hands and feet to kill. I've left some roots in my body. Do you really have the heart to let me be the last one to reach the golden body realm?" Qin Pingon asked, "Have you really thought it through?" Zhou Xian nodded and said seriously, "It's good that I haven't thought it through. With my character, I won't act until I see a rabbit. How can I disturb the young master's rest by knocking on the door?" Qin Pingon took out 2 porcelain bottles and poured out 2 different colored pills. He said helplessly, "Life and death are your own responsibility. Take these 2 pills as your reward for fighting to the death in this broken temple." Zhou Xian took the 2 pills from Qin Pingon's hand and popped them into his mouth. He laughed mischievously and stood up to bid farewell to Qin Pingon. "Young master is fair in his rewards and punishments. This old servant will follow you loyally." This kind of flattery went in one ear and out the other for Qin Pingon. Zhou Xian glanced at Pei Qian, who had his head tilted and his cheek pressed against the table. The latter stared at him blankly. Zhou Xian left. In the middle of the night, Pei Qian had already gone to sleep next door. Qin Pingon was alone in the room practicing his stance. He sighed and went to open the door. Sui Yu was standing outside the door. She said, "I don't want the fire dragon pill or the rain pill. I only want one forget pill." "You want to accompany Zhou Xian to pull chestnuts out of the fire? Do you want to die for love or what? You don't even want to wait until we reach Old Dragon City. I think it's a waste to give you a whole bottle of forget pills." After Qin Pingon finished speaking, he did not even let her in and slammed the door. Sui Yu stood expressionlessly outside the door for a long time. Finally, he left silently. Half a day later, the wind was calm and the sea of clouds was beautiful. They were still a month away from the southern tip of the Aquarius continent, the gigantic city that looked like a dragon extending its head into the ocean. Qin Pingon went to find the steward of Xian Tiger Palace in charge of the ferry. He asked if there were any supreme-grade pill cauldrons to sell. The steward said there were. Although Xian Tiger Palace did not deal in this business, but the old palace master had spent his life on refining pills. He had collected many pill cauldrons. Since young Master Qin was a friend of Xian Tiger Palace, he dared to ask the old palace master. But whether the old palace master was willing to part with his treasures, he could not guarantee. He needed to use a flying sword to send a message to Xian Tiger Palace. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and thanked him. The self-proclaimed handyman of the Golden Core realm did not know much about the inside story. He was only sure that this young master was a disciple of a powerful immortal family with a frightening background. He seemed to be friends with the unreachable Jiang clan master. Otherwise, he would not have dared to agree to ask the old palace master about the sale of pill cauldrons. Those were the old palace master's lifeblood. Every cauldron that was temporarily not in use was carefully kept by Lu Yong. As long as he was not refining pills, he would personally wipe them every day. The Heavenly Fault Peak's flying sword message was a specialty of a large sword cultivation sect in the North Continent. It was expensive, but you got what you paid for. It was worth it and was extremely fast. It was far better than the ferry that was only good for stability. In the end, when the manager who looked as if he had seen a ghost found Qin Pingon also felt a little guilty and embarrassed. Lu Yong's reply was that he would personally deliver a high-grade pill cauldron that he had kept for many years. Qin Pingon's embarrassment was that he could not afford the pill cauldron with his immortal money. He could only go to Old Dragon City and borrow money from Fan Air or Jing Dafeng. But this way it was too domineering. It did not seem to be the way to do business. After all, Qin Pingon had long been used to the trading style of the old man in the Yang family's shop in his hometown. Qin Pingon was filled with guilt. When he saw the travel-worn old nascent soul cultivator, he explained the matter to him. Unexpectedly, Lu Yong laughed heartily and looked even more relaxed. When they arrived at Qin Pingan's room, Lu Yong asked the gold core earth immortal from the Green Tiger Palace to stand guard outside the door. Only then did Lu Yong take out the special cube object that could hold his beloved cauldron. When the cauldron appeared, it hovered 1 foot above the table. Immediately, colorful clouds rose and curled around it, filling the entire room with a fragrance. With the exception of a blind man, anyone would be able to tell that this pill furnace was extremely precious. Pei Qian tiptoed around the table and stared at the vermilion cauldron that was as long as an arm. The 5 legs of the cauldron were the legs of 5 strange beasts. The heads of the strange beasts opened their mouths above the edge of the cauldron. The colorful clouds were spat out from their mouths, which seemed to correspond to the colors of the 5 elements. The old nascent soul cultivator Lu Yong was full of arrogance. He pointed at the floating cauldron and said with a smile, "This cauldron is called the 5-colored golden cauldron. The cauldron is mainly made of the metal of the 5 elements. It is because of the ancient teachings of our alchemy ancestors. Metal is indestructible, therefore it is a treasure. In my early years I had a great fortune in cultivation. I obtained it from an immortal's residence in a shattered paradise. Now that I think about it, the various powers fought over it. It was truly hair-raising. I was just the luckiest to obtain this pill furnace. Because it was a fortune and not a purchase, I will give you a fair price. I dare not ask for too much, child Qin. 50 pieces of grain rain money, only 50 pieces." At the end of his speech, the old nascent soul cultivator stretched out his hand. The corner of Qin Pingan's mouth twitched. 50 pieces of grain rain money. A sky-high price. But in the depths of his heart he knew that the price that Lu Yong quoted was absolutely fair. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and no longer had the slightest bit of hesitation. He said without hesitation, "Palace Lord Lu, I definitely want to buy it. But I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Whether my friends over at Old Dragon City are willing to lend me so much Guyu money, I really can't say right now." After saying that, Qin Pingan clasped his fists and said, "If I let Palace Master Lu come here in vain, I apologize here first." Lu Yong had mixed feelings. He thought that it would be great if the cultivators on the mountain, regardless of their cultivation level, were all easy to talk to and polite like Qin Pingan. Before he met Xianxia and Qin Pingan, he dared to scold whoever dared to open their mouths. If the person was a qi trainer below Yuanying, he might even beat him up. But before that, Xianxia and Qin Pingan did not know whether he was willing to sell this bizarre 5-color golden stove or not. But now his state of mind had changed completely. After Lu Yong returned to the Green Tiger Palace this time, he brought along the grain rain money that he almost exchanged with his life. After thinking about it, Lu Yong really figured out one thing, and that was how he should deal with Xianxia. Therefore, after receiving Qin Pingan's flying sword message from the fairy, he was not angry but happy. Enduring the pain in his heart, he brought along this elixir cauldron that could be said to be Lu Yong's coffin capital. As long as Qin Pingan dared to buy it, he Lu Yong was willing to sell it. There was another secret that was unknown to others, and that was the 5-colored golden cauldron. Its quality was too high, and it had always been Lu Yong's regret. This was because the elixir refinement technique that he was good at was not the best, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he had, or the various materials that others sent to him, he, Lu Yong, could only use the 5-colored golden cauldron once every 100 years. Moreover, every time he refined elixirs or refined items, the income and expenses would be balanced. Occasionally he would even make a loss. Even Lu Yong had to admit that if this cauldron was placed in the Green Tiger Palace, it would be of little value to him. Before Lu Yong returned to his house, Qin Pingan could only say a few words of courtesy. "Words cannot express my gratitude for your kindness." Lu Yong was in a good mood and left with a smile. He actually left the 5-colored golden cauldron with Qin Pingan, and even gave him an elixir refinement manual of unknown materials. Qin Pingan carefully kept the elixir cauldron in the object near him, and began to flip through the elixir refinement manual written by Lu Yong himself. After a while he left the house and went to the sword room on the ferry that provided flying sword messages, and sent a letter to Xianxia of the Jade Grey sect. After briefly mentioning Lu Yong's selling of the cauldron, the letter wrote at the end, "One big and one small, I owe you 2 favors. In a house, the Jindan stage manager of the ferry stood beside Lu Yong, and said that Qin Pingon had written a letter and sent it to the Jade Gray sect. As for the specific content, naturally he did not know. Otherwise, who would dare to use flying sword messages in this world? Lu Yong made a sound of acknowledgement. The Jindan stage Earth Immortal asked curiously, "Palace Master, this young Master Qin has an extraordinary background?" Lu Yong carefully deliberated and said with a smile, "What do you think of owning an object so close to him at such a young age?" Just as he left the house, Lu Yong, who had learned his lesson, realized that something was wrong. In order to show his sincerity, he generously left the 5-colored golden chamber stove to Qin Pingon. However, this cauldron was extremely extraordinary, and ordinary objects might not be able to fit it. Even if it was forcefully stuffed in, there would be signs of it bursting out of the small cave. However, when Lu Yong paused for a moment, he was surprised to find that the aura of the elixir cauldron had disappeared in an instant, and the aura of Qin Pingon's house was extremely calm. There was no doubt that the object was so close to him. The Jindan stage Earth Immortal sighed, "Rich, so rich. He must be a direct descendant of a rich family on the mountain with 1,000 years of inheritance. It's just that a young immortal of such origin traveling the world likes to bring a pure martial artist as a retainer. It's quite interesting." Lu Yong was unwilling to talk more about Qin Pingon and waved his hand. Alone, Lu Yong sighed with emotion, "I didn't suffer in vain. My green tiger palace will prosper." When the ferry finally slowly docked at the lonely island of Old Dragon City, Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. They had arrived at the Aquarius continent. It was the end of winter. There was no sign of the Fan family's Osmanthus Island ferry at the ferry. It should be going back and forth to the inverted mountain, and had not yet returned. He did not know if he had the chance to see Lady Gui. But when Qin Pingon saw the Jindan stage Earth Immortal standing at the door, and Palace Master Lu Yong's figure, Qin Pingon knew that something was wrong. As expected, the Jindan stage Earth Immortal had a strange expression and said, "Palace Master has urgent matters to attend to and needs to return to Tiankai Peak immediately, so he wanted me to pass on a message to young Master Qin. The few pieces of Guyu money, when you pass it to the ferry, it's fine. I hope young Master Qin will not worry too much about this small matter." Qin Pingon helplessly said, "I will do my best to pass the Guyu money to Senior." The Jindan stage Earth Immortal smiled, "I dare not rush young Master Qin. The Palace Master has spoken, and before he left the ferry he spoke to me in a very serious tone. I dare not disobey." A few days after Lu Yong returned to Tiankai Peak of Qingjing Mountain, an extremely fast messenger flying sword arrived at Green Tiger Palace, and a sword room almost collapsed on the spot. Trembling with fear, Lu Yong took out the secret letter, walked back to the mansion with a straight face and then laughed out loud. From today onwards, in addition to the 100 pieces of Guyu money given to Lu Yong by the eldest branch of the Jiang family, the Jade Gui sect would buy all the elixirs produced by Green Tiger Palace, and help them to sell around Tongyi continent. Lu Yong clenched his fists and hurriedly sent people to the foot of the mountain to recruit disciples, whether it was in the marketplace or in the countryside, or directly from the Great Spring, Southern Qi and other countries. In short, Green Tiger Palace needed to recruit disciples wantonly. It did not matter if their aptitude was slightly poor as long as they cultivated for 7 or 8 years. As long as Green Tiger Palace trained them well, they would be able to refine the simplest of elixirs, and every elixir produced would be a steady profit. Lu Yong went to the ancestral hall, and when he was burning incense in front of the ancestral masters hanging on the statues, he said softly, "Ancestral masters, please bless Green Tiger Palace, and let it be passed down for thousands of years." Qin Pingon carried the bamboo box from the ferry to the shore of the ferry. When Pei Qian was left with the last step, he purposely put his feet together and landed on the ground in a jumping posture, puffed out his chest and said, "Treasure Vase Continent, I am coming. There seems to be a little girl who likes to wear red cotton padded jackets, and her name is Li Baoping. Now she is stupidly studying in that Cliff Academy, and she dares to call my father junior martial uncle. Just you wait." Wei Xian and the other 3 walked down the ferry and stood on both sides of Qin Pingon. Zhu Lian bowed and asked, "Young master, where are we going next? Directly into the city?" Qin Pingon already had a plan in mind and said with a smile, "At the ferry there are Fan family members waiting on the Osmanthus Island ferry. We will go and find them. I am friends with their family's successor, a guy whose parents' names are very good, a good friend. Zhou Xian praised, young master's friends are indeed extraordinary. After Zhou Xian ate the 2 pills from Green Tiger Palace, not only did his bones and muscles heal, his soul was also greatly nourished and he benefited greatly. But Qin Pingon did not ask when he would be able to smoothly enter the golden body stage, and Zhou Xian did not say. Lu Baixiang and Sui Yu thought of the same thing at the same time. To be called a good friend by Qin Pingon, it was not easy. Wei Xian said to Pei Qian, "Don't forget the string of sugar figurines you owe me." Pei Qian's eyes turned quickly and said pitifully, "I am so poor, I don't have any money right now." Wei Xian said with a straight face, "If this was back in the day, deceiving the emperor and offending his superiors would result in losing your head." Pei Qian secretly pointed at Qin Pingon and then raised his small arm, his thumb and index finger sticking together, and whispered to Wei Xian, "Look at how my father is friends with others and look at how you are friends with me, old Wei. Old Wei, don't you feel even the slightest bit ashamed?" Wei Xian laughed, "Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Otherwise, even after conquering the country, you won't be able to sit on the dragon throne." Pei Qian kicked Wei Xian and complained, "Being friends with you is so boring." Qin Pingon turned his head. Pei Qian hurriedly squatted down and patted Wei Xian's trousers. "Old Wei, you're really too much. You're already an adult but you're still so dirty when you meet people. Let me pat the dust off for you." Qin Pingon, relying on his memory, took the lead and walked towards the Osmanthus Island ferry. When he thought of the 50 grains of grain rain money on him, Qin Pingon's footsteps became somewhat heavy. Young people should be carrying tall grasses, flying orioles and willows on their shoulders, right? But I'm not a young man anymore. Using Pei Qian's catchphrase, it was worry. 361. Qin Pingon led Pei Qian and the others to the Fan family at the ferry on Osmanthus Island. Last time, the Jindan sword cultivator Ma Ji had driven the carriage while Fan Air had sent them off. Qin Pingon had directly boarded Osmanthus Island, so he did not have much contact with the Fan family at the ferry. However, when Qin Pingon reported his name, the steward of the Fan family seemed to have heard a great piece of news. He had Qin Pingon wait a moment before immediately sending a message back to Old Dragon City. He also quickly called for several elegantly decorated carriages and personally escorted Qin Pingon and the others onto the carriages. He was so respectful that Qin Pingon was somewhat confused. As the hub connecting the 2 continents, Old Dragon City, which was even more prosperous than the capital of a great dynasty, had 2 immortal ferries. The 6 intercontinental ferries of the 5 major families of Old Dragon City were located on this isolated island 30-some li away from Old Dragon City. When Qin Pingon first came to Old Dragon City, the ferry was to the west of Old Dragon City. To enter the city, one had to pass through a stupefying 300 li long street. That street was the ancestral property of the Sun family. The head of the family, Sun Jiashu, was a young man who had almost become a friend and then an enemy. To this day, Qin Pingon still could not let it go. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian sat in the same carriage. Pei Qian was riding on a ship pulled up by a blue bird. After floating in the sky for so long, he finally had his feet on the ground. He was very excited to have arrived at Qin Pingon's hometown. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and was very curious about the scenery outside. Lu Baixiang and Sui Yu began to chat inside the carriage. Wei Xian and Zhou Xian, who were in the same room, closed their eyes and dozed off, while the other opened his eyes and flipped through old books. Through the attitude of the steward of the Fan family, Qin Pingon sensed that something was amiss. He began to sort out his thoughts. Qin Pingon was definitely not an important person. When he left Old Dragon City, he was just a 4th realm martial artist who had just broken through his bottleneck in the Sun family's ancestral home. The people he knew were only Fan Air, Sun Jiashu, who had parted ways with him a long time ago, Zheng Dafeng from Dusty Medicine Shop, and Fu Nanhua, whom he had made enemies with in Pearl Grotto Heaven but had not met in Old Dragon City. At that time, Old Dragon City was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. This was because the Fu family was going to marry a daughter of the Jiang family of Yunlin. To be precise, the daughter of the Jiang family of Yunlin was going to marry into the Fu family. The marriage partner was the young city lord Fu Nanhua, who was almost stabbed to death by Qin Pingon together with Kai Qinqian. The saying of marrying down was very particular. Even the wealthiest Fu family didn't find it inappropriate. Riches and honor. 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 This was because the latter meant that the inheritance was orderly, the family was rich, and the backing was only at the top. Of course, people like the Jiang family of Jade Gui sect of Tongyi continent, or even the Lu family of Baifeng continent who were so rich spending money was harder than earning money. The Jiang family of Yunlin was one of the first families to move to the Aquarius continent. Their mansion was located at the shore of the ocean in the southeast. The mansion faced the ocean and the gate was 30 miles into the ocean. In the end, there was a huge natural reef as the gate, and it was known as the East Sea. When the Confucian school of Confucianism had just become the orthodox school, the sage of rites had set the complicated rules of the world. The ancestors of the Jiang family had many great priests, who were one of the 6 heavenly officials along with the great historian and great chancellor. They were in charge of the blessings of all the kings and monarchs in the world. At that time, the entire old dragon city was guessing whether or not the dowry of the Jiang family's daughter was a half-immortal weapon. But to Qin Pingon, this kind of excitement was just something to talk about when he was drinking with Zheng Dafeng and Fan Air. He was not a person of old dragon city and did not participate in the power of the continent, so he did not feel much about it. So what if Fu Nanhua married a woman of noble status? Even if this enemy, whose cultivation was not as high as his brother Fu Donghai and his elder sister Fu Chanhua, was lucky enough to become the city lord of the entire old dragon city, then Qin Pingon would be a little annoyed. This meant that it was very likely to implicate Fan Air and even the entire Fan family. But even if it was a difficult matter, he could think about it more, but he could not be too worried or fearful. Otherwise he would only panic. Qin Pingon was clear on this point. About an hour later, the carriage slowly came to a stop before it entered the city. Qin Pingon bent down to lift the curtain and immediately saw a familiar figure. He jumped off the carriage and ran over, waving his hand vigorously. He was still as radiant as ever. Qin Pingon, who let out a slight sigh of relief, got off the carriage. He raised his hand high and gave the newcomer a heavy slap. It was Fan Air. He was no longer a young man with rosy lips and white teeth. He had become a handsome young master, but wherever he went, Fan Air still had that unique radiant aura about him. Fan Air waved his hand and chuckled. Qin Pingon, did you feel the power of my slap? I may scare you if I say it. I am now a Realm 4 martial artist. But no matter. Of the 4 realms in the world, you are first and I am second. It is the best. Also a Realm 4 martial artist? Also, Pei Qian and the others who got off the carriage with Qin Pingon were surprised. Qin Pingon smiled. Powerful, powerful. Fan Air circled Qin Pingon. Why aren't you wearing straw sandals? I almost didn't recognize you. Fan Air gestured with his hand and was a little disheartened. You are much taller than me. Fan Air sneakily took out a bulging money pouch from his sleeve. Then he opened his hand in front of Qin Pingon and blinked hard. According to their previous agreement, Qin Pingon needed to burn a piece of porcelain as a gift for him. It didn't matter if it was ugly. As long as Qin Pingon made it himself, Fan Air could show it off to his friends. Qin Pingon quickly had Fan Air hide the money pouch. Then he said softly, You said I promised to give you the porcelain? I haven't made it yet. When we get to Old Dragon City, I have to buy a lot of tools to burn porcelain and find suitable soil. Do you think it is easy? Alright, we'll talk about it when we get to Old Dragon City. Fine work takes time. I will help you find the soil when the time comes. Fan Air was not disappointed. He secretly hid the money in the pouch. It was all worldly gold ingots. The rules of the Fan family were strict. No matter how much everyone spoiled Fan Air, there would not be a single piece of divine money. So he made an appointment to invite Qin Pingon to drink with girls. In the past 2 years, Fan Air had flattered the elders of the family. Last spring, Fan Air had wanted to visit all the families with the surname Fan. That was how he had saved up this family fortune. Fan Air suddenly said, Let's talk in the carriage. Let's go to my side. Qin Pingon nodded and had Pei Qian return to the original carriage. He followed Fan Air into the carriage. After the two of them sat in the carriage, Qin Pingon asked, Is there trouble? Only this carriage could block some prying eyes. Fan Air nodded. Not long after you left, Old Dragon City changed. Qin Pingon took off the wine gourd and handed it to Fan Air. Speak slowly, there is no rush. Fan Air smiled widely. He took the ginger gourd and shook it. I just took a sip. A gentleman should be careful. This wine is delicious. It is not the same taste as my family's osmanthus wine. Each has its own merits. The sip just now was just a sip. Drink some more, drink some more. Qin Pingon sat cross-legged and smiled at this person of the same age. No matter what bad news he would hear next. Seeing Fan Air was still that Fan Air. This was the best news. Fan Air drank 3 small sips of the Tongya continent wine in the gourd before returning it to Qin Pingon. He slowly said, You must have known the 5 families of Old Dragon City long ago. According to their true strength, it is actually Fu Sun Fong Haoding. However, our Fan family has always been dependent on the Fu family. The Fu family is also the city lord of Old Dragon City who can fight for alone. In addition, the Fu family has Osmanthus Island. Therefore, some people like to remove a certain family name from Fong Haoding and throw the Fan family in to occupy a position. Because the Sun family has a nascent sole patriarch in their ancestral home and a good reputation for business, no one will question it. Qin Pingon nodded. Fan Air rested his hands on his knees and told Qin Pingon about the inside story and storms of Old Dragon City in the past 2 years. Whether it is the 5 families or the 6 families of Old Dragon City, the Fu family did not want to monopolize the city. Everyone would be at peace. There would be friction, but before last year they would not fall out with each other. The city lord, Fu Li, is a nascent soul earth immortal and has 4 half-immortal weapons. Also, the Fu family is very strange. A golden core realm cultivator can control such immortal weapons and has a patriarch hiding behind the scenes. The Sun family's patriarch, Sun Jiashu, is not known for his cultivation. However, the Sun family's ancestral home alone has a nascent soul patriarch and 3 golden core realm cultivators. One of them is a golden core realm cultivator who has just renewed his contract for 100 years. In Old Dragon City, the Fu family's chief realm cultivator, Chu Yong, is seen as the most promising golden core realm cultivator to reach the nascent soul realm. Although the Fong family does not have a nascent soul realm cultivator, they have 2 Realm 7 Martial Dao Grandmasters and a Realm 8 Golden Core Realm Sword cultivator. They are deeply rooted in the south of the Aquarius continent and cannot be underestimated. The Ho family relied on the Sage of the Academy, who is a son of a concubine, to gain a foothold in Old Dragon City. They were originally the weakest family. However, the Sage of the Ho family, who has never returned home to worship his ancestors, suddenly became the gentleman of Lakeview Academy last spring. In the first half of last year, the Ho family was very glorious for a while. The Ho family almost lost the fairy route along the dragon path. After the gentleman, the Fong family spat out the meat that they had already eaten and even compensated the Ho family a lot. The immortal sects on the mountain that the Ho family personally supported are mostly fence-sitters. The Ding family situation is somewhat similar to the Ho family. They both rely on an outsider to support their facade. The Ho family is a gentleman whose heart was completely broken by the family. The Ding family relies on a woman that they look down on in every possible way to have some relations with the Tongyi sect. And that direct disciple or that woman is also very sentimental. She is very different from the gentleman of Lakeview who is determined to ignore the family. Last year, that man actually brought his wife back to Old Dragon City again and had several Golden Core Realm cultivators as retainers. Fan Air stretched out his hand. I'm thirsty. Qin Pingon tossed the blade strengthening gourd to him. Just keep holding on to the gourd. Going back and forth, you don't annoy me. Fan Air was also not polite. He took a small sip of wine and continued. But after that, 2 things happened that turned our Old Dragon City upside down. One is something you can think of and the other is something you definitely can't guess. Qin Pingon laughed and said, The Jiang family's daughter of the first wife married Fu Nanhua. This is something I can guess. Fan Air nodded and said, The size of the dowry that woman brought is beyond imagination. Her teaching nanny is a legendary nascent soul realm sword cultivator. She can be considered to have entered the Fu family together with her. Apart from that, there is also... Speaking of this, Fan Air sighed and took another sip of wine. It is actually a young dragon that sneaked from the Jiang family's mansion all the way from the bottom of the sea to Old Dragon City. Although it is only in the Golden Core realm, according to the rules, the golden core of such an ancient species can be used as a nascent soul. Qin Pingon said, in this way the Fu family has the foundation to completely unify Old Dragon City. At least they have the momentum. However, Qin Pingon quickly frowned and said, but even with the help of the dowry of the Jiang family of Yunlin and the Fan family as an ally, if the Fu family wants to swallow the entire Old Dragon City, won't the price be too high? The four families of Sun, Ho, Fong and Ding will definitely be forced to band together. Once the war starts, the battle between the Golden Core and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators on the mountains will not only destroy a lot of territory in Old Dragon City, but also the Fu family will feel the pain. Fan Air smiled bitterly and said, so in this situation where swords are drawn and no one makes a move for the greater good, something unexpected happened. Qin Pingon asked, what do you mean? Fan Air scratched his head. It has something to do with the Dusty Medicine Shop and Mr. Jing, so it has something to do with the Fan family. Qin Pingon waited quietly for him to continue. This time Fan Air raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He wiped his mouth and said softly, not long after you left, a girl in the shop was defiled by a direct descendant of the Fong family and died. Qin Pingon was silent. Fan Air said slowly, after hearing the news, an elder of the Fan family who is in charge of the genealogy in the ancestral hall hurried to tell Mr. Zheng about the situation. Together with my father, we all waited in the ancestral hall for the news from the Dusty Medicine Shop. At that time, when the elder returned to the ancestral hall, he looked relaxed and said that Mr. Jing did not seem to take it seriously. My father believed him, but at that time, my aunt privately reminded my father that things were not so simple. She wanted my father to be more careful and help Mr. Jing investigate to see if there was someone behind the scenes. If there was really someone targeting the Fan family or Mr. Jing, the former had to be planned early, the latter could not be watched with folded arms. But my father did not want to make a big fuss out of nothing. He said that now that the four major families other than the Fu family had started to form an alliance, if the Fan family stood out at this time, it would be very easy for them to be seen as the Fu family's pawn. It might attract the hostility of the four major families, and they might even treat it as a pushover so they could not act rashly. I went to tell my father about it and then I was grounded in the ancestral hall for an entire month. I've tasted the bag of soil under the bed that I never had the chance to use. You're really lying. How can it be eaten? Qin Pingon saw that Fan Air still wanted to drink, so he reached out and snatched the wine gourd. You have already drunk a few mouthfuls of wine. Drinking to relieve your worries is just nonsense. Don't believe it. Fan Air nodded and reached out to rub his cheeks. I wanted to sneak out of the ancestral hall a few times, but I was stopped. After a month, I heard that there was no movement from the dusty shop. How could I believe it? I personally went to the shop. Mr. Jing was sitting at the door smoking a pipe. When he saw me, he even smiled and greeted me. I was also silly at that time. After chatting with Mr. Jing, I saw that Mr. Jing really didn't seem to take that small matter to heart. When I left, I was actually a little angry. Fan Air said sadly, I know that in the eyes of many people, even my father, who I respect very much, in his eyes, that is a small matter. A small matter that is absolutely true. Old Dragon City, is there anything that cannot be solved with money? Even the reasons that everyone gave, I could not find any problems with them. But in my heart I did not think that it was a small matter. Qin Pingon said, Fan Air, you are right. That was not a small matter to begin with. Fan Air had held it in for so long. Finally, someone personally told him that it was not a small matter. This young man, whose eyes were so clear that even Qin Pingon envied him in the dusty medicine shop, exhaled heavily and squeezed out a smile at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon took back the wine gourd but did not drink. In fact, after boarding the Tianke Peak ferry, he drank very little. He only occasionally drank a few cups with Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang. He asked, what happened after that? Fan Air's smile widened. After that, Mr. Jing did not disappoint me. Having such a preacher is the greatest honor of my life. Fan Air immediately became a little sad. But after Mr. Jing made trouble for the Fong family, I was restrained in the family and could not take a step out of the door. We can only learn about Mr. Zheng's actions through intermittent news. Fan Er's eyes brightened again. I heard that after Mr. Zheng understood the whole story, on a day at the beginning of summer last year in broad daylight, he went to the Fong family mansion, smashed the door with one punch and walked straight in. He only said, "Those below the Golden Core realm get lost." The Fong family flew into a rage at first. 2 Dragon Gate realm cultivators showed up first, but Mr. Zheng knocked them out with 2 punches and they fainted. Then a Realm 7 martial artist who happened to be guarding the mansion strode out, saying that he wanted to learn a thing or two. Mr. Zheng knocked him out with 1 punch and killed him on the spot. After that, the main culprit was brought out by the Fong family's spokesperson. He said that as long as he was spared, Mr. Zheng could do whatever he wanted with him. The Fong family would not stop him if his arms and legs were broken. At the time, the Fong family spokesperson also had that old golden core sword cultivator beside him. He was the Fong family's stabilizing force. My Mr. Zheng did not even look at the Fong family's spokesperson and that little bastard. He only hooked his finger at the golden core sword cultivator and in the end he knocked him out with 1 punch. Fan Er extended his hand. "Wine." He said it heroically. Qin Pingon could only hand over the wine gourd. Fan Er drank in large gulps. The Fong family does not have a nascent soul cultivator. That old golden core sword cultivator was unwilling to admit defeat and took out his life-bound flying sword, but Mr. Zheng directly shattered it. But strangely, Mr. Zheng did not kill that little bastard on the spot. He left after saying that and went straight to the Fu family, calling for Feng Donghai to come out and take his punch. Only at that moment did old Long Qing understand that Fu Feng's eldest son Feng Donghai had carefully arranged this accident. Naturally, Fu Donghai deserved to die more than that bastard, but he was much more courageous than that surnamed Feng. He really opened the door and took Mr. Zheng's punch. Unfortunately, he relied on an ancestral old dragon rain pendant to save his life and was saved by an unfamiliar old nanny. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It should be the nanny teaching the Yunlin Jiang family." Fu Donghai's action was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could drive a wedge between Jing Dafeng and the Fan family and also had the hope of pushing the Fan family out, forcing the Fan family to start a war with the 4 families that had formed an alliance. But Feng Donghai probably did not expect that Jing Dafeng had a Yin spirit with the surname Zhao who came from Old Yang's small temple in Black Pearl Grotto Heaven. She was proficient in soul manipulation, concealment and many other secret techniques. She would follow the clues and find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Fan Er was a bit sad and stopped drinking. He held the wine gourd and said softly, "At that time the Fu family was at its peak in Old Long Qing. First, the family head Fu Feng bought a new half-immortal weapon from another continent. Then the daughter of the Yunlin Jiang family married into the family. Even if the Fu family did not want to lose face and was willing to settle things peacefully, how could the Jiang family let their daughter become the laughing stock of the continent just after she got married? So that Yuanying old woman appeared and saved the half-dead Feng Donghai. But she did not fight personally. She only told Mr. Zheng that if he had the ability he should finish off the men of the Fu family and then fight with her." Fan Er leaned against the wall of the carriage and held the back of his head with his hands. "After that, I heard from my father that the Jiang family's old woman's Yuanying was very complete. She was probably only a little bit away from the upper 5 realms. It is very likely that City Lord Fu Feng, who had a half-immortal weapon, could only be on par with her." He looked at Qin Pingon. "In the beginning I always thought that Mr. Zheng was a 7th realm martial artist, which was more likely. Later I felt that he might be a 8th realm martial artist. It was only after that battle that I realized that he was a 9th realm martial artist." The Fu family quickly invited Chu Yang, who was known as the #1 golden core cultivator in Old Long Qing, to come out. He was even better at fighting than the Fong family's golden core sword cultivator. It was said that Mr. Zheng was finally no longer an opponent he could defeat with 1 punch outside the Fong family. Fan Er stretched out a hand and raised 3 fingers. He defeated Chu Yang with 1 punch and severely injured him with 2 punches. I never thought that Chu Yang would benefit from this disaster and successfully enter the Yuanying realm. But he was still defeated by Mr. Zheng's 3rd punch. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine. Fan Er's eyes suddenly became moist. Our Fan family quarreled with each other that night. Many of the elders in the family kept tossing and turning, saying things have already come to this. Even if my father regretted it, he still felt that it was useless to apologize to Mr. Zheng. At the ancestral hall, they all persuaded my father to simply rely on the Fu family. Since the Fu family was so powerful, then they should go with the flow. As long as the alliance of the other four families was broken, even if the Fan family's vitality was greatly damaged, they would not need to rest for 100 years. The second most powerful family in Old Longqing would be theirs. Auntie, my mother, and my sister Fan Junmao are all not qualified to enter the ancestral hall. No matter what I say, it's useless. Seeing me prattle on and on, my father was probably so angry that he asked me who the head of the family was. What could I say? Qin Pingon asked. What was the conclusion of the Fan family's ancestral hall in the end? You hardened your heart and abandoned Jing Dafeng, who was seeking his own death, to rely on the Fu family who had schemed against you to attack the other four families? Fan Er's eyes were blank. It should have been like this, but then they suddenly changed their minds. My father said to pass a message to everyone, saying that they would discuss it again. No one knew the reason. I went to ask Aunt and my mother, but they could not tell what my father was thinking. Fan Er continued. After defeating Chu Yong with 3 punches, the latter returned to the Dragon Ascension stage to recuperate. He did not continue to pester Mr. Zheng. However, the Fu family had lost so much face in front of everyone. How could they let it go? Hence, after Fu Donghai and the chief consecrator Chu Yong, a third person walked out. He was the nascent soul patriarch Ming Yang, who was holding a half-immortal weapon that had been passed down in the Fu family. Because it happened at the doorstep of the Fu family and a half-immortal weapon appeared, the Qi refinement warriors of the Fu family worked together to cover the battlefield. We only know that when Mr. Zheng walked out, he was covered in blood. He walked alone on the street, raised his arm and gave a thumbs up to the Fu family behind him. Fan Er said softly, on that day the Sun family betrayed their trust and actually turned to the Fu family at the last minute. The Fong family, which was not very powerful, contacted the Ho family and chose to nominate the Ding family as their leader. The backbone of the Ding family was obviously the direct descendant of the Tongyi sect with an extraordinary background. In fact, very soon, a ferry from the Tongyi sect came to the shore. There were not many people and only 2 people alighted. However, after that, the alliance of the 3 families led by the Ding family was even more confident than when the Sun family was still around. Tongyi sect. The first sect on the mountain of the Tongyi continent. Compared to the Jade Gui sect that Jiang Shangzhen was in, it was located at the north and south ends of the Tongyi continent. The Tongyi sect was obviously superior. According to Jiang Shangzhen, when the 3 of them chased after the great demon of the Fushang sect, if not for that sword, it would definitely be one of the ancestors of the Tongyi sect who took the great demon's life with the sect's treasure. TF Boy's love is eternal. Qin Pingon had a rough idea of the situation in Old Dragon City. Zheng Dafeng's unreasonable hand, which no one had expected, had greatly accelerated the change in Old Dragon City's situation. To put it nicely, the various surnames had surfaced. To put it bluntly, they had revealed their true colors. Zheng Dafeng was the enemy of the entire city. Just for a young girl who worked in the medicine shop. Qin Pingon took one last sip of wine. Fan Er smiled bitterly. Of course the Fu family would not give up. The head of the family, Fu Jiang, personally went out and had a half-year agreement with Mr. Zheng. The 2 sides would fight at the Dragon platform in the early winter of this year. However, just before the battle, the Tongyi sect disciple who lived in seclusion in the Ding family personally went to the dusty medicine shop. Outsiders do not know what happened. Regardless of whether the original intention was to rope him in or threaten him, Mr. Zheng fought with someone on the street outside the dusty medicine shop. Some people said that Mr. Zheng fought 1 against 3. Some said that he fought in pairs. In any case, he was heavily injured. Thus, Fu Jiang sent word to the dusty medicine shop that the battle would be postponed until the end of the year. There are only a few days left. Fan Er sat hugging his knees, unable to say another word. He lifted the curtain and looked outside. They were about to enter the outer city gates of Old Dragon City. Qin Pingon put away the blade's strengthening gourd and said to Fan Er, I know the general situation. Let us down. Right now it is not appropriate for me to go to your Fan family. Fan Er flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to refuse when Qin Pingon laughed. Don't be stupid. Eating dirt to fill your stomach is stupid. Once is enough. Friends are not like you. You are unfilial and I am unrighteous. Boring. Qin Pingon reached out and patted his chest lightly. Whether or not Fan Air is Xing Dafeng's disciple is clear. Whether or not Fan Air is Qin Pingon's friend, he is also here. Without waiting for Fan Air to say anything, Qin Pingon had already stood and bent over to lift the curtain. Stop the carriage. Fan Air was about to stand when Qin Pingon bent over and walked out. He put down the curtain and said with a smile, "Please don't send me off. It's like you are sending me off. I'm just going to the dusty medicine shop to sit for a while. It is not what you think. The world is so chaotic and there are injustices everywhere. I Qin Pingon cannot manage them all. I just want to see Xing Dafeng, the Mr. Xing that you keep saying, one punch down." Fan Air glared and said, "Don't forget about the porcelain. Also, we have an appointment to seriously drink with prostitutes." Qin Pingon had already jumped off the carriage. Fan Air lay in the carriage in a daze. After drinking and seeing his best friend, Fan Air still felt unhappy. Qin Pingon got off the carriage. Pei Qian and the other four could only follow and leave the carriage. After watching the Fan family's carriage enter the city, Pei Qian carefully asked, "What is it? That guy is not willing to spend money and is not willing to give us a place to eat and live for free? He doesn't look like that kind of person." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Let's go find the other person first." After paying and passing through the outer city gate, they still needed to pay to enter the inner city. The dusty drugstore should help pay for this money, right? Qin Pingon knew the route to the dusty drugstore and he had a good memory. However, Old Dragon City was too big. By the time Qin Pingon reached the alley of the dusty drugstore and the corner of the street, it was already close to dusk. He led the 5 people behind him into the alley and saw a sloppy man sitting on a small stool in front of the store. He was smoking a pipe like his master. Xing Dafeng choked and coughed for a while. He laughed and said, "What a rare guest." Qin Pingon looked at the sloppy man and did not say anything. Glancing at the empty store, Qin Pingon sat on the doorstep and asked, "Is the drugstore hiring?" Xing Dafeng said unhappily, "I don't have the money to hire anyone." Qin Pingon said to himself, "Lend me 40 grains of Guyu money and I will be your drugstore's clerk. Lend it to me, not give it to me." Xing Dafeng stared at Qin Pingon like he was looking at an idiot. "What? You think you can use Guyu money like it's copper now that you've increased your realm and changed your clothes? Get lost, I'm not in the mood to joke with you." Xing Dafeng suddenly raised his head and looked at Sui Yu, who was carrying the infatuation sword on her back. He said seriously, "However, if this lady is willing to stay in our store, we will take care of your food and lodging. As for your monthly salary, we will owe you for now." Sui Yu stood in the alley. She was indifferent to the sloppy man's flirting. She did not even notice the slightest change in her expression. Qin Pingon waved his hand at Pei Qian and pointed inside the store. "We will live here. Put your luggage down and pick your own room." Pei Qian, who was holding the mountain walking staff, cheered. She took out her favorite demon-suppressing pagoda talisman from her sleeve and stuck it on her forehead. Then she ran into the shop. She was so tired from walking in Old Dragon City that she had wanted to take out this talisman to increase her internal strength for a long time. Now she finally got what she wanted. Wei Xian and the other 3 stepped over the door without saying a word. Xing Dafeng said helplessly, "My dear Uncle Qin, do you really not know the situation in Old Dragon City? Or do you think you have some ability and came to my shabby store to play hero?" Qin Pingon chuckled. "Take a guess." Xing Dafeng seemed to have met Qin Pingon for the first time. He looked at him for a long time, then turned his head and continued to smoke. He said vaguely, "All right, if you want to stay then stay. This old man has bet a lot on you. I won't let you die so early. At worst, I will let Brother Zhao keep an eye on you. As for the Dragon Tower, Brother Zhao can't do anything about it." Ain's spirit appeared in a dark corner of the alley and said to Qin Pingon, "Don't get involved. Xing Dafeng and I may die at the Dragon Tower." Qin Pingon did not immediately give an answer. He looked at Xing Dafeng's side profile and asked, "What happened?" Xing Dafeng smoked and smacked his lips. "Don't think so highly of me. It's related to the Tao, so I had no choice but to do something. Back then I couldn't break through the bottleneck of the 9th tier no matter what. You dog T-Path Protector, you only deserve half of the credit. The first half came from a book that belonged to a little girl. I stole it from her and she found it. I could only say that it was a temporary loan. Later on, I accidentally shattered it. When I finally broke through, I wanted to buy a new one. It cost around 40 copper coins. My heart ached at the time and I delayed it for a few days. After that, I didn't have the chance to return it. Zheng Dafeng's face was dark and gloomy, shrouded in smoke. Back then I only owed you Qin Pingon 5 copper coins. Now I owe the little girl so much money. Do you think I can sit still? I have to do something. Besides, if it wasn't for me, she could have found someone to marry in 2 or 3 years. It's better to live a poor life than to live a poor life. A bad life is better than a good death. I Zheng Dafeng have always done this. Besides, she didn't die a good death. Brother Zhao finally helped her gather her soul. The silly girl didn't say anything. She just begged me to take care of her parents and brother. She cried and said that she didn't blame me. The Yin spirit with the surname Zhao said indifferently, she said that she likes you. She said that she's dirty her body in this life and doesn't dare to think about it anymore. She said that she won't have the chance to meet you in her next life. Zheng Dafeng, she still likes you. He just needs to be braver. Zheng Dafeng suddenly looked up. An incomparably vigorous stellar energy filled the entire alley. Zheng Dafeng said in a low voice, "Scram." The Yin spirit did not care and slowly disappeared. Catch. Qin Pingon tossed a porcelain bottle to Zheng Dafeng. However, Zheng Dafeng allowed the porcelain bottle to fly past him and roll to the ground. Qin Pingon stood up and picked up the bottle of forgetfulness pills. He stood in front of Zheng Dafeng and handed it to him. These are pills that the nascent soul earth immortals of the Tongyi continent use to nourish the soul. There are 6 of them. Zheng Dafeng, take as many as you can. If you die on the Dragon Ascension platform, I'll ask Old Yang for money. If you don't die, you owe me. Zheng Dafeng looked up and frowned. Qin Pingon, what are you trying to do? What does this have to do with you? Qin Pingon still bent over and handed him the porcelain bottle. Do you think that I'm a bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley? I've been practicing martial arts and swordsmanship so hard. I've suffered a lot. I used to do it to keep my life. Now that you've said it, I've become a decent person. What do you think I'm trying to do? Zheng Dafeng said indifferently, King know what you're trying to do. I Zheng Dafeng have already told you that I've never been on the same path as you, Qin Pingon. This matter has nothing to do with me. However, I have a reason to stay here. Qin Pingon was still in the same position. He asked, do you want to hear something more cultured or something more bumpkin? Zheng Dafeng ignored him. Qin Pingon said to himself, in this world, how can we solve our problems? Only wine and money. Small injustices in the world can be solved with money and wine. When there are injustices in the world, I have a sword and a fist. Qin Pingon grinned. I learned this from books. According to me, this bumpkin Qin Pingon, since I'm already so pissed, I'll kill them. Otherwise, how can I practice my sword and fist for fun? 2. (362). 10,000 words chapter. Zheng Dafeng was stunned for a long time. He probably couldn't associate the young man in front of him with the charcoal young man who squatted beside the tree stump with him back then. Finally, he wiped his face and said, just talk. Why did you spray your saliva all over my face? But Zheng Dafeng still took the bottle of forgetfulness pills. If Qin Pingon didn't lie, then 2 pills would be enough to suppress the injury. As for the root of the disease, it was still very difficult. It was no longer a matter of taking a few more pills. Pei Qian had already stuck her head out of the door. She raised the walking stick in her hand and said angrily, why can't you tell good from bad? If you say that again, I'll be angry. Zheng Dafeng put away the porcelain bottle, turned around and said with a smile, you scared me. Who is this peerless heroine? Pei Qian coughed and stood still. She leaned heavily on the walking stick and said, listen carefully. My name is Pei Qian. I'm a princess in distress. Qin Pingon is my master. I'm the first disciple of our sect. Pei Qian never said words like her father in front of Qin Pingon. Zheng Dafeng swallowed and turned to look at Qin Pingon. He probably wanted to ask where Qin Pingon, this blockhead, found such a girl. Qin Pingon said, let's go inside and talk business. Zheng Dafeng was puzzled. Haven't we finished talking? Qin Pingon laughed angrily. I'm willing to interfere in this matter. It's not like I'm looking for death. Which forces in the opponent's camp have several Jin Dan and Yuanying Earth Immortals? Which forces are sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight? Which Earth Immortals will fight? Are there cultivators of the upper 5 realms waiting for an opportunity behind them? Don't I know a little about the geomancy situation of Old Dragon City and the route around the Dragon Ascension platform? Don't I have to listen to the 3 fights between you and the Fu family, the Fong family and the Ding family? Jing Dafeng had a headache. He took out the porcelain bottle. Take it back, take it back. We're not on the same path. We can't pee in the same pot. Qin Pingon ignored Jing Dafeng and stepped over the door. Master Zhao had already appeared in the shop. He smiled and said, I can explain it to you in detail. Jing Dafeng. Qin Pingon and Master Zhao were sitting in the room. Of course. Jing Dafeng took 2 big plates of salted peanuts and beef jerky for himself. Pei Qian looked at the seeds on his plate and then at Jing Dafeng's plate. Even his plate was bigger than hers. Isn't this a bit too much? Pei Qian gave a thumbs up. I'm impressed by your hospitality. Jing Dafeng waved his hand. Remember it in your heart. Don't mention it. Pei Qian sat cross-legged on the stool and munched on the seeds. Qin Pingon put the blade's strengthening gourd on the table and asked, Can you drink a little? Jing Dafeng peeled a salted peanut and shook his head. I don't drink alcohol. I can't drink for a while. Master Zhao said slowly. 6 days later at the Fu family's dragon platform, Jing Dafeng will have a fight to the death with Fu family. That means there will only be one person who can walk down alive. If Jing Dafeng is dead, it will be simple. We will go up and help to collect the body. There is no danger. Since the Fu family killed a 9th realm martial artist, they have earned enough face and will be happy to be magnanimous. They will not feel sorry for a dusty shop. Seeing Qin Pingon looking at him, Master smiled bitterly. Of course. I can't just watch Jing Dafeng die on the dragon platform. If he dies, I can't even be a Master. How can I protect my descendants? So even if the dragon platform is covered with spells and restrictions, I can still find a way to break in. But if I do that, it will only delay Jing Dafeng's death. If Qin Pingon chooses to help, it will be a big fight. Not to mention golden core or nascent soul cultivators, as long as it's a cultivator of the middle 5 realms. Other than the Fan family, all 5 families in Old Dragon City will come to trample on him. Qin Pingon nodded. That's the worst case scenario. I already know that. Let's talk about the best case scenario. Master was a little surprised. Qin Pingon seemed to have changed a lot in this trip to the inverted hanging mountain. It was just that the spirit's image was ethereal and his face was blurry. He continued, after Jing Dafeng defeated Chu Yang, the number 1 golden core cultivator in Old Dragon City, he fought with the nascent soul old ancestor of the Fu clan who was holding a half-immortal weapon. The Fu clan had been in Old Dragon City for so long that their mansion had long been built into a small paradise similar to an academy or a Taoist temple. Therefore that fight was not easy. Jing Dafeng sneered. I pretended to be weak. The one I wanted to defeat from the start was Old Dragon City's city lord, Fuji. If I didn't suppress my cultivation level, I would have defeated that old man with a broken spear and spat on his face. Qin Pingon did not believe Jing Dafeng's words. Master smiled and nodded. Jing Dafeng is not exaggerating. At that time he really didn't want to reveal his true cultivation level. Qin Pingon understood. This was in line with Jing Dafeng's temperament. If it was Li Huai's father Li Er, he would not hide his cultivation level like this. In fact, in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, other than Mr. Qi, Old Yang and Li Baoping's brother Li Shixing, this old single gatekeeper was probably the most knowledgeable person. The more he knew, the more he wanted. His fist intent was not as pure as Li Er's. After all, he was narrow-minded. So it was so difficult for Jing Dafeng to break through to the next level. So much so that he needed Qin Pingon and the Pure Sincerity chapter to be his preacher. Qin Pingon asked, that's the son-in-law of the Ding family, the direct disciple of the Tong Yi sect who brought his wife back to his parents' home. Who caused Jing Dafeng to be injured so badly? Why did the talks break down and they fought? Jing Dafeng's face was gloomy. He just tore a piece of marinated beef and threw it into his mouth. Master Zhao smiled. Good fellow, his background is not small. As soon as he arrived at Dusty Drugstore, he went straight to the point. There were two main points. First, he is Du Yan, the grandson of the ancestor who revived the Tongyi sect. Second, Du Yan used to hide his identity and wander around in Old Dragon City. The ancestor of the young man surnamed Fong was his follower back then. In the younger generation he is the only one. So he hoped that Jing Dafeng would give him face and not let him die. As long as Jing Dafeng agrees, he promised that the Tongyi sect would stand on the side of Dusty Drugstore. Yin Master glanced at Jing Dafeng, who had been peeking at the blade's strengthening gourd. He sneered. A martial artist of the 9th realm thinks he is invincible in the world. He knew that there was a cultivator of the Jade primitive realm standing beside Du Yan, but he didn't take it seriously. He even dared to laugh at a cultivator of the upper 5 realms who was willing to bark like a dog. Jing Dafeng, how about now? Do you want to drink? Drink if you want. Anyway, you are invincible in the world. A cultivator of the 10th realm at the peak of the Yuanying realm with at least an immortal weapon and the geographical advantage of the Dragon Ascension platform. Isn't it just a matter of being knocked down by our Master Jing with one punch? Jing Dafeng rolled his eyes. He stepped on the bench with one foot and bent his shoulder. He didn't take it seriously at all. It was just that he couldn't drink. It was a bit unbearable. The point was that Qin Pingon was not kind. He clearly said that he wouldn't touch a drop of wine. Qin Pingon also didn't drink. Then he should have taken it back and pinned it to his waist. Why did he open the cork of the gourd? Qin Pingon nodded. He asked curiously, Fan Air only told me that Jing Dafeng went to the Fong family and said something to that young man. What was it? Jing Dafeng threw the peanut shell in his hand to the ground. His eyes were indifferent. He wanted that guy to suffer a fate worse than death. Old Zhao knows some evil and forbidden methods. When the time comes, that kid will be in for a good time. Only at this moment did Qin Pingon turn his head. He smiled at Wei Xian and the others. I forgot to introduce him. This guy is called Jing Dafeng. He's from my hometown, a 9th realm martial artist. He's the gatekeeper. However, at that time I did business with him for a few copper coins. I still remember his kindness. Jing Dafeng smiled and cupped his fists at the 4 people. He's only a 9th realm cultivator. Qin Pingon continued. The original owner of my flying sword 15 was his master. In these few decades his master seems to have taken in 2 disciples. Jing Dafeng reached the 9th realm. His senior apprentice brother smoothly reached the 10th realm. It's no different from us eating and drinking. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. This path was suitable for him. Eating and drinking allowed him to reach the 10th realm of the martial path. He also had to read and copy books every day. If he secretly drank wine, what would happen? Jing Dafeng wiped his face and said sullenly, Damn you. The 4 people in the room all had different states of mind. After Zhao Yinshan mocked Jing Dafeng, he continued, The best result is that Jing Dafeng wins against Fujia, who has the advantage. Next we'll see how we bring Jing Dafeng here alive. From the dragon platform outside the city to this dusty medicine shop in the inner city. It's up to the heavens. But looking back, the existence of the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest was the greatest danger, and the face of the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest, which was accumulated by the ancestors of the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest, was also our only chance of survival. After all, if Jing Dafeng is lucky enough to walk down the dragon platform alive, no one would dare to stand up for the Jiang family of Yunlin or the Fu family. Even the Fu family would not dare to break the contract. As for the private path, that is, the path between the dragon platform and the shop. Master Zhao paused for a moment before asking curiously, Is that person really unwilling to help? After all, that person was the biggest reason why he and Jing Dafeng had left Pearl Grotto Heaven and moved to Old Dragon City. Jing Dafeng's mouth twitched. That guy from the Fan family made it clear before I attacked. At most, the Fan family won't trick me and the Fu family won't be able to control the clouds above Old Dragon City. As for the rest, if I want to die, then she can watch me die. Jing Dafeng slightly changed the words of the green-robed young woman. Fan Junmao, who had ascended to the nascent soul realm by drinking wine at the shop, the woman from the Fan clan who had thrown a sword out of the sea of clouds and destroyed a high-grade Taoist robe consecrated by the Jiang clan of the Jade Pendant sect, had said to Jing Dafeng, No matter how many years pass, if you're still a piece of mud who can't accomplish anything, then I'll just watch you get nailed to death again. Of course, Jing Dafeng wouldn't tell Qin Pingon the whole story. It was too unlucky and too embarrassing. In fact, Xianxia couldn't even hear those words back then. Fan Juanmao's ascension to the nascent soul realm was extremely strange. In the entire old dragon city except for city lord Fu Jiang, no one could figure out why the Fu family would go against the trend and why they didn't just submit to the Fu family in the end. In the Fan family, someone's words were more effective than Fan Juanmao's father. Her voice was even louder than everyone in the Fan family ancestral hall. It wasn't some nascent soul ancestral patriarch who lived in seclusion. Nascent soul ancestral patriarch was a nascent soul realm cultivator, but she couldn't be considered an ancestor. It was Fan Junmao, the half-sister of Fan Junmao. But she didn't stand on Jing Dafeng's side. She said that she just wanted to watch the show and didn't want to get involved. Jing Dafeng knew that she wasn't joking. Yin Shinzhao then introduced in detail the Golden Core and Nascent Soul Earth immortals of the 5 major families in Old Dragon City and their Dharma treasures. Compared to what Fan Junmao said in the carriage, there were only 3 more people. And there wasn't any nascent soul ancestral patriarch who jumped out from the cracks of the rocks. It was good news. Yin Shin smiled. I can find the map of Old Dragon City and the Dragon Ascension stage tonight. Qin Pingon naturally wouldn't refuse. Yin Shin glanced at Jing Dafeng and actually swore for the first time. Damn it, how good would it be to protect Qin Pingon? Even if there's a big battle, I don't have to clean up after everything. A battle to the death would make people feel comfortable. Why would I have to think of ways to patch things up and be on tenterhooks? Jing Dafeng squinted and said, "Io, have you forgotten the comfortable feeling of sunbathing with me every day?" Yin Shin snorted coldly. Qin Pingon asked again, "Are there any pure jade stage cultivators hiding behind the scenes? So how many?" Jing Dafeng smiled. "Are there many pure jade stage cultivators in our Aquarius continent? Let me count with my fingers for you." Jing Dafeng started to raise his fingers one by one. "In our Pearl Grotto heaven, Wan Jiao counts as one. The Song clan is arrogant, right? Now that they've swallowed almost half of the Aquarius continent, they can't wait to worship that blacksmith like a bodhisattva, right? The ancestor of the great Sui kingdom's Gao family likes to be a storyteller. Even when he faced my senior brotherly heir, he didn't dare to fight him. Wind Snow Temple has Wei Jin, a sword cultivator genius that appears once in 1,000 years. Martial Mountain definitely has one, but he's never willing to show himself. The sect master of the Divine Bulletin sect has just reached the immortal realm and only got the title of Heavenly Lord. The mountain master of the Lakeview Academy might not be in the upper 5 realms. Count how many pure jade stage cultivators are there in one continent. Of course, Heavenly Lord Xiesher of the North Continent, Sword Immortal Chao Shi of the South Whirlpool Continent, and Wanderer Su Ruo of the Mahist sect are not counted. In the end, they're not cultivators of our Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Why don't you count Heavenly Lord Xiesher and Sword Immortal Chao Shi? Both of them came from our Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, okay? It's just that the flowers blossom in the wall is fragrant outside the wall. The cultivation and fame that they gained in other continents are rooted in our hometown. Especially that Chao Shi whose ancestral house is in the same alley as mine. Last time I even met this old sword immortal in Mud Bottle Alley. Chao Shi is not a very honest person and did something to my door. However, Li Baoping's elder brother saw through it and broke it." Jing Dafeng couldn't refute, so he tore the beef jerky with his hands and chewed hard. The 4 people in the painting. From the beginning to the end, they tried their best to look calm, but they couldn't keep their faces straight anymore. Wasn't Qin Pingon's hometown a bit too strange? The gatekeeper was a level 9 martial artist? And he had a level 10 martial artist as a senior brother? That Mud Bottle Alley had a sword immortal called Chao Shi, and slightly further away was the place of prosperity of a Taoist heavenly lord? Jing Dafeng wanted to get back at him and said, "But how many level 10 martial artists are there in the Aquarius continent?" "Just 2 Li Air Song Jiangqiang. Next it's my turn, right? The one who taught you the fist technique, it can't be level 10, right?" Qin Pingon hesitated and said honestly, "The one staying in my house should also be level 10. Jing Dafeng rubbed his face. "Back then I almost went straight from the peak of level 8 to level 10, okay?" Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Then if you run a few more steps and show me level 10, wouldn't everything be fine? I don't even need to go to the dragon platform, I can stay in the dusty medicine shop and cook a table full of food for you." Jing Dafeng, how about that? Jing Dafeng was deflated. If it was easy to reach level 10, why would Li Er leave Pearl Grotto Heaven? The difference of 90 for a martial artist was similar to the difference of 10 to 23 for a swordsman. As for the legendary level 11 and level 14 of a swordsman, just think about it. These two thresholds, compared to the level 6, level 10 and level 11 of ordinary Qi refinement warriors, were even more unimaginable. Jing Dafeng, who thought that his heart was higher than the sky, did not even dare to dream of the illusory martial god realm. Broken Head Path. What was Broken Head? After following Old Yang, the Divine Lord, that all the sages of Pearl Grotto Heaven had to worship for so many years, Jing Dafeng knew some inside information. The Yin master surnamed Zhao was in a good mood. Indeed, he still needed Qin Pingon, this preacher, to make Jing Dafeng feel uncomfortable. Qin Pingon looked at the Yin master opposite him and asked, "According to what you said, this dusty medicine shop has a secret?" The Yin master smiled and said, "Of course, the Divine Lord asked me to choose this place to stay. It is not an ordinary place that Jing Dafeng casually asked for from the Fan family. Once the formation is activated, I can use my pure jade level cultivation here." Jing Dafeng sighed and said, "That is also a low-level method to raise one's level at the expense of Yin merits. It will not last for long." The Yin master's expression was normal. "Do you really think that I followed you to Old Dragon City to accompany you to bask in the sun and watch the moon every day, waiting for a fairy to fly over your head? As long as we can hold on for a month, the situation may change." "Understood." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then let's calculate our strength now." Jing Dafeng ate the salted peanuts and said, "What do you think? Aren't they all in this room?" Pei Qian pointed at herself and smiled happily. "Me too. But I am still one tomorrow away from mastering the ultimate swordsmanship." It was rare for the charcoal-like little girl to be a little embarrassed. Jing Dafeng said in all seriousness, "Heroine Pei, you're actually our backbone, our backbone. Don't belittle yourself." Pei Qian smiled and pushed the empty plate. "Give me some more melon seeds." Jing Dafeng really got up and grabbed a bunch of melon seeds from the side room. He threw them on the small plate in front of Pei Qian. Because the plate was not big, the melon seeds seemed to be very heavy and sincere. Pei Qian found this guy a little more pleasing to the eye. Qin Pingon finally drank his first mouthful of wine. He put down the blade's strengthening gourd and flew out the 15 flying swords. Then Qin Pingon took out the jade pendant that Jing Dafeng gave him and said with a smile, "Don't many people in Old Dragon City think that they are great just because they are rich? I don't have much money now, but I still have some savings. The robe I am wearing is called the Golden Wine. It is a relic of the ancient deities. Jing Dafeng, can you wear it? There is also this demon-binding rope made from the whiskers of the old nascent soul flood dragon. Can you use it?" Jing Dafeng shook his head and said, "When you enter the third level of martial path and spirit refinement, you will know that these so-called deities will only restrict you. If you wear it, you can save your life. If I wear it, I will only be courting death." Qin Pingon nodded and took out a stack of talismans that he had drawn. "I don't think I need the Yang Lantern lighting talisman. Since the dragon platform is like a paradise created by the Fu family, the barrier-breaking talisman might have a chance." There is also this Demon Pagoda Suppression Talisman. As for this sword suppression talisman written by a friend of mine, it is of high quality. It can even suppress the natal flying sword of a nascent soul sword cultivator for a moment. Qin Pingon only took out the stack of talismans. Yin Spirit Zhao felt a slight pressure, especially the green sword suppression talisman. Although it was specially made to fight against earth deity sword cultivators, it still made him feel uneasy. Jing Dafeng was shocked and said, "Qin Pingon, during this trip to the inverted hanging mountain, you have been busy robbing people every day?" Qin Pingon ignored Jing Dafeng and continued to take out items. He took out 3 porcelain bottles and said, "An immature golden core of a river demon buried in the Tongyi continent, the nascent soul golden core of the old flood dragon in the Flood Dragon Valley, and the golden core of a 12th level demon." Jing Dafeng turned to look at Yin Spirit Zhao and pointed to the last porcelain bottle, which was half an arm high, and asked, "Do you believe him?" Yin Spirit Zhao shook his head and nodded. "I don't believe most people. But since Qin Pingon said it, I believe half of it." Qin Pingon asked, "What are the items? Can I use them to save myself?" Jing Dafeng said, "Let me rest." Then he fell into deep thought. Yin Spirit Zhao asked, if I knew you had so many items, I wouldn't have let Qin Pingon into this house. Why? Yin Spirit Zhao asked again, why? Qin Pingon said calmly, you can think of it as me making a big deal with Immortal Yang from the pharmacy. Either you lose everything or you make a killing. Yin Spirit Zhao shook his head and didn't say anything. Obviously he didn't believe him. Qin Pingon turned and said apologetically, what do you think? Wei Xian said calmly, what else can we do? Sui Yu placed his sword on his knees and said, other than the Green Tiger Palace meditative pill, I also want a pair of Fire Dragon pills and Rain pills. Zhu Lian laughed, killing the immortal on the mountain was fun. If my words were useful, I would want to leave Old Dragon City immediately. But since I have decided to stay, Lu Baibai was the most pragmatic. Lu Baisheng was the most pragmatic. Then I also want 2 Fire Dragon pills and Rain Release pills. After I get the map of Old Dragon City, I can help plan the specific route. Qin Pingon saluted the 4 people. Thank you. He turned and asked Jing Dafeng, do you think their martial realms can be improved in a short time if they take the pills? Jing Dafeng nodded and said, 1 Golden Body Realm 7 and 3 Peak Golden Body Realm 6. All of them are pure martial artists in the truest sense of the word. I don't even know where you recruited these fellows from. It is not difficult for the Golden Body Realm to stabilize their cultivation. As for the other 3, it will still be difficult for them to break through in the next few days. However, with some grinding, they will definitely be able to raise the height of Peak Golden Body Realm 6 by a notch. As long as they can survive this time, it will be beneficial for their martial arts cultivation in the future. After all, the peak level is only flawless. It is far from being able to fight for the title of strongest. I can feed them with my fists for the next 2 days. How much of my level 9 martial artists' fists they can eat will depend on their own abilities. The 4 people in the picture were expressionless. Jing Dafeng raised his eyebrows. Qin Pingon's 4 retainers were really arrogant. But the 4 of them each had a spirit that was not vulgar. Pure martial artists each had their own way of doing things. Wei Xian fought against 10,000 people on the battlefield. He was deep in the enemy's ranks. He was surrounded by iron armor. Lu Baisheng was talented. Other than martial arts, he was good at the 4 arts. He was the best in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Sui Yu pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He wanted to achieve the unprecedented feat of ascension. Under Zhu Lian's amiable face was a complete madman. Even if all the martial artists in the world worked together, they would not be a match for Zhu Lian's fists. Jing Dafeng was looking forward to his next fist-feeding session. Qin Pingon's expression became serious. He asked, I want to refine a natal item. Can I find someone to buy it from the dusty medicine shop? And you must promise not to do anything to the treasure. If I succeed, I will have an extra life. Yin Master Zhao turned to look at Jing Dafeng. Jing Dafeng thought for a while. I have to ask someone. She nods, then yes. Jing Dafeng suddenly smiled and asked, I trust her. Do you trust me? Qin Pingon replied, I trust your master. Jing Dafeng was speechless again. Yin Master stood up and smiled, I will go and find a few more maps. Qin Pingon turned to Pei Qian and said, you and Sui Yu will sleep in the same room. Wei Xian and the other 2 will squeeze together. I can sleep on the floor in front of the medicine shop. But if we can gather all the ingredients. Without waiting for Qin Pingon to finish, Pei Qian said righteously, then I will sleep on the floor with Fairy Sister. Sui Yu and the other 3 did not have any objections. These trivial matters were not important in the face of the impending battle. Night fell. Qin Pingon brought a long stool. Sui Yu and Wei Xian consumed the elixirs from the 2 rooms and walked to the courtyard. Jing Dafeng placed one hand behind his back and the other on his abdomen. He smiled and said, when facing a cultivator of the same level within 100 feet, a pure martial artist only needs 1 punch. Although I don't know the background of the 4 of you, I can temporarily treat you as 4 Realm 7 Chi Refinement warriors. At least. All of you can come at me together. We can save time. None of them took a step forward. Jing Dafeng said helplessly, why? Don't you treat me, a Realm 9 martial artist, as a dish? Do you think it's embarrassing for the 4 of you to gang up on one person? Pei Qian moved a small stool and sat beside Qin Pingon's feet. Jing Dafeng turned to look at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon extended a palm, indicating for Jing Dafeng to punch to his heart's content. Since you are so polite, I won't stand on ceremony. Jing Dafeng twisted his toes and disappeared. A dull thud sounded. 4 punches were thrown almost at the same time. Sui Yu, Wei Xian, Lu Baixiang and Zhou Xian, who were standing at the top of the stairs under the eaves, each took 1 to 3 steps back. Jing Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, "You have a good foundation. Qin Pingon, where did you find these retainers and maidservants? I want a few of them too, especially those who look like this big sister." Sui Yu was the first to attack. Zhou Xian bent his body and leaped over. Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang almost simultaneously moved to the sides, supporting Sui Yu and Zhou Xian at any time. There was no need for words. They already had a tacit understanding. This was the realm that the 4 number 1 in the world of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land should have. Qin Pingon said softly, "If you are interested, you can take a closer look." Pei Qian raised a handful of melon seeds. Qin Pingon shook his head. Only then did she withdraw her hand. She shook her head while eating melon seeds and said, "I'm not interested. I'm far from master." She called him father in private, but called him master in front of Qin Pingon. Pei Qian felt that she had really been enlightened by reading. A teacher for a day was a father for life. Qin Pingon said, "You're wrong. If it's just comparing martial realms, I'm actually not as good as the 4 of them. Right now, I'm only at the 5th realm of martial arts. But after several bitter battles, my foundation of the 5th realm is very good. So I can break through the bottleneck of the 6th realm at any time." To be able to make Qin Pingon feel that he had done a good job in something. It was probably not inferior to the old man surnamed Chui who said that Qin Pingon's foundation of a certain realm was not bad. Pei Qian raised her head and smiled brightly. "Master, you're the best." The 4 people in the courtyard had suffered under Jing Dafeng's hands. This was also because Jing Dafeng had deliberately suppressed his realm to the 8th realm of the far travel realm. Otherwise there was no way to fight. Feeding a fist would become bullying. The cultivation of martial arts was not like the realm of a chi cultivator. The difference of one realm was like heaven and earth. Of course there were exceptions. For example, the old man surnamed Chui who taught Qin Pingon boxing. He was the only pure martial artist at the peak of the 10th realm in the Aquarius continent. Back then, outside the bamboo house, he easily killed a 6th realm martial artist who wanted to learn from him with his 5th realm fist. But such an exception, even if he was not the only one, was close. Qin Pingon thought of Zhou Xian, the young man in white who walked on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and whose fist intent forcibly suppressed the sword intent on the city wall. Qin Pingon really wanted to know if he would still lose to Zhou Xian 3 times in a row without any suspense now that both of them were at the 5th realm. Qin Pingon gently put aside his messy thoughts and stared at the battle in the courtyard. But he said to Pei Qian, "Before entering the boundary of Qingjing Mountain, we passed by that county city. I actually forgot to apologize to you." Pei Qian, who was eating melon seeds, looked up and asked doubtfully, "Are you talking about that pancake? Why are you apologizing to me?" At that time, Pei Qian had dragged Old Wei, who was half a friend, to buy some food, while Qin Pingon and Lu Baixiang were browsing the bookstore. By the time Qin Pingon found Pei Qian, he discovered that the little girl was munching on a pancake in big bites. There was a woman dressed in luxurious clothing who was pointing and scolding the little girl, charcoal. Beside the woman was a child whose face was covered in tears and snot. The woman's scolding wasn't too vulgar, probably because she came from a scholarly family. She only kept saying that Pei Qian, this wild girl, didn't have a good upbringing. How could she be so rude and unreasonable, and how her parents didn't discipline her, and so on. Qin Pingon's first impression was that Pei Qian had gotten into trouble again, so he walked over with a straight face. He was afraid that Pei Qian would not only fail to learn the principles in the books, but also get a domineering aura from interacting with him, Zhou Xian, and the other 3 for a long time. So when he walked up to Pei Qian, his tone was very harsh. Although he did not directly reprimand her, he was still biased towards the woman and the child. Pei Qian was also very afraid of Qin Pingon. Without another word, she handed the remaining half of the pancake to the woman, saying that she did not want it anymore and would give it to the child. The woman flew into a rage and became even angrier, feeling humiliated. She treated Qin Pingon as Pei Qian's family elder and lectured him together. Probably because she saw that Qin Pingon was dressed like a rich child from a wealthy family, the woman immediately restrained herself and scolded him more subtly. Qin Pingon waited for Wei Xian to say a few words before he understood the reason. It was because Pei Qian had bought the last pancake in the store. Coincidentally, there was a child who came by and wanted Pei Qian to give it to him. How could Pei Qian be willing? She began to shake her head and nibble on the pancake, purposely yelling that it was delicious. The child was immediately angered to tears and the woman began to scold her. However, Pei Qian did not care at all and happily ate the pancake. The more the woman scolded Pei Qian, the happier he became. Wei Xian watched from the side. As long as the woman did not make a move, he would not interfere. After Qin Pingon learned the truth, he held Pei Qian's hand and demanded that the woman apologize to Pei Qian. The woman was mad with anger and clamored that Qin Pingon would not be able to leave the city. Qin Pingon let her do it. After the woman left behind her ruthless words, she told Qin Pingon to wait and see. Then she angrily left with the child. In the end, there was nothing. After waiting for a while, Qin Pingon saw that there was nothing else, so he led the group out of the city. Qin Pingon rubbed Pei Qian's head. I should apologize to you. Pei Qian was puzzled. He stopped eating the sunflower seeds and sat down on the bench beside Qin Pingon. He said uneasily, Old Wei said that the best meal in the world is the first meal. Father, you're not going to leave me alone again, are you? So you're lying to me first? For a moment he actually called him father. Pei Qian was even more flustered. He threw away the sunflower seeds and reached out to grab Qin Pingon's sleeve. Qin Pingon knocked Pei Qian's chestnut. Pei Qian's tears immediately turned into laughter. Right, it's fine now. Pei Qian let go and supported himself with both hands on the bench. His feet swayed as he said, It's just a small matter. Master, you're apologizing to me. You really scared me to death. In the words of Old Wei's hometown, a small matter is just a drizzle. It's not even enough to wash my hair. Say. Qin Pingon also supported himself with both hands on the bench and said with a smile, Do you remember the last time we climbed to the top of Tianke Peak? Do you think I'm strange? Pei Qian nodded vigorously and said, I remember very clearly. You did a strange thing at that time. You stood as straight as a pencil and even adjusted the jade hairpin on your head. Isn't that what the books say? You don't know those guys from the Green Tiger Palace. They're not important people either. Why did you do that? I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. In the end, I stopped thinking about it. Qin Pingon's eyes were in a trance. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He said softly, A few years ago at the gate of my hometown town, I met foreign immortals for the first time. They were big and small, old and young. I was standing beside Jing Dafeng at that time, separated by a wooden fence. I've always had good eyesight and memory. So until now I still remember very clearly the way those people looked at me, their expressions. Qin Pingon paused for a long time. He laughed softly and said, So after I started practicing boxing, I always thought that if I become a mountain person in the future I can't become those people. I can't look at others with that kind of gaze. I can't look at our world as if we're ants. This was probably the first time Qin Pingon was so serious. He was talking to this charcoal girl about principles that were not in the books. They were principles that belonged to Qin Pingon himself. Qin Pingon squatted down and picked up the melon seeds. He placed them in his palm and sat back down. He grabbed one for himself and extended it to Pei Qian. He said casually, The way we sit, the way we speak, the principles we believe in. How do I put it? It's like telling the world how many books you've read, how many principles you know, how much suffering you've suffered, and how many silent teachings you've remembered from your parents. So I don't want others to look at me and think that Qin Pingon's parents, and those people that Qin Pingon admired from the bottom of his heart, only taught such a person in the end. Qin Pingon smiled at Pei Qian and said, It's okay if you don't understand now. You're still young. I think at your age. Qin Pingon was speechless. He couldn't continue. Qin Pingon smiled and handed all the melon seeds to Pei Qian. He said to himself, Mr. Qi's husband is right. I can't do it. I'm already past my age. So I hope you can do it. Little Bao Ping from Cliff Academy and Chao Qinglang from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land can do it. On one shoulder is the willow tree, on the other shoulder is the tall grass, and on the other shoulder is the flying orioles. Isn't that great? Whenever I think of this breeze and moon I feel very happy. Pei Qian exclaimed and chuckled. Father, where can I find a good person like you if I go out alone in the future? Then the little girl began to worry. Not long ago I was on the ferry and couldn't go to the ferry to play. I secretly had an idea. I thought that when I grow up and master the peerless swordsmanship I would ask you, Dad, give me a horse. I'll go out and wander the martial world. But then I thought that a horse might be a little expensive. Dad, you might not be willing to give it to me. Lass, a donkey would be fine too. A mule would be fine too. The martial world outside is waiting for me. It's waiting for me. The little girl sighed. I don't want to go out and play now. It's boring. They're all bad people. If not, they're not good people. Qin Pingon also shook his legs and said with a smile, but didn't you meet me in the martial world? Right? Pei Qian thought for a long time and said softly, but I don't want to meet anyone else. One night you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.